All right, what is happening, good people? Welcome, Jeff C and friends, episode 5.1. What's the point one about? Well, episode 5 never got to air because after I scheduled it, I got a strike, so it's sitting in limbo. Maybe someday we'll be able to take a time machine, go back and do it, but for now, we're here, we're live, and it's a little bit unfortunate if you're listening to this and you're a patron of mine. Patreon's down. There's maintenance going on. So all I would ask the folks there is to hang tight, and hopefully Patreon will get itself all fixed up shortly, and we'll be able to post the link there for the good folks that support me on Patreon, so that you guys can come in and join. For the meantime, I did send out links. Now I try to send out a bunch of links to people that I have connected through other means, through other platforms like Twitter. So you might want to check your Twitter if you're a regular sort of listener to this, and maybe if you're a patron, you have me on Twitter, you can send me a link, and I'll keep an eye on my Twitter feed, just to make sure that if anybody wants to jump in, we can shoot them the link rather quickly. And I just want to say thank you to everyone for having the patience to deal with me being censored, hence the name, right? You know how it works, and it's been quite a whirlwind. I mean, it just gets worse all the time. And I imagine we'll end up talking a bit about that tonight. But them's the breaks. And I'm going to try to make up for it as long as this channel is able to host live shows. I'll be doing Jeff C and Friends for the upcoming every Friday. I'm going to try to do every Friday for the next few weeks coming up. And so if you did miss out tonight, stay tuned or tune in next week, and hopefully you can join us then. I'm going to check right now before I introduce I've only got one guest so far, but before I introduce my guest here, I'm going to just to check to see if my sound is coming in. Yeah, it's coming in. People are there in the audience. Thank you, everyone that showed up. Hope you're all having a tremendously great weekend, even if it's freezing cold out wherever you are. It's all global warming, of course. That's why it's freezing. So anyways, with that being said, welcome to the show, and I can say hello to Bug Smasher. I'm sure most of you know pretty well. Bug, how you doing?
Not too bad, thank you. I'm glad to be back on your show, and I hope that it won't be Jeff C and friend for very long. Hopefully, more people will start piling in. Where is everybody?
Yeah, that's right. Hopefully, it'll be Jeff C and more than one friend pretty soon. But we'll make the best as we can. You're out in the West Coast. What's the weather out like there?
Oh, as usual, wet and cold, but no snow yet. We're supposed to start getting the Arctic air early next week.
So you're in the lower mainland. Would you ever trade the cold yet sunny climes of Eastern Canada for the warmer but yet dreary?
That's a tough one. Well, you see, the problem is that I work outside, so I would probably prefer drizzle and above freezing temperatures rather than working outside in like -15 or -20.
It's interesting. I had a bunch of friends that were bike couriers in Montreal, and they would say that the worst weather for them, now you think of the type of work that they're doing, was actually when it was like just hovering around the zero, or it's still wet but really cold and windy.
Yeah, I know what it feels like. It just chills you right down to the bones.
Because you get wet, you get cold at the same time, and there's no real escaping it. But yeah, it has been epically cold here for such a long time, and we've gone through these major cold spells, and that's why I did the video the other day, which was just over the top, where they're trying to tell us, oh yeah, you can blame all that freezing cold weather on the global warming. Of course, it's just the one, I guess, solution that fits all the problems, sort of thing, or not a solution.
And they just fold up that article with a new one where it's Australia's burning, therefore Therefore,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. It's like
yeah,
Australia's never had
yeah,
heat waves before.
yeah,
So yeah,
yeah. This
we've
is ridiculous.
and yeah, it's maybe it's a bit more than most people are used to. I think here in Montreal, we're used to just about. Imagine if you're from Winnipeg. Like if you're from Winnipeg, that's got to be the coldest place, like out of the big cities in Canada, if not the world. They just seem to get it extra cold. But like here in Montreal, it's not at all uncommon to go outside and have a -30 sort of wind chill, and
Mm.
you gotta dress warm. I mean, that's all, and it's not so bad. But it has been extremely cold for a very long time, and that takes its toll on the energy and everything else. But that being said, we're making it through. So
Yeah,
anyway,
and
so
it's like a good excuse to wear a face mask so you don't recognize by all the cameras
yeah,
around.
isn't that interesting too, eh?
Yeah,
Because all the facial recognition is coming in, and one of the things that
yeah.
Quebec tried to pass here was a face mask ban. I don't know if you recall that.
Yeah,
Back
well, is it just for protests?
well, yeah,
is it just,
that's the whole thing. Is it just for protest, or is it
that's one
that,
thing,
but it also because not only were they trying to do it for protest and gatherings and stuff like that, but they're also trying to pass it on public transit for Muslim people so that they can't cover their
Mm,
faces. So and then of course that plays into the whole narrative, and the narrative being, oh, this, Muslims, either Muslims don't belong here, or, this is Quebec, you have to adopt our culture. But really, underneath the surface, I think there's ulterior motives, which is facial
yeah,
recognition and
yeah,
the end
that's
of privacy.
possible. But the thing with protests, I'm not sure. Maybe we can have a short discussion on that.
Mhm.
When somebody shows up to protest with a with a full face mask, my first thought is that they're probably up to no good. Because
Yeah,
if your message is righteous and I mean, that's a tough call. Mm,
it
That's
is.
something that, yeah,
It is
most
because
people who show up to protest with masks, they usually up to no good
well,
almost
yeah,
always.
and the
Yeah,
government agent provocateurs that they put
yeah.
on often mimic
Yes,
that,
they wear
wear that,
masks. Yeah,
and
yeah,
they'll be the ones that are the ones that are antagonizing people and trying to get people to engage in acts of violence. The mob mentality,
yeah.
of course, that they use, and the protest. I think in many ways, like when we see a great example be March for Our Lives, with David Hogg, Emma Gonzalez, and co, and how they use this sort of mob mentality to program the youth, because anybody, I'm sure, Bug, you've been in a bunch of protests, or you've been around them at
No,
least.
actually, I've
Never?
never been anything major like like
Okay, I've been in a
yeah,
shit ton.
yeah. I
Um,
try to avoid the crowds for the most part.
yeah, I'll tell you,
Yeah,
I've been in
yeah,
like Montreal is, I mean, it's protest and riots, like they're going out of style kind of thing. So I've been in riots, I've been in protests, I've been in just about everything, and I know exactly the mob feeling. Like it overpowers you, right? And it's a
yeah,
very well known phenomenon where people give up their sovereignty. They don't even realize it. Maybe it's not a conscious thing where it's like, I'm part of a mob, but you just feel exhilarated when you're in a mob, and therefore you feel empowered. And I think this is one of the things that they're manipulating the youth with. And in fact, that brings back a lot of memories of 2012 here in Montreal, where you had the student protests that basically shut down most of Montreal for almost a year. They just were nonstop, and it was all over a bit of money that was being added to the fees of students. Man, if they really, really, if they really
do
wanted to
those,
make a
yeah,
difference in the world,
yeah.
I mean, all the things that you could be protesting, and that I think is one of the ways, because like what we have happening to the youth is you have terrible lifestyles that are being pushed. And one of the promo that I put up on Supreme Lord Commander and Jeff Censored, was the James Charles, and
Oh,
that's kind of
this is complete degeneracy to the
yeah, yeah.
max.
And I
Like
think
no breaks at all. Yeah,
and what folks may not realize, a lot of good folks that would come to this show are there, a lot of them will be older, a lot of them will be not in that type of environment, not in those types of in that type of programming. But that guy James Charles is one of the most popular guys on YouTube, bar none. Like, he is a mega celebrity, a superstar, and he showed up. I might show this a little bit. He showed up at a mall in Birmingham, UK. So in the United Kingdom, he showed up at a mall, and 8,000 screaming fans were there to greet him. And this is a guy. This is basically a teenager who dresses up like a girl. A
It's
guy.
unbelievable. Were
Yeah.
there any Muslims there? Did they try to? maybe that's kind of the only. Well, I'm not from multiculturalism, but maybe some those Muslims would not be too happy with seeing stuff like that.
No, I don't think so. And that's what I'm saying
man.
about the youth, is that the youth have been taken down this path, this rainbow unicorn. I mean, they've been led by the rainbow unicorn down this path of absolute degeneracy where they have no moral compass. Like, because there's no parenting, there's no mentorship. The mentorship is Shane Dawson, it's James Charles, it's the worst types of people. Tana Mongeau, people that are on YouTube basically, or maybe movie celebrities and stuff like that. But I mean, the average kid today has no moral compass, or they have a moral compass that is a rainbow unicorn moral compass, a gender unicorn or gender bear. It's just complete toxic New World Order programming. And so they're easy to manipulate because they don't really go outside. They don't socialize all that much. So if you can get them to engage in something like a March for Our Lives, then all of a sudden, oh my God, I feel like I'm part of something. Yeah, we're going to change the world. Our fucking parents were terrible. They like guns and all this stuff, and all the problems of the world it's their fault. We're going to fix it all. And this is the mentality
Yeah,
that
it's
they
all the generations before them who were completely okay with it. No, they were dead wrong. No, we have to change everything now. We're the smart guys now.
This
is the mentality that is prevalent.
Yep, and everywhere you go, you get that. That's how they're being conditioned. So they have this false sense of, I guess you could say, superiority, where they're going to fix the problems. And you're looking at a marshmallow generation. I think the marshmallow symbolism, which I'm going to do a video on really soon because I'm seeing it everywhere. This marshmallow symbolism, they just
is like a meme, or is it being pushed on through their channels?
Yeah, it's a meme, but it's also being pushed everywhere, and it just seems
is it sort of like the poopsie that is?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way I see it, it's akin to the rainbow unicorn. It symbolizes the type of people that they're making. And so they have characters, like they have a character that's called Marshmallow, basically. It's probably spelt different. You know how they like to misspell things. And this character is a mystery character that wears a marshmallow sort of thing on their head, mask, and nobody knows who it is. And it's like a big phenom. So I just saw yesterday that Fortnite, which is the most popular game in the world, which is programming the youth, including family members that I know that are completely addicted to it. So it's really interesting. So what I've been saying about marshmallows is that is, whether it be Tess Holiday, or a lot of the characters that you see, Amy Schumer type characters, the Melissa McCarthy type characters, these marshmallows, these soft, weak, sensitive human beings who are full of nothing but faults. Who are the antithesis of strength. Like, vulnerability is strength. So that fits the marshmallow theme. Oh, you're a marshmallow. Well, that means you're strong. Well, actually, no, that means you're soft. But that's the mentality that they're programming people into. So I'll be looking into that. I have a lot more work to do, but I can't help but notice that symbolism popping up everywhere. And I know how they like to use these symbols to relay what they're up to, or at least let the illuminated know how they're programming the rest of us. This normalization of obesity, which is so utterly toxic, and like what I covered the other day, I don't know if you got a chance to see that, Bug. Oh, Chris. Hey, Chris, welcome to the show. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, Jeff. Hi, Bud. How you doing?
I'm great. Great. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for hosting this. I appreciate it.
Oh, hey, man, it's great to see you. I'm gonna check right
Hey,
now.
Chris.
Hey, bud.
Oh,
By the
Patreon.
way, Patreon is back on.
Yeah, okay, I just checked. Okay, so everyone that's listening to this, that's a patron, I'm gonna post a link now. It'll take me a second here. If hey, Bug, if you and Chris could talk for a second here, I'll do this.
Sure. How's it going, Chris?
Not too bad. Just getting over a cold, so that's fine.
Oh, okay. I can hear that. Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry about that. Might cough a little bit.
How's your prepping going? Or is it not the kind of
Oh,
season that
you know,
that is conducive to that kind of work?
I still try and do something every week. So
Mm.
recently, I upgraded what I carry with me for a firearm. So that was my
What's your
latest.
choice? If not a secret.
I went with a Glock now. So
Is it 19 or something bigger?
17. Yeah.
Oh, 17. Okay.
Mhm.
That's a good choice.
Yeah,
You can't go wrong. We can't go wrong with the Glock.
right. Well,
And also the spare parts are everywhere.
spare parts and 17 rounds in a magazine sounds pretty good to me. So,
Yeah.
figure do that before they outlaw it. I don't know.
Is it are they talking about it in your state about banning magazines
Not,
over 10 rounds? Or?
not yet, but it's happening in multiple states. So this is it's getting crazy. I think Illinois just passed where it's illegal, and New Jersey,
Yeah,
and I think they're talking about it in Oregon or Washington or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Washington, possibly. I haven't checked exactly, but here in Canada, we've been limited to 10 rounds in our pistol mags for 2 decades, actually more than two decades. And
Wow.
yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's obviously just stupidity to the max. Because if somebody's going to carry out something nefarious, they'll get the right mags for that. Obviously, and, only the people who are decent and responsible, they will be the ones who are limited. So yeah, that's stupid.
Hey
Well,
guys,
hey, Jeff.
sorry to interrupt here. I just wanted to say to everyone, the link is up on Patreon. So hey, it's
You
good.
got somebody already.
All right, awesome. Welcome. Who is this?
Super J Kid.
Super J Kid. Welcome to the show, Super J Kid. Do you have a mic? Okay, we'll give Super J a second here. Just jump in anytime when you got your mic up and running. And yeah, hey Chris, that's great that you're getting you got new arms.
Yeah.
Is the bump stocks, is that has that gone into effect yet, or is that going to be difficult?
I believe so. I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't really affect me so much because I never really had one of those or looked into that. But I think that's like a gateway drug into more getting rid of stuff federally. So I don't know. It's just it's looking bad. I think it really seems like the last 6 months things have turned for the worst.
Do you think that has a lot to do with their shenanigans, with their shootings and stuff?
Well, I definitely think that's the problem reaction solution.
Yeah.
So I'm not buying any of these shootings. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's I'm subbed to a lot of people on YouTube, and I don't know. It seems like there's like on both sides of the argument, there's a lot of ratcheting up the rhetoric at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're aware of like Patriot Nurse. Have you?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. We know she's from a certain tribe.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. But she's recently put out a couple that are like almost advocating, let's just go on
prepare for a civil war
now, basically.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
So pretty scary stuff. I don't know. I'm going to try and stay out of the way, but protect myself as much as possible.
Yeah, I think the best approach for any patriot American is to get themselves armed and stockpile if you can. Not in the sort of thought that you're going to go to war or you're going to have to, but just in just to be prudent and make sure that you are well stocked, and then at the same time fight any legislation, any in your state, any attempts to curtail your rights, especially when it comes to arms and freedom of speech. Of course, I always say those two are the most essential, because you lose them and it's pretty much game over.
It's over. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is, and the same thing's happening here. The exact. It's even scarier here. It really is, because the average Canadian is not doesn't have the American mentality about firearms. Although we do have a high percentage of armed people, which is it really goes to show that you can have a country that there's a large percentage or a significant percentage that are armed and nobody's killing each other. I mean, like, nobody. We had a murder here the other day, and I was sharing this because it was a mobster hit. Right.
Was the one of those dreamers from from the third world?
No, it was it was the mafia.
It was the Italian mafia in Montreal.
Okay. The Rizzuto clan aftermath and whatever. So there's still a turf war going on always in Montreal, and there's been decades of bloodshed between the mafia and the Hells Angels and other gangs. But yeah, there was
I don't know, why would anybody care about that if they're just killing each other? I mean,
well,
seriously.
that's the thing. I went to look, and I was reading the article, and it was like, this is the first homicide in Montreal in the year. And it's like, Montreal is like 4.5 million people, Greater Montreal. One homicide in a month. You know what I mean? We don't have a gun problem here, folks. Like the maybe the problem is we don't have enough Canadians that have guns, because I mean, and then you have the Toronto mayor, John Tory, coming out after one of the ridiculous shootings. I think it was the Danforth shooting or something like that. Or they call them shootings. I don't know. I won't mention what I think of them, but came out and declared that we need to ban handguns from all cities. And then the Montreal City Council followed suit and said we need to ban handguns right across the country. And it's like, well, and the best part of that little saga was the chief of police of Toronto, who said that would be a terrible thing. He said,
that's great,
because he said, like, legal gun owners don't kill people, it's criminals that do. And if you take away the ability for citizens that have the ability to defend themselves, then you're asking, and then you're expecting the police to, then what does that mean? Because then you'll need a lot more police, because then a lot of these things, it's like you create all these more problems. If you think about, if you come in and you disarm a state, for instance, so we take a state and we disarm a state, or we start getting rid of weapons, we start making it areas that people don't have access to weapons anymore. All of a sudden, the break-in entries go through the roof, because
everyone's disarmed.
Yeah, people, and it is like the most essential thing that you want to be able to do is to protect your family, right? I mean, that is that's the main reason. Well, other than hunting, perhaps, that anybody would, or just sport. But the main reason why people would have these guns would be to protect themselves. And so what, of course, the blue states and the New World Order wants you to do is put all your trust and all your security into the state itself, and the state will be the nanny state and will supposedly come in and keep you safe, but it won't really, because of course it's not going to stop people from breaking an entry. It's going to increase to way more. So it's a no-win situation, folks, when they're trying to take their guns. I mean,
it's an age-old Marxist communist tactic to disarm the population and just unleash terror.
We got Zero Infinity. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Great. How are you, Jeff?
I'm great. And I don't know if Super Kid, is that Innovation?
That's Innovation HQ.
I wonder. I thought it was. I recognized the symbol there. Innovation. Is your mic working?
Uh-oh.
Okay, it's not working yet.
Maybe not.
Don't worry. Try going up to the top area. Bring your cursor up and check the mic settings. Go to your settings there and just fiddle around with that. Hopefully you'll be able to figure it out. Always wanted to hear from Innovation, who sends me so much good information, as many other people do. And yeah, it's awesome to have you guys here. And this is an open discussion, so we can take it anywhere you guys want to go. I don't know what has been on your minds lately, what you've been watching.
Maybe we can discuss the whole yellow vest movement, because it's kind of starting to die down a little bit, it seems, but we haven't covered it at all. We haven't discussed it, so it might be a good subject to talk about.
So you want to fill us in on the yellow vest then? What we have?
Well, I'm by no means an expert. I mean, I've never been to France, and I'm just kind of like everybody else, just following the news of what's happening there. But I have mixed feelings about it. I mean, I've seen a lot of really kind of high consciousness type of messages that were displayed during those protests. Lots of bravery and just good conduct from the citizens and good messages. But at the same time, what's the outcome of it all? I mean, it doesn't seem like much has changed, and that's a common problem with movements that are
they like is it
organized?
Macron that they're protesting against?
Yeah, that's what's the Rothschild puppet there. The guy who was installed who was a former Rothschild banker.
The guy that married his grandmother there. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it doesn't really matter for him because he's of a different sexual orientation. That's
yeah. That's how it goes. Eh?
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's what many people in France are saying. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess it's a rumor, but I wouldn't be surprised considering all the photos he likes to take with pretty much shirtless black men and. Yeah,
they're protesting. Like one of the things they're protesting is the fuel prices, right? That are
that's just something that they started with, and it just progressed to everything. All the migrant invasion and the obviously the.
So they're anti. Are they anti-migrants then?
Well, the problem is that it's not an organized movement, and it's kind of a big tent. And the thing with big tents is that. It's hard to figure out what they really are about, but there are lots of people who are pissed off at the whole globalization situation that is going on. Yeah,
the yellow vest that they're wearing is very similar to the yellow vest that authorities would wear or police would wear in certain situations.
But that's from their traffic laws. Every motorist is supposed. Yeah, you have every motorist is supposed to have that one in their car.
Why they started like that, right? Because I
guess I'm not sure. Some people were saying that it could be the Russian government trying to stir up some kind of their own version of a color revolution, sort of who controls Russia? We discussed it, but it could be sort of a Zog eats dog situation.
You mean Alexander Dugin?
Yeah, Dugin. Yeah, that's kind of from his playbook. Dugin, and Dugin was promoting in the whole movement, so that's why many people were kind of speculating that it could be Russia. Dugin, RT was on the scene every day there, promoting. What's going on there? So I don't have
invest in the yellow vests. That's a stock tip right there.
Yeah, somebody made a killing on that.
Is it grown out of France, or is it just still in France? Or
no, it has spread to even Canada. There have been. I'm not sure if you've been following, but
no, I haven't.
Obviously, nowhere near as large as in France, but there have been some local protests of say 150, 200 people just gathering at before a city hall. And airing their grievances.
The problem, what happens with these movements is they're almost always co-opted, right?
Oh yes, if you don't have a leader, they will give you a leader. That's the problem with leaderless movements. Even if your original message is righteous and that's something we can agree on, And I've seen a lot of actually a lot of JQ being raised during those protests, and that's always nice to see. But yeah, well, for them, yeah. Oy vey, shut it down.
The yellow vest, I kind of think of the JDL. I don't know.
Well, the GDL,
I've been dealing with JDL fucking last couple months, man. Holy shit. Handsome Truth and everybody.
Are you talking about the JDL, Jewish Defense? Or
no.
Did I say
a Goyim Defense League.
Yeah, you said GDL.
JDL. I meant JDL, the Jewish Defense League.
Yeah, it's all these defense leagues. I'm confused.
Yeah, the GDL, are they still around?
Yeah, the Goyim Defense League.
Yeah.
With Handsome Truth.
They're still around?
Yeah, it's Handsome Truth 21 channel.
I guess he's got a lot of cell phones as he's able to make all those channels. See, that's my problem. I can't make more channels. I don't have more telephones.
Right? Or just get a VPN. I guess you can probably get.
No, you need a landline. You need to be able.
Oh, really? Okay, it's been a while since.
If you want to host live shows and you want to upload, that's the trick that YouTube plays. So I mean, that's what they do, and that's one of the reasons why it's really difficult for people like myself to. I've gone to like ask friends and relatives to use their number and shit like that because. It's
Jeff,
only
can't you get like a burner phone at the grocery store or something?
I'm not sure. I mean, it could maybe.
I did that when I needed to get a Google Voice number for a business that I did. As I just went and got, and they had the same thing where you needed to have a phone number. I was like, okay, I went to the grocery store, bought a burner cell phone with prepaid minutes or whatever. There was enough to. Get it going and then I stuck it in a drawer.
That's a good idea, actually, because my whole motto is I'm never going to have a cell phone. So I mean, people can't believe it when I tell them I don't have a cell phone. Sure. I don't have a cell phone, really.
So get it, use it, and throw it in the trash.
Exactly.
Well, it's unfortunate. Yeah, it's unfortunate we have to be that wasteful.
Just censored 41 by now, probably.
Yeah, it's sad that we have to be that wasteful, though. I mean, it's
it sucks. I don't think this show will be taken down unless we start talking about things they don't want us to talk about. But it seems like I can't really go live anymore. Certainly not if it's going to be some shooting or something like that. They'll just shut it down while I'm in the middle of it. So, it is what it is. And this is where it is. I mean, and on top of that, we have the censorship that. Obviously we have the New World Order coming in and, trying to redefine. I think we might see, I think at some point there's going to be a real blowback to this because I think they pushed it too far. And I think at some point it does start to affect just normal people. It's like normal YouTubers that might start to have an opinion might start to realize, well, wait a second, I'm not even allowed to have an opinion unless it's, the official sort of opinion.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have a straight pride parade in Canada. And people are like, what? Yeah.
That would be fun to try to organize.
No, somebody had tried that already.
No way!
This summer, yeah, and they were not allowed to. They did not get the permit for it, and yeah, this was in I think even CBC reported on that, and then everybody in the comments was like, "What the hell? Like we're not allowed to be straight in Canada."
None of us would be here.
Yeah,
none of
exactly.
I mean, that's the irony. I mean, all the people that have bought into the rainbow and they're all thinking that they've got their pride. Somehow, sexuality equals pride. I'm not sure why, unless you perform well in bed, and that's kind of
proud of their advice.
Yeah, but I mean, like somehow, we've been engineered into this sort of ideology that the only thing that we can celebrate are deviancies. Of course, it is all falling into the cultural Marxist. I mean, everything is cultural Marxist these days, and it is just bewildering to think where this is going to lead. At some point, what I wanted to say, though, quickly about the idea of having a heterosexual pride would be what it would be really interesting to do, and maybe I'll even do this, is to that you go to the Montreal Pride website and look at all the corporations and government agencies that are involved the whole list. There's about maybe 60, 70 at least, talking major corporations like or banks like Toronto Dominion. Corporations.
No, I thought it was entirely organic.
Yeah. It'd be
What are
fun
you
to
talking
call up
about?
all of those corporations one after another and asking them if they would take place or if they would sponsor a pride parade, and then try to get the reason why they wouldn't, because it'd be like, well, you're sponsoring, I mean, not pride parade, a straight parade. You're sponsoring these parades. Why are you so adamant? Why are all these? That's one of the things too that absolutely floored me when I was showing years back the Montreal Gay Pride parade, and the website was all the corporate and government support, and it was like, oh my god, this is where it gets really scary, because it's like these are the biggest corporations in Canada and elsewhere.
And if you go one step further and look at their board of directors, you might find a lot of Chosenites.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to show this.
Yeah, it's not like an accident at all.
I'm going to show folks this. People should see this, and it again, I always have to say this: nothing at all against gay people. I have nothing but respect for people. As long as you are not hurting anyone else, you can have whatever sexuality, as long as you're not.
I don't.
What's that?
I don't. I don't have any respect.
Okay, well, yeah. You by all means have your own opinion. I mean, that's the whole purpose. But the look at this. The first thing they want. Are you guys seeing this, by the way?
Well, this is Montreal Pride. It's in French, so is it? Oh,
yeah. Okay, so I'll be able to put it on the English here in a second.
Yeah.
And hey, welcome. Enough of this twaddle. I didn't see you there. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, man? I don't even know if y'all can hear me.
Yep.
Hopefully.
And loud and clear.
Okay.
I like your icon.
Yeah, cool. How you been? Yeah, man. It's been a while since we've had one of these shows. Since you got all censored there.
We got Coke Man. Coke Man just jumped in. How you doing, Coke Man? His mic's not hooked up yet. We see you though. Check your up at the top there.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, the settings up there.
Speak, I think we hear you.
Oh, it should be good now.
Yeah, you can hear you.
Oh, cool. Yeah, nice to meet you, Jeff. Hey guys, how you going?
Great. Nice to meet you too. Great
nice
to
meet you.
have you come in and join the show. How
about
are you over the pond, by the way? You've got it sounds like you've got a British, or is it a Scottish?
Oh, Australia. I'm Australian.
Oh, Australian. Okay, pardon me. Just insulted.
You're all right, man. That's okay. Probably watching too much bloody TV in that back in the day.
What time is it there now?
It is 11:44 a.m.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is it hot? Are you? What part of Australia are you in, if you mind?
In Queensland, Brisbane, in Queensland.
Okay, cool.
The Sunshine State's known as. Yeah, it's about.
You guys are in a heat spell there, eh?
Yeah, pretty hot at the moment. Yeah, it's not. You get used to it though. You get acclimatized.
You would not. I don't know. Actually, it's interesting because sometimes that heat is even more oppressive, right? Because like the cool, you can escape the heat. You got to get air conditioning, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And then you can escape the cold. You got to get somewhere warm. But it's quite a contrast, because you came here, it'd be like going north of the wall on Game of Thrones. It's bad.
Oh, it'd be freezing over there. I'd think I'd rather the heat than the cold, Jeff. That'd be bad. Be in the cold, it'd be freezing.
Anyways, we're going to take a look at this here quickly. I just want to show folks this because I think it is important to show who's behind these agendas. So we have the Fierté Montréal here, which is the Montreal Pride website. And it's just to show the corporate support and the government support behind the Pride. Because we want to know who's behind these things. Because, as Bug said, it's all organic.
It's totally organic. What are you guys talking about?
Totally organic,
It's all just people loving each other. Come on.
So, yeah, they have massive corporate. This is why the websites are so professional looking, and there's so much production, and there's so much propaganda. These are the type of posters that you'll see all over Montreal that would promote this. Like this one here, which, of course, I'm sure, I mean, if you're a parent, this would be the most wonderful thing ever. Why aren't you bringing your kids to get their story time read by transgenders or
Yeah, I
men
see
dressed in drag.
some drag queen and race mixing.
So we're gonna take a look here at
Yeah, you got to take your kids to RuPaul. you know?
yeah, the RuPaul. Wow, it's crazy. So yeah, we'll take a look here at who endorses. This is just mind blowing to see. First of all, Toronto Dominion Bank, so one of the big 6 Canadian banks, is the biggest, and the Casino Montreal. So you've got your connections to the government because the government runs the Montreal Casino, as does the mob. Then you've got Fido, one of your big telemarketing or telecommunications corporations. Tourism Montreal. You've got the 3 branches of government: the municipal, the provincial, and federal government. And then you've got major partners here, including media, like massive corporations like PepsiCo. Of course, Trojan Condoms.
Yeah, Canada.
CTV, which is one of the big networks, one of the big, what is there, 3 networks here? Future.
Yeah, there's, I think, CDTV and CTV, and and then CBC, of course.
We got Quebec Or, which is one of the big media conglomerates here in Canada. Air Canada, the largest airline. And then we've got,
shame on them.
Yeah. We've got the partners here: Esca Bottled Water, Via Rail, the Montreal metro system, basically the STM, the Six Flags Park, Winners. I mean, you got all American Apparel, Coors Light, right? And then you've got official hotels. it's just, and these are like some of the creme de la creme hotels in Montreal.
Makes it really difficult to shop now. I mean, I'm just looking at all the corporations that sponsor this type of crap, and and I pretty much, I'm losing track of what I should be buying and what I shouldn't.
This is why
I don't want to buy anything from these corporations.
This is why I try to warn people about how big the tentacles of this new world order are, because they reach into all of these, like that when people put on ESPN, for instance, they think they're watching ESPN, but they're actually watching Disney, right?
Yeah.
And that if you're watching NBC News, you think you're watching NBC, but you're actually watching Disney, right? And this extends to thousands of Disney affiliates, and so all the major corporations are kind of like this. So 95.9 FM Virgin Radio, well, that's Virgin Media, right? CJAD News Talk Radio here, which is a part of, I don't know if it's Quebec or is it Post? I think it's actually Post Media. So like, it's just another example. And then you got suppliers, you got restaurants and stuff. I mean, look at this. They just keep popping up. Wow.
All Dutch chips. Well, that stuff will turn you gay for sure.
Yeah, that's true. You got a lot of saunas here. You got Sauna Centreville. Nothing to worry about there, guys. Sauna G.I. Joe. Yeah. Yep. I have a friend who was looking for the bar sauna here in Montreal, and somebody sent him to the Colonial Bathhouse, which is like a gay sauna.
Oh man, that sucks.
How soon did he figure it out?
Yeah. He figured it out when he was paying to get in, and they gave him a towel and a condom and some lube. Like, no joke. They give
Oh my gosh.
Apparently, when you go in there, they give you a towel with a condom and some lube.
Well, that certainly fits.
That's a hint.
Their agenda. Yeah.
Oh, there's the cube, guys.
With their lifestyle. Rather.
I bet
The
you
black cube.
you guys weren't expecting to see the cube here.
And there's a certain tribe in the Middle East who likes to wear that kind of object.
Yeah, it's crazy. It just goes to show you there's nothing. And there's the Mr. K Bear, or Mr. Bear here. I messaged what's his name there, and I hope he can come in here. Stranger Than Fiction. Who, if you're listening to this, I did send you a link on Twitter, and I messaged him about the bear symbolism because he was showing me the producer of Ellen DeGeneres show. Oh my god, it's just horrible. Anyways, I won't. I don't even want to think about it. But yeah, and then you got Friends. It's not enough. You got the Friends here that come in. Look, I mean, we're way more than I even said before. Like I think I said 70 or 60 or 70. And look at this. I mean, all of these corporations.
And that's just Montreal. That's just one city.
And this is just Montreal. Although Montreal is definitely
Yo homo. What the fuck? Yo homo. What the fuck is that? I just gotta laugh at that.
Hey guys, I'm going to the gym. Which gym are you going to? It's mon gym privé.
I'm going to the gay city, guys.
Yeah. It's just
Girl
Gay
play.
city news.
That's right.
Girl play. Yeah, girl play Toronto. In. You get in, you just don't get out. You're in, you're not.
Is there another one called Out? There's got to be an Out down there, right? You keep scrolling.
It's just crazy, man. You know, all you can say is it's completely orchestrated. And I would like to look into that. In fact, I think in a way, Bug, that could be a good way to reach a lot of Canadians about what's going on, is just say, okay, let's do our best to organize a straight pride parade.
Yeah, somebody already tried it. That's what I was saying. they got shut down. I mean, you can still try doing that, but it might end up in everybody. Well, I mean, you know how it goes.
Be arrested.
Being
In a
arrested,
cage.
which is, you know, probably at some point we will have to do that.
It's just
It might be interesting to do what you're talking about and record the phone calls of you calling around to say, hey, would you be interested in sponsoring this? And then put that on the internet when they're like, heck no, that's not the genre that we're trying to push or whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
That's what I was saying. Like, if you did, and you called up like Toronto Dominion and stuff, and you got to actually speak with people that are dealing with this type of stuff, and you say, "Well, I don't understand what's going on here," right? Like, why wouldn't you want to support a pride parade for straight people? You could call it a family parade. How about that? Why not just a family parade? Where you celebrate families?
yeah.
Oh, actually, that would be co-opted really quickly because, of course, family now. I think is it
It's a black lesbian and a white overweight cat lady with purple hair, and they have a Chinese child.
Yeah. I think Anonymous is here. Hello, Anonymous. Welcome.
Hey, sisters.
Hey, sisters.
I'm not really a fan of a straight pride because, I mean, we don't identify by our sexuality. That's what makes us different from them.
Yeah, I know.
That was sort of a counter, a bit of a reactionary event that was planned. It's not something that we would be doing normally, but
it's barely to make a point, basically, right? So it's not.
Yeah,
that's hate speech.
Yeah, exactly. Was it you, Anonymous, that sent me the family? I think it was you that sent me the link there on Google employee that was offended by the term family and demanded that it be removed.
Yeah, and that actually happened a couple of years ago, but for some reason they decided to report it now.
I guess it's apt. Bring it back. But yeah, I mean that's just crazy. And this is what I've been saying. I've been showing for a long time is that they're like ultimately what we have going on, folks, is a total deconstruction of what the family is, and this is their greater agenda, which is they want to eradicate the concept of family and stop people from doing this, from engaging. And what you'll see, and a lot of people, I've shown this a lot, although it bears repeating, which is the promotion of pets over children, which is something they push all the time, all over, how much better it is to have cats or dogs than babies.
Yeah. People actually using terms like dog mom or fur baby, fur son. I mean, this is very recent. Actually, on my Twitter account, I showed a Google Trends graph with people using. I'll actually, instead of me talking about it, I'll pull it up and show you maybe in a minute.
I'm showing right now, if you could see the screen, just dog mom.
Yeah, but I wanted to show the actual trends, Google Trends, for. Yeah, one second.
Term used in online dating profiles to signal a woman's decision to never have kids. Wow. It's like the first thing that pops up. Like, I'm just thinking, like, innocently, like, man, I love dogs, and I could see how people could, look at dogs like that, because I've had a dog, and I'm like, man, he's like my son, but I don't go around calling myself, dog dad.
Yeah,
I'm just like, man, he was like my son. I loved him, but I'm not gonna. Yeah. Anyway, go on.
It is a form of manipulation, because it's like, no, you can be a dog owner. That's proper, and dogs are great. I love dogs. I mean, come on, you got to be fucking socio or psychopath not to love a dog. A dog is just they're just wonderful. But this is all part of depopulation, and this is how they reach us. And they get you young, folks. They get you with the Disney movies, and they get you with the comic books and the cartoons. And the fascinating thing is, you look into the Marvel comic book movies. I went through almost all the movies. Very painful, very difficult to get through them. I still haven't watched Black Panther and a couple of ones. But just doing a whole examination, because this is what I'm going to do, is an examination on families and family life as depicted in Marvel comic book movies, and you'll be shocked. There's only one instance in there's 20 something films now in the Marvel comic book universe, and there's about a 5-minute segment in one of the Avengers films which takes place on Hawkeye's farm, where he has a family, and it was like the only time that families are really referenced at all. And none of the other characters have families. None of them have children. It's amazing, because they're all of the perfect age, or the age well into the ages of having kids and stuff like that. So this is just part of how they are conditioning. They're transforming our world. They're transforming what we are, and they're turning us into some. This is what I want people to know, because it's not about, look, you might think that the planet's overpopulated. You might think that we're stretching our resources, and I can understand that, and I can sympathize with that, but there's a point where what they're trying to do to humanity is they're trying to twist us and turn us into something else, which is against what we are. And this is why it's so utterly evil, is that it's fine for people that want to identify as being gay or lesbian and go that way. That is perfectly fine. And we should, in my opinion, we should definitely accept these people and not discriminate against them, and they should be a part of our society, absolutely. But that's not what they're doing. They're actually trying to transform people into those. They're pushing those on everyone. And just what I showed there with the little promo, if people got a chance to see it, and that's what Vononymous was, I'm sure, making reference to, is the James Charles Hey Sisters intro that he always uses. Is this indoctrination of kids into this mindset that it's super awesome to be queer and beta and weak and soft and sensitive and all these weak sort of characteristics. A pussy, yeah.
Vulnerability is strength.
Vulnerability. I love that one. You could have a feel
classic. It's like straight out of 1984. Like that kind of reverse mentality on things.
Okay, Bug. So I got you clicked on there.
Yeah, so I pulled up the Google Trends. So this is for United States, 2004 to present. Yeah. Blue is dog mom, and red is raising children.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, this is scary. This is not good news.
Wow. Well, there you go, folks. I mean, a picture's worth 1,000 words. That one's worth a few 10,000 maybe.
Major mind control in action.
That says it all, really. I mean, it says a lot about what they're doing. And look, I covered an article the other day about this single girl that committed suicide, and she was a dietitian and traveling the world, or she was a nutritionist, not a dietitian, a nutritionist.
Yeah, that was a good video, man.
Thank you. I mean, the story to me couldn't be faker. I mean, it's total bullshit, but they want to condition people into the mindset that, hey, it's like this let's talk thing. Okay, maybe we'll talk about let's talk for a second here, because it was let's talk here. If maybe some of the Americans here and Aussies and others may not be familiar, but Bell, the biggest telemedia corporation here in Canada, has had this 10-year sort of program, this Let's Talk about mental illness, and everywhere pumped, especially during the sporting events. It's just every commercial break, let's talk, and they use all these celebrities, and they said just come out and end the stigma of mental illness. And so this week was the big, it was Let's Talk Day, right? Wow, it was just everywhere. It's just crazy how they're normalizing this mental illness. Like they are, what I would argue with everyone, or what I would say to folks out there, is that they're making us mentally ill, with all their toxic media and products and foods and everything else that there's constantly.
Those antidepressants will make you mentally ill.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
Like a bad accident.
They won't treat you at all. Actually, I might share. We have a case of mental illness in my family. A family member has succumbed to some serious mental condition, unfortunately. But the treatment that was offered in the hospital was just completely incorrect, because it turns out that the condition was caused by food sensitivity, and that basically attacked the brain cells. The antibodies produced were passing through the blood to brain barrier and attacking brain cells. That's what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
And the treatment that they offered was the standard antipsychotic drugs, I guess. And it was horrible what that stuff was doing. And what the reality was, it was food sensitive.
Before any prescription is prescribed, this is where you have to really question mental health professionals.
Oh yes, they are completely.
In my belief, like what I would say, and I'm no expert, but I would say before even considering any sort of pharmaceutical thing, that every other avenue should be exhausted, and it would start with diet, in my opinion, and media intake. So, like, are you playing video games? Are you watching lots of television? Are you eating fast food? Are you eating junk food? Are you eating genetically modified foods? Like, those are the first things that I would deal with if I was dealing with somebody who has, severe mental illness. And I know that in my family, I'm sure everybody has somebody in their family or extended family that has this. It's nothing to, I can say, look, don't be ashamed if you're suffering from depression or you're going through what you would perceive or be diagnosed as mental illness, because it's most definitely not your fault, right? That's the first thing. So yeah, I can agree with that. I would say that the Let's Talk people care not at all. I'm not saying that people that are involved with it don't necessarily care. I'm sure a lot of them are convinced they're doing the right thing. But I would say where it emanates from, those people do not care about the mental health. In fact, what they're trying to do, without a doubt, is normalize mental illness. And it is extremely disturbing that we are not approaching this with the proper sort of tact, where we should be saying to folks, look, if you're suffering from depression, you need to change your lifestyle. You do not need to take some pill and expect that things are going to change. You need to change your lifestyle. And that starts with, getting exercise, getting fresh air, getting out in nature, detoxing yourself. And if you do all those things, and you do them for enough time and you're still not feeling better, well, then, maybe at that point we might start looking at other solutions. But this is not at all how this mental health issue is dealt with at all. It's not even dealt with. I mean, the reality is they're not solving people's mental illness. Most people that go on antidepressants end up worse. In fact, there's no conclusive study. In fact, all the studies that I've looked into over the years dealing with it show that actually taking pharmaceuticals, antidepressants, actually worsen depression, if anything. And so,
they do.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, they do, and they don't work how the doctors claim. Like they're like, what you're taking now is a band-aid. You know, it's temporary, and it's like, dude, the antidepressants are temporary too. Whenever you stop taking them, your brain reverts to exactly how it was. And I mean, they're garbage, and they don't even work anyway. But the point is, you know, it's not like a permanent fix like they claim. That's
it's
fucking
not a fix.
garbage.
Yeah, it can't be a fix because what would be the
Right.
fix? Well, you're on a drug. Well, that can't. So now you're taking on a drug. What are the side effects of the drug?
I was gonna,
right?
I was gonna say the only thing I could see professionally working is maybe like a good psychologist. But I agree with everything you said. Obviously, I mean, all that needs to be done. But I mean, I can see a place in society maybe for a really great psychologist that's not prescribing a drug that they can go to and talk their problems out, because maybe they don't have, you know, someone to talk to in their family about it, or, you know, whatever. I could see a place for that. But like even like a psychiatrist who's just basically like a doctor nowadays, I mean, they just prescribe shit. I don't really see a need for that either.
No,
you know?
It's because they get paid every time they do it.
Exactly.
I mean, the only thing that works about the pharmaceuticals is the bank transaction.
Yeah,
true. Ka-ching, ka-ching, because the pharmaceutical corporations often give all kinds of bonuses to doctors that would be prescribing these things. That is a well-known sort of very devious sort of practice.
True.
And then, you know, you can't expect a doctor. I know there are exceptions. I've had good doctors in my. I've never had a shrink or a psychologist or anything like that, but I've had doctors in my life that were actually decent human beings, because I think a lot of us think, you know, when we go to the doctor, a lot of them just don't give a shit, and it's rare to find a good doctor. It's probably even more rare to find a good doctor for mental illness. I wouldn't even know what people would have to go through with that. And if these people are seeing umpteen, you know, 70, 80 people a day, or I don't know how many people they can fit in their schedule, you know, 10, 15 minutes a pop, and they're making these diagnoses based on these slivers of short time that they're with these people, and they're giving these prescriptions of drugs that they've never experimented with themselves, that they can only understand through the literature that accompanies it and through whatever studies and journals that they may or may not have read, which probably most definitely did not read, sort of thing. So they're just, you know, prescribing these things. And it's very, very harmful because we're not dealing with the situation. And yes, a lot of these people, look, what is social media doing to people? It's not making people more sociable. It's actually doing the opposite. In many ways, people are avoiding social contact. In many ways, people are becoming beyond socially awkward. They're becoming socially just
retarded.
Yeah, retarded. Right, where it's like the social interaction is a painful experience, and it's like, no, that's supposed to happen all the time. I mean, you're supposed to do that all day long, sort of thing. That's how it used to be. That's the way it should be. And this is why so many people are suffering, because they got nowhere to go and no one to talk to, and then they're putting on their television, or they're hooked up to their device, or they're playing their video games, or they're listening to the satanic music industry. And like I have such a hard time. I mean, I would be fucking so utterly depressed if I had to sit around and watch television all day. I'd probably shoot myself. I can't watch 5 minutes of television. I'm watching Hockey Night in Canada, and I swear to God, it's Hockey Night and feminist cancer. It's painful. It's just painful. It's like every time when the play is on, if you can stomach the purple and the mustaches for the cancer and all that, it's fine, because the game is being played and you're watching the sport. And then it's like, oh wow, you know, I'm actually watching something. But as soon as the play stops, the commercials start. Let's talk about mental health. You know, let's have pride in this. Let's normalize depression.
And it's this whole virtue signaling that really pisses me off as well. I mean, people they find so much joy in wearing those ribbons on their clothes and on sticking them on their trucks and cars, and it's just it is so shallow.
It's something to belong to.
The point, yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Sad too, because you're taking advantage of people suffering, right? Because most of these people that would wear those ribbons and stuff have suffered. Like, the people have died. I'm sure almost everybody, here has had people die of cancer in their family, and you know, and then the solution is, well, let's raise awareness. Well, what? We're not aware of it. I mean, get the fuck out of here. I mean, what are these marches for breast cancer? I mean, what are you raising awareness for? What do you? I mean, what, we don't know it exists? I mean, it's killing people. I mean, it's ludicrous, but and it is taking advantage of people's goodwill. And again, you have that mob mentality coming in, where you got people coming together. When I showed the women's march, the original one, so this was the second or third iteration. I think it's the second iteration we had just past, you know, just last year or whatever, or just shortly a month ago. And when I showed the first iteration, and I was showing this, it was the smallest, the world's smallest women's march, and it was like a group of women. It was like half a dozen women marching on this forest, you know, road in like Nova Scotia, like, like in the middle of fucking nowhere with their signs. And
with their pussy hats.
Yeah, with their pussy hats and their signs. And it's just like that. Well, that sums it up rather succinctly. You know, it's like, yeah, you know, I mean, you're under heavy mind control. If you weren't watching television, you'd probably be doing something meaningful with your life right now. But they would be fooled into thinking this is wonderful. You know, they're getting out. And this is the whole thing. When I say the kids coming out for the marches, how often are they around other kids in a positive atmosphere? So they're going out with other kids in a positive atmosphere, which is calling for the destruction of humanity, basically, by disarming humans. I mean, they don't realize that they're actually partaking in something that is totalitarian and ultimately is going to destroy them. And they need to be told that. And then they need to be bitch slapped, because, or they need to be bitch slapped first and then told that, so they don't do it again. But this is the whole thing about this social breakdown, like this normalization of depression, and this, well, let's talk about it. Let's get better help. Here we got 33 million people. Philip DeFranco just used the Philip DeFranco code. You know, 33 million people can't be wrong. Let's get better help. Don't mind where it comes from, Keemstar. And I told Keemstar it comes from Israel. He had no interest in that. But I mean, the thing was, what are they doing to the youth? They're poisoning the youth with toxic sort of celebrities, pushing horrible lifestyles. The worst type of mentality. When I look at Trisha Paytas, it's like that girl should be banned, if anything, from, I mean, if anybody's going to be banned, it should be her. I mean, going around doing mukbangs and fucking sobbing and you know, just having these freakouts and whatever else. I mean, it's just disgusting what these people are doing. And yet these are the people that are trending. These are the people that are popular. And if you come in and you say something, you're a bad person. And it's like, well, wait a second. These are the bad people. I'm not telling people to be a disgusting fat body, fucking horribly depressed, narcissistic, fucking all this shit. I'm telling people to be the opposite of that. Fucking get strong and do that. But that's not what they want. They want weakness, because vulnerability is strength. And so it's a real horrible indoctrination that I see that the youth, and of course the education systems, which are really just programming institutions, are there to retard and depress people and put them into that proper state of servitude. Like, most people coming out of high school these days are going to come out with an even lower self-esteem than they went in with, which is really sad. It's like we should be producing superhumans. We should be getting people to challenge themselves every day so that they become better and more confident and more capable. But instead, we're putting people in these institutions that are more like penitentiaries than anything else, and they're becoming more and more prison-like with all the fake shootings and stuff that they're using to bring in these, you know.
Hey, new trending Kevlar inserts in your backpack.
Kevlar inserts in your backpack. Oh, our schools now have what do you call them? Pods. These safety pods. I don't know if you've seen them. I showed them in a video in which they, you know, in the aftermath of Parkland, they had a bunch of schools that put these pods in, and they're these pods that are supposed to be bulletproof. and like hurricane proof or whatever, and it's like, if a shooting happens, all the kids run into the pod, you know, sort of thing, and somebody seals the pod. It's just so disturbing. It is so utterly disturbing that we're doing this to children, and that we're little children are going through school drills on a daily basis, you know, sometimes multiple times a year in some of these schools, where, you know, 5-6-year-olds are being taught to, not only duck and cover, but run into pods and stuff, and just
sad.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
Jeff,
Jeff, real quick.
yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
There's somebody I've been talking to the past, I don't know, month or so, and she wants to say hello to you, and her name is so Influence Freedom says hello to you.
Influence Freedom. I remember Influence. Yeah, okay, that's great. I hope she's doing well.
Oh yeah, she's doing the whole thing about she's been studying like astrology, and she's been seeing how they're using all the archetypes and different star systems as the symbols in the movies.
Oh yeah. That's important stuff. That's definitely happening. We need.
So that's what she's been working on. Basically.
Yeah, she does good work too. She's pretty talented. I hope to see her work on this because it's really important, and that's referring to all your movies are like. There's many different ways of looking at your movies. Most people just look at them like retards, and
right. That's what she says.
yeah, and there's so much symbolism behind them because, of course, it's all tribe for the most part, and they are
damn Samoans.
Yeah, they're just. It's everywhere in your.
Even when you're looking for it, it's hard to see sometimes. It's like even it's like, oh, I missed that first time.
It's amazing that you can go back and watch these movies. Like some of these movies are just incredible. Like Back to the Future being a whole sort of coded
9/11 predictive programming,
and it's undeniable when you watch it. It's so crazy, and it's like, oh my god! And that was like the biggest movie, like way back in the 80s.
Dude, where'd that guy go, by the way, who made that awesome expose on that? And then I remember he just didn't come out with much more content.
I don't Barely Human guy, right? I remember him. We had him on one of our shows way back in when we did We'll Do It Live. He came on for one of the shows because he released his video, and I was so blown away by it. I was like, okay, you got to get this guy on.
That was awesome.
It was incredible. Yeah, it really is, and it's like that's the type of video that I would send to a lot of different people because you could send it to normal people, sort of thing, sheeple, sleeple, whatever you want to call it.
There's no denying when you see the evidence.
Yeah, because I think in a way, that's why I say people like Really Graceful are so important because we need to be able to reach that average person. Not Jeff C is gonna on too many steps of like just down the rabbit hole sort of thing that it's going to be too much for an average person to come in and listen.
Well, I think you're just too raw, man, which is not a bad thing, but they don't like raw. They like
the NPR voice. The NPR voice.
Yeah, but then again, everyone has in the best of times, I think that all of us serve certain areas and certain functions, sort of thing, and we can all kind of do our little part. But yeah, it is super important. I think that is one of the crucial ways that you can reach people, because when you think about it, and I do this all the time with Supreme Lord Commander, is the whole purpose of the channel was to examine the games and the movies and everything else and how they are programming people, and when you think about it, it's like this is where the people are. This is where they're being programmed. So if you can reach them there, if you can reach them with what they're being programmed with, right as they're being programmed with it, or the people that the people that have been brought up as fans, because this is this nostalgic sort of suspended childhood that people are being subjected to is very dangerous. It's very toxic. It's very bad. It breaks people down, and it lowers your, it's just an awful sort of toxic sort of mentality to be programmed into, because you're dumbing yourself down. You're allowing yourself to be a child over and over again, and it's a soft, easy thing to fall into because it's like it's so accessible. It's like you fall into the culture of the television shows or the cartoons or whatever. The Jap anime is a great example where people grow up with it and they just love it so much. And then, you know, they can't let it go, and they're not. And then they look around, they see all these other adults that haven't let it go either, and it's like, well, I don't have to let it go. I can hold on to it forever. And it's like, well, no, you're actually not growing up. You're actually not maturing as an adult. This is all part of how they're going to control you, right? This is how they're dumbing you down. This is why you are no threat to what they're doing. In fact, you're a perfect sort of a pawn in the game that they can use over and over again. And this is really the stuff that I have coming on suspended childhood is going to blow people away. I mean, some of the videos that I'm going to be I've got scheduled to do are really disturbing. Some of the stuff that I'm going to show, but it really is an extremely toxic sort of mentality that is all over YouTube and all over other social media. And this is where you know the
thing that sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
Regarding the suspended childhood, I think I shared it with you, but the whole phenomenon of adult coloring books is pretty disturbing to me. I started seeing this kind of material pop up on my supermarket shelves, and I was like, what the hell? There were literally magazines with coloring pages for adults, and it stated specifically on the cover that it's for adults, and it's like unicorns and owls and one-eye symbolism everywhere, and it's just the most. I was like, okay, this is something that they're trying to dumb us down even further.
Absolutely.
And amazingly, apparently, this is the thing now. There literally are, if you look up on Meetup, there literally are meetups for coloring.
Yeah.
And grown people go there. It's just so bizarre to me. I just don't. I don't.
The warning coming in. You know, one time I gotta tell a little funny story, because one time I was doing a live show, and I get so into them, and I typically never look at the chat, and it's just how I stay focused, right? I will look at the chat now and again, sort of thing, just to make sure it's working and stuff. But one time I was doing a live stream, and it got shut down, and I probably went for an hour before I realized, and I'm yapping away. And then I look, and it's like, I've been off stream. And then I realize I've been off stream for like an hour.
You hate that.
Here I was, like, I'm on fire. Yeah, I'm kicking it, man.
Dude, I remember one time you went on and you literally got taken off like 2 minutes into it. It was like 2 or 3 minutes into it. And then I was just like, damn.
Yeah, I got a special, the special 8200 assigned to this channel. Jeff C's going live. All right, Agent John LeBon, activate, activate whatever agents they have, and then they come in, and if need be, they'll shut it down. It seems like if I do a shooting live stream, they'll shut it down right away.
Oh yeah, they're not going to tolerate that anymore.
No.
No,
it's just the way it is. So but there's ways maybe to dance around it, sort of thing. That's what we're doing now.
By the way, Jeff, you got to make fun of my avatar, man. I've been waiting.
No, actually, when I saw it, I mentioned I liked it. The ninjas. Good.
Man, I have a good friend who's a graphic designer, and I was like, man, I need something for this. I was like, I don't know, just put some ninjas in there, and that's what he fucking.
But if the two if the bottom of the L and the E fall off, what do you got? Enough twadif?
Twad. I guess it's just enough of this twad. Yeah, it's like, or no, you're right. Yeah, I guess that would be the twat. I don't know. Anyway, it's corny as fuck, though, right? But I think it's
no, it's good. I like it a lot, actually. I don't remember your other one. I probably would recognize it if I saw
I was blue guy. I was just anonymous blueface on the last shows. Remember? So I was just a blue guy.
I like Vanonymous.
This is definitely a step up. Step in the right direction.
It's not easy taking that picture because I can't really see very well with the mask on.
Yeah, I don't care.
That actual mask that you have?
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool one, actually.
Yeah, I got a bunch.
Well,
many faces.
See, I don't care. I just use my actual picture and I say, "Come do something about it."
Yeah, that's it, man. No, take me on. I got my laptop here, man. I'm gonna hack into you.
Yeah.
Many people think that I'm like a satanic Jew or something based on my avatar.
Yeah. That's why I asked you. Remember, I said, "Hey, dude,
Yeah.
what's going on with your
I went on fucking Freddy's live stream, and I think I'm a werewolf was there, and my call lasted maybe 35 seconds before I got kicked, and I mentioned like, yeah, I'm a protege of Jeff Stewart and Jeff C from Hell, motherfuckers. He cut me off right there.
I don't know if you want to put me in the same phrase as Jeff Stewart.
I don't know. Everybody wants Jeff Stewart. I
don't want to be that flat Earth shit. I want to be as far away as possible, but it never stops. So you know, it
did end in November. The whole thing was just stopped.
Is it stopped? No, it can't be.
Yeah,
stopped.
well, no, I mean like the at least from Jeff Stewart, he just vanished.
Oh, okay, he vanished. Okay.
Yeah.
Did he find the edge yet? Can we just do that though? Can we just put Richie and what's his name, the odd, that guy,
that really
ODD, the fucking rapist,
and Mark Stark, Patricia Steer, Jesse Spot.
No More News was interviewing Richie from Boston. I was like,
when was this?
And I want to love, No More News like so bad because he does such great work, but then he's like, he does this shit, and it's like, dude. And then in the comments, he's like, well, I don't agree with everything that Richie from Boston says, guys. Come on. It's like, dude, he's a shill.
Yeah, Adam Green was in Israel, Jake Morpheus.
Yeah, and they came back on the day of the freaking can't talk about it shooting.
Is it Jake Morphonius?
Yeah. He's friends with Adam Green of No More News.
Yeah, I would.
They were just strolling around in Israel, like no big deal.
I would be careful. What I would say to folks is be careful of honeypot operations. That's what I would say. Just be careful, because some operations are there to lure you in and identify you and stuff like that. Not saying
did you hear the
Abu 7 having a conference in Ohio or whatever in March? Did you hear about that?
He's having a conference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adam Green was in a recent controversy with the Pizzagate. The what's it called? The pizza shop.
Oh,
Ping pong.
Yeah, I saw that. Where it's like somebody tried to burn the restaurant.
Yeah.
And they snapped a photo, or there was a camera image, and it kind of looked a bit like Adam Green. And so there was a Jewish guy. I mean, almost everybody on Twitter, if you go to Twitter, all the top accounts that are always trending and control all the media, they're all of a certain tribe. It's people you can't talk about. But somebody out of that group identified Adam Green, or said it was Adam Green who was the culprit, and so Adam Green got really upset and claimed that he was, being a victim or something. I'm not really sure.
And DeFango started the rumor.
Yeah, and it blew up into something. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be involved in any of that because, I don't want to say, if so-and-so, or if I think so-and-so might be not legit or something like that, because I could be wrong. And so I'm careful about that. But I really would be very suspicious, and I would be cautious. That's what I would say to folks, because all I see is a lot of bad disinfo agents appearing on some of these shows that, you know, I mean, like the guy that was mentioned before, who might be the biggest idiot I've ever seen in YouTube history. I really think that possibly the stupidest person I've ever seen in YouTube history might be Richie from Boston. I mean,
Yeah, that totally blew me away, man. I did not expect that at all. Did not expect it.
Yeah. But it you know,
Yeah.
people have to use discernment. And you know what? You just, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do about the power structures that run these platforms, and you're not going to be able to compete with them. And if they're up to operations, like they have cat tower operations where they install certain characters who are given the green light to push all kinds of terrible disinfo and feature all kinds of terrible actors.
It's funny that when you say that, like nobody who knows fucking lift the veil, like so they're just gonna be like, what cat tower operation? Yeah. What is that?
The cat tower is a dead giveaway. It's a dead giveaway. That guy's father was the director of the EPA. The EPA operates a bunch of satellites. So it would be very strange for the son of the director of the EPA to be a flat earther. It would be a really strange thing. So I would say that that would be a pretty much a dead giveaway that we have somebody that's not legitimate. But that's how it works, folks. And
well, that's his role, you know. He's an actor, right?
Yeah, he's an actor, and you're not going to be able to, like, you know, I could make 100 videos exposing him, and maybe it'd make a dent, you know, in his following, but probably not. And most of, like, if you go to the chats and stuff, there's agents operating multiple accounts. They can shout you down, they can clear you out. So it is what it is, and it's just,
hey man, it doesn't matter. You dominated him on that. You know, well, it wasn't even a debate, whatever. You know, it was great to watch. It was great to watch.
Yeah. The was the flat Earth one, is that what you're saying?
Hey, Sister Shiksa says. I'm sorry. Sister Shiksa in the chat says that Adam Green will have a cat tower soon.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and that's how it works, folks. Because like the way it is, it's a pantomime. So it's like I told Nathan knows that I know, and he knows that I know that he knows, and all that shit. So we know each other pretty well. And but the thing is that, like, the way it works is this: most of the people that might watch don't really catch on to the cat tower sort of thing. It's not there for them, you know. Doshi, here's my producer. It's kind of a joke, right? And people they like the cat and stuff like that. They don't realize how the average person would come in and see it. And the average person would come in and see the cat tower and say mental illness right away. And they'd be like, well, this is a guy that lives in his daddy's basement. He's got a cat tower. His cat is the producer of the show. He pushes all kinds of ridiculous disinfo. He features all these B-list, D-list, C-list, F-list actors like Isaac Crappy, you know, making outrageous claims of everybody in Hollywood being a pedo and stuff like that. It's a perfect play. So I told Nathan, I said, you're a good actor. I do think he's a good actor. You know, he's fairly good at what he does.
Isn't he schizophrenic, supposedly? Maybe he really thinks the cat is the producer.
Maybe the cat is the producer.
Maybe
he's under the control of the cat. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, there's no point. Like, I don't like. That's one guy I don't mind coming out and saying that's a shill, because, like, come on, I've said it a million times. I'm not gonna. But I'm not here to do that. Like, I'm not gonna go and say this one, that one, because I could be wrong. And I don't watch a lot of these people, so I don't watch No More News, for instance. I've seen some of his shows, and yeah, he does put out a lot of good information, and he seems pretty good at doing it. So maybe I'd be wrong if I was suspicious, but you know, I just choose to, like, for the work that I do, I don't need to watch all these people. Like, they're not influencing me, and they don't have an impact on my work. That's not how I work. I look at the media. So I'm much more concerned what ABC and NBC and MSNBC and the dumb turds and everybody else is putting out. I'm not concerned about what's being proliferated in the truth movement, because I don't really feel I'm part of it. anymore. I used to be, and that didn't go down well. So, you know, I extracted myself from it, and I'm much better off as a person as a result, sort of thing. So, and just as somebody who is here to disseminate information, it's better. And this show is different. You know, the show is bringing people together and having real, just candid conversations. But I used to partake in shows where I'd bring in all these truthers all the time, and you know, inevitably some of them are not legit, and you let a few bad apples in, and you know how it works, sort of thing. So,
man, I thought you were really cool for doing that, though. I mean, I know it sucked and it didn't work out, but I appreciate your thought and effort, you know, that went into it, and sorry that it, you know, worked out that way.
it is.
You know, it was a fantastic thought.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's naive and all that, but the I did meet a lot of great people, and I've had tremendous relationships with some excellent people that have put out some phenomenal work. So in the end, it all works out, and you know, the one thing I could say for sure is I definitely did not enjoy it when all that shit was going down. That was anything but enjoyable. So it's much better now. It's nice being off in a little corner doing your own thing and not having to deal with any of the drama, because they love drama. They use drama all the time. It's one of the best distractions, and it brings people in. So you notice how a lot of these shows like Lift the Cat Tower will have the drama constantly revolving around it, and they'll have characters that have come on the show and shenanigans have happened, and he said, she said, and it just feeds itself. So people stay in this loop where they're just constantly, you know, embroiled in just bullshit shenanigans that are there. Yeah, just there to keep you, you know, distracted, keep you.
Hey man, they're the trash men. You know, they're the trash men of YouTube. They collect the trash.
Yeah, yeah.
Basically, look at it that way. You know,
I think there's a lot of great
garbage men on
people
YouTube
that start to wake up to the manipulation, and that could fall into these circles. And it's just like Alex Jones. It used to be like a lot of people would start to wake up and they would end up with Alex Jones. Like they would start to clue in that CNN is not legit and shit, and then they would end up with Alex Jones. So, you know, it's a question of 6 of one, half a dozen. I mean, it's the same thing, right? You're going from one disinfo outlet to another, which is potentially worse. And that's the problem, is that I would say, and I would argue with people, I'd say you can't trust any of the established media, and that you have to follow the information first and foremost before you follow personalities. Information that you can take and decipher for yourself. So that's what I do, is I don't make up things. I'm not telling you that the moon is made of cheese or doesn't look as far as it looks or they say it is and stuff like that. I'm showing you what the corporate media is doing and how they're programming people, and then it's up to you to take that and make your own opinion or counter my opinion, if you will. But that's like, I'm very comfortable with the role that I have, or the role that I feel like I've fallen into, sort of thing. And I feel like I have an important function, sort of thing. But yeah, it is a really nasty realm, and it gets worse because if you look and you see the trajectory of YouTube and social media, it is the age of conspiracy. Like, look at Shane Dawson just released his conspiracy series, which is going to be the most popular thing on YouTube. All the most popular YouTubers make conspiracy videos, all of them. Tana Mongeau, PewDiePie, all these people are making conspiracy videos. It's become the rage, and they're all stupid conspiracies, of course, for the most part. They're just silly things, but and that's all part of how the New World Order is coming in and hijacking the conspiracy realm and filling it up with nonsense. And that's what the whole flat Earth operation was all about. It was like, we need to destroy the credibility of independent people, like, say, for instance, Jeff C., because too many people are being influenced by these people. So what we could do is we can plant a bunch of agents, strategically insert them in a bunch of shows, you know, people that would come in and you know, say the right things and establish themselves. And then they could spring the traps, which one of them would be flat Earth, for instance. And then all of a sudden, you know, flat Earth starts proliferating everywhere, to the point where, you know, now, you know, when people think of skeptics, they think of flat Earth, and that's the whole objective. That's Cass Sunstein 101. That's how they you know, are able to massively condition humanity and program people into a knee-jerk reaction sort of thing. So it's been you can't compete. There's no way you can compete. You can't take it down. You can't stop an operation that has incredible resources and unlimited money and everything else. You look at the Flat Earth operation, they have these conferences, where the media outnumbers the people that are at the conference sort of thing. And it's a wonderful example of how manufactured these psyops are when ABC, BBC, CNN, and all these news agencies are attending flat Earth conferences. When you have Logan Paul getting up on stage saying he's a flat earther and stuff like that, like you see exactly where it's coming from and what its intent is. And its intent is to destroy actual skepticism. It's to denigrate the actual skeptic sort of community and make us look like a bunch of drooling fucktards so nobody takes us seriously. So that when
sorry, go ahead.
No, I said it all. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I've shown my dad, this is how strong the programming is. He's brainwashed by Fox, and I've shown my dad literally. I've shown him all the Sandy Hook, footage. Oh yeah, that's right. I showed him Gene Rosen, and he actually he looked at the footage and he's like, nah, yeah, he's an actor. He's fucking acting. And then 2 weeks later or whatever, it's like that whole deprogramming I just tried is all out the window, and he totally forgot about it. But I think that's how strong the programming is. It's like, dude, I just showed it to you.
It's
you just
a
agreed.
certain type of amnesia.
It's literal.
You just agreed with me that you think
It's
it's a fucking actor. Yeah, but you can't. But they can't hold on to it.
The biggest conspiracy, the biggest conspiracy theorist in the world right now, as portrayed by the media, is Donald Trump. So it went that far that I really, really think, in a way, that we're a victim of our success. And I say we, I mean people like myself, legitimate people who were here and very concerned about events like the aforementioned Sandy Hook and many others, and that how they were being used to manipulate people and take away our rights, sort of thing. And that's exactly why I covered the things that I did, because I was like, this is just absolute tyranny. This is terrible. We're gonna be fucked, and we had so much success back in the day. And even then there was a ton of censorship, but we were able to reach millions of people with that information. And the powers that be got together and said, this cannot be tolerated. We must do something about this. And now it seems like, wow. I mean, it seems like almost everything is conspiracies. All the biggest podcasts, Joe Rogan's podcast, right? Conspiracies all the time, always. Eddie Bravo, he's got Brian Callen on, whose father's in the CFR. He's got all these shills. I mean, he's got,
but conveniently they avoid mentioning the Red Sea pedestrians.
No, it's exactly. It's not about legitimizing important conspiracies. It's the opposite. It's about saying how stupid conspiracies are and how damaging they are. So Eddie Bravo plays the perfect role of the moronic sort of I believe in everything
conspiracy idiot.
Right. Yeah. and so it's a perfect sort of area to feed into. Joe Rogan is a terrible human being. I hate Joe Rogan. I legitimately hate that guy. I would hate him enough to fight him, even though I know he would take me down and twist me and fucking dry hump me with his jiu-jitsu. But I really hate that guy.
He wouldn't stand. He wouldn't stand with us. He's a pussy.
A boxing match, he'd be in trouble. But I mean, if it's anything goes, I'd be in trouble. But the thing is that he's a terrible human being, because he is no doubt that he has made the deal, and he is such an important figure now. His show is ginormous, and you should. I mean, I don't know if you guys see this, but I mean, every other show is, small hats and stuff, and it's constant indoctrination and programming to people. The good thing that I can say about the Joe Rogan show is a lot of people are seeing through him. A lot of his audience are catching on to him And that is a really positive thing. It's like what I showed the other day when it was dealing with the global warming and like the CBC releasing articles saying, oh, it's, well, not just CBC, all the corporate media is releasing articles saying, well, blame the cold on the global warming, and people are just losing their shit. They're like, get the fuck out of here. It's like, don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining. So people there is a strong possibility that a major event, if it got fully exposed, like say Sandy Hook or Parkland or something like that, and it became common knowledge that it was this would be devastating. This is why they're going to such extremes, because if something like that, like if those dominoes were to fall and the cat got out of the bag and the average person knew that the corporate media conspired to create events in order to deceive and attack and destroy people's rights, it would be a game changer. And that's what they're desperately trying to stop. And that's why they created Flat Earth and Mandela and all these other fake conspiracies, in order to hijack the realm and repopulate it with their shills. And this is exactly what's going on. And that's why, we've seen the censorship and the shift that has happened. But we are in the age of the corporate media, the president of the United States. It seems like conspiracies are front and center everywhere, and that's not by accident. That's why Pizzagate was brought in as well to position the president as a
point.
Yeah,
I just want to say, my dad. It was so funny, man. He came up to me and he's like, that new world order you're always talking about. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, Trump's against that. And I was like, oh man, I was just like, that's what they have programming the people. Because first he was coming up saying like, Trump's done everything that he promised since he got into office. And I was like, no, he hasn't. And then I proved him wrong on that. And then like a week later, he was like, yeah, that New World Order you're against. Well, he's against it too. Like, gosh, man. And I can't, there's no way, like, that's my point to you guys. Like, for the older people who are programmed into that, like, it's done.
Yeah, it's
unfortunately done. Like there's no, it's decades of programming.
Yeah.
And you can't fucking reverse it. It's done. I'm just telling you, I've tried everything.
Yeah,
I've tried everything.
You can't, and you gotta be, you don't want to ruin relationships to do that. But innovation, is your mic working now? I just saw your message there.
He said he says his computer is too slow and his phone is not working with this
app. You want to talk about self-driving cars? They are now talking about self-driving semi-trucks that are rolling out. Okay, thank you, innovation. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I would love to see the computer get out and put the chains on.
The what?
I would love to see a computer get out and put the chains on the truck.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
we'll have little service stations, no doubt, for like human jobs. They'll come and put the chains on and shit.
Yeah, we're all going to be phased out of driving vehicles. I think that's pretty clear. I think a lot of the vehicle sort of attacks that have happened are part of that. And I think that they are, I think in many places they're going to phase out driving altogether. Maybe you'll get rentals for a certain period of time. If you're really rich, you'll have a car, of course, or you'll have a flying car, because those are coming already.
Well, they're going to make public transit free first, I think.
Yeah, that's already happening. Like
they're pushing for it.
Vancouver bug is not. Aren't they pushing to make the SkyTrain like free for anybody under 18?
To be honest, I haven't heard about it, but what they are pushing here big time is bike lanes.
Yeah, bike lanes. Same here. We have the Bixie bike program that they started here that they're exporting all over North America, and it does look good in some ways, because it's like, yes, you can't like that's like some of the things that the New World Order does are not necessarily horrible.
I mean, if you have your commute is like 8-10 blocks, yeah, sure. I mean, why would you drive a car in that case? Yeah. But that's what they want. They want people all to be basically crammed into the cities where they work, where they live, basically, and be restricted from nature, not be allowed to live by themselves in nature in rural areas. Sure, they will have to allow some farming because everybody would starve otherwise. But
that's what the car parks will serve. The car parks will all be converted to garden spaces.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that would actually work to feed a whole population of a large city. Call me skeptic.
They'll do a lot of vertical farming. They'll do mostly vertical farming.
That's right. Vertical farming, the greening of rooftops.
Yeah, you can vertical farm a wheat field or cornfield. Yeah.
Well, they won't use that then.
Well,
they'll switch to something else.
Yeah, we'll be eating bugs.
yeah,
that's true.
That's a huge one.
Trending.
Probably
2030.
Yeah, all these things are happening, and that is the reality. Is what we're all dealing with, and why people are all here is that we're watching our world being transformed. Like they are transforming our world. They're just not telling us about it. I mean, they are. If you go to the United Nations website, you look up Agenda 2030. They'll tell you we're going to transform the world. We're going to transform everything. We're going.
You don't even have to go that far. Just go to look through your city's website, and look for an Agenda 2030 program or Agenda 2030. You'll have something like that in there. My city has tons of it. Like
I really, it's that is. I'm going to do that.
Check this out.
That is interesting.
We're going to do this right now. So I'm going to open up here.
I'm going to look up Montreal.
Yeah, check this out.
Okay.
Okay, you guys see my screen now?
You have okay.
Okay. Yep. So Montreal Agenda 2030. Let's check it out. Here's the Jesuit Forum. Here's Développement Durable. Right?
Are the Jesuits? Are the Jesuits? Are they big in Montreal? Or
yeah, for sure. There is actually a website here. Hang on a second. Agenda. Maybe if I put the space there. Montreal Agenda 2030. Or actually, this is what I'll do. I'll put sustainable.
Oh yeah,
that's the catchword for the Agenda 2030. Okay. So here you've got sustainable development here. This is the 2016 to 2020 here website, but they have all these different websites talking about their different plans and how they're going to move forward. And they got 230 partner organizations and representatives from municipal departments and local administrations. This is all part of how they're transforming our world. Here's Ville de Montréal, sustainable development. I tell folks, Montreal has got to be one of the most Agenda 2030 cities on the planet. It is crazy. I see it everywhere. We have sustainable development gardens downtown, right next to our gay village. It's out of this world what they're doing. So it's all over this city. This city has signed on big time, and that's one of the reasons why Montreal is getting massive amounts of migrants, because they're all on board. And that's why Montreal's economy is also booming, because they've made the deals and they've been kind of savvy, I guess you could say, some of the political leaders, some of the mayors in Montreal, knowing that this is the whole thing that people need to realize is that countries are mattering less and less and less. It's much more about cities. Cities are becoming the city states, basically, but they're not really, because they're becoming all part of a global sort of government. That's why cities are meeting together all the time around the world and joining in these initiatives, right? Whether it's strong cities or safe cities and stuff like that.
Look up the C40 cities.
C40 cities. Yeah. Let's take a look.
C40.org.
C4 cities?
C40. C40.
After that, look up the E40 cities who support the rapper E40.
Right away, C40 Montreal comes up, of course. C40 cities here. Climate leadership. This is just one example of how it's all bypassing the countries themselves, and the cities are signing on to these pacts. And this is all the transformation. This has all been shown here. Cities will shape our future. So they're showing.
I see Vancouver and Montreal right away.
What is a C40 city, man? Hold on, like exit out of that and go back to like what this is, like that bullshit. Yeah, like,
world C40 cities are taking.
Oh, it's climate.
Yeah. So it's.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Of course, right? But that's just one example. The what is it? Which is the one for the immigrants? Is it the safe cities?
Every city is now
sanctuary cities.
Sanctuary cities. So
Sanctuary.
sanctuary cities.
There's no city in Canada that's not for immigrants.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you'd be racist.
Yeah, now they're trying to
very
ship
few
them
here
to
in Alberta
northern.
for now. They're
No,
mostly
have you seen
coming in the east.
No, have you seen the news that our Somali Minister of Immigration is planning to promote migration to, promoting the shipment of these migrants to all the small towns in
Yes, I
northern
saw
British
that.
Columbia, Alberta.
They want to promote to the rural
yeah,
areas.
more diversity and up there.
That's hilarious because
Nice.
that springs to mind Harrowville, because do you guys remember that? It was pretty much international news when Harrowville came out and said they passed a referendum in the city in which they were going to outlaw the wearing of religious things and covering of face and all that. And this was back, I think, in 2008. It was more than 10 years ago, but they became the laughing stock of the world, basically, because they were seen as racist and intolerant, right? And yet maybe they were actually kind of forward thinking, because that's exactly what you're saying, where all these cities, all these small towns are actually now being targeted as destinations for migrants, right? Well,
what some people are doing when they what they usually starts with is these migration centers that are being erected in those cities. Just all of a sudden there's a facility for migrants, and starts from there. It's like a invasion base basically, and then they just unload them there, and
that's why all the movies are showing this. Like all the movies, every movie that I see shows the migration agenda, amongst many others, the global warming and everything else. Like it's incredible when you watch these films. Like one of the ones that I immediately think of, which is one of the worst films I've seen in ages, called Downsize. You guys heard about that one with Matt Damon, where he shrinks himself down to like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You made a video about it.
Yeah. It's like they were showing the migration agenda and of course the global warming, and in the end, the doomsday of the earth was because of the methane release from the poles, that the global warming was causing the methane calthrates to release their methane. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
And it's always the Western countries that they show. It's the Asia for Asians, Africa for Africans, Latin America for Latinos, Israel for Jews, white countries for everybody.
Yeah, that's right. You're and that's what's happening. I mean, we're that's why beige horizon and all this is people should be outraged, because it's an attack on what we are, and we should have, and everyone should have a right to say, well, I mean, if we're going to live under the illusion that we have democracy, because I don't buy it for a second, but if we're going to live under if they're going to tell us all the time that we're democratic countries and we fight for democracy and America's going around the world trying to protect democracy and freedom fries, right? And we're going to save the world. Well, if you say that, then we should have a say. And if we have a say, then you shouldn't be shutting us up and censoring us and putting us in prison because, what was the legislation that was trying to be passed there? Do you guys remember? I think I did a video on it, probably been taken down, in which there's this international pact that Canada was signing on to, in which it would make it illegal to criticize the migration.
The migration pact, United Nations Migration Pact, and yes,
it's the Migration Pact. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, United Nations Migration Pact. It basically states that migration is now a human right, just like Wi-Fi is a human right as well.
Yeah, that's it. Like
everything's a human right now.
It's a human right, and it's you can't tolerate people coming up against it. So Canada's set to sign on to the UN Migration Pact, and here you go. And once again, we are being but the citizens have no say. I mean,
nobody voted for this. Nobody, people learned just a couple of weeks before it was passed.
You wouldn't know. I mean, like the average person has no idea. The average person is under horrible mind control, and they're thinking, anybody that's against migration. I'm thinking, like, I'm in Quebec, and I'm thinking, wow, Quebec might be one of the best buffers against.
Yeah, you have this sort of culture that is not welcoming towards strangers, and it's actually healthy.
Yeah, well, it's that the French are a nation, right? They identify themselves as a nation, and they identify themselves as white, French, and mostly French, but it's French, Irish, English, Scottish sort of descent, right? By and large, and that needs to be protected.
And that's healthy. That's
healthy. And so in the politics of Quebec, that has always played a huge role. And that is one of the reasons why Montreal is now a second city to Toronto, because of the separation and all that, the separatist governments. But that now, in a way, you could argue that it might be a strong buffer, because if enough Quebec people start to buy into that again and say, well, wait a second, aren't we shouldn't we be promoting, and that's one thing too with you could say that Quebec is the most socialist area in North America. And that has a lot to do with Parti Québécois and René Lévesque and just the history of Quebec. But that is traditionally seen as a negative thing, but it actually might be a good thing.
No, I don't see it that way. I mean, that's positive in the light of what is going on right now. That's definitely positive. I mean, we don't want to become a nation of deracinated mixed race people. I mean, that's it's going to be disaster for for the
average Ontarian, right? The average person in Ontario, they're not really high cultured. They're not. They don't. There's nothing really to like
preserve.
You could say, people from the prairies have more, or certainly people from Newfoundland have a distinguished, or have, at least in the past, had a very distinguished sort of culture and language, dialect, if you will, and you would say that's important. It should be protected. Well, Quebec, for sure. You wouldn't say that about Ontario. You'd say Ontario is just like a big melting pot and stuff like that. So the average Ontarian cannot really relate to a French Canadian. The French Canadian sees themselves as like, well, we're this small little area in North America, and we're extremely unique, and we're the only part of this part of the world that has these people, and we need to protect.
You're basically the Poland of North America.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's could actually be a really good thing if enough Quebecers wake up to the migration agenda and realize what it's really about. And
it's replacement of Europeans. Well, that's what it is. I mean, and creating a sort of a mixed race.
And it's also
people.
One of the things too that I say about this is that the French government, or they have for a long time been worried, elites at least, or not, I wouldn't say elites, but I'd say that the sort of political makeup of the separatist, parties has kind of sold themselves as being the protectors of French culture, and that one of the things, this is one of the reasons why Quebec is so socialist, because they want to make sure that French people keep having families. Right. So they provide all these incentives. So Quebec has the longest maternity leave in North America for women who have babies, because they want more women to have babies. So they give all kinds of incentives. They give extra bonuses if you have more children, sort of thing, which is the proper way. This is the way we should be doing it. What we should
it could also be exploited, but I understand. Yeah, it's a good thing.
We should be saying to Justine Trudeau, or we should get that guy out, but we should be saying, like, why aren't we promoting people having babies? Like, why because that's not what's happening. We're promoting people being homosexuals, right? We're promoting people not practicing sexual reproduction, anything but. We're saying whatever you do that's not sexual reproduction is awesome, and if you do sexual reproduction, well, that's not good. We're going to hurt you, or we're going to normalize divorce. We're going to normalize, how awful it is to have a family and how many broken families there are. So we're getting indoctrinated into the New World Order, and that's why it's important to use some of the established, because they're dismantling everything that we are, and it's not an easy task for them. It's not an easy task. It's taken them several decades to get to where they are.
Yeah, and trillions of dollars.
Yeah, and they're still battling. Look at the United States. I mean, you got all the different states themselves that have, their own control over their education and their own control over their gun rights and stuff like that. So
that's why they're trying to dilute those states and those communities with strangers that don't belong there really. And when you have communities that are invaded in such a manner, obviously people scatter, or they gradually blend together and creating a culture that is no longer attached to the former values of the community and so on.
Exactly.
So,
that's why they're trying so hard to eradicate our history, and that's one of the reasons why they're ripping down statues and stuff like that.
You mentioned that they're trying to normalize divorces. Well, there's literally a billboard in my city that says there are good divorces, and the website is choosecollaborativedivorce.ca. I tried to go to the website, but it doesn't work. But it's just this big ass billboard that says there are good divorces, and it shows a
interesting story. I mean, every time I turn on the radio here while driving, about the that specializes in divorces, and it keeps on playing almost every 10 or 15 minutes, and it's a guy with a certain last name that is typical for a certain tribe. So yeah, they're definitely trying to promote. Hello, can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
Is Jeff around?
I think he went to do his famous.
Oh, okay.
I hear you too.
Sneaking off to piss. He wasn't as quick as he usually is.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we're on the subject of divorce. Yeah, I mean, it's
exposed.
It's pretty evil. Yeah. So I know what Jeff, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
You went to grab a beer.
Friday. I've been waiting all week to have one, so
okay. We'll forgive you. Yeah, that's all right.
Good. All in moderation.
Yeah, sorry, man. If I've been away as well. I just got back.
He's been doing his.
I was like, damn it! I could have carried some dead air time for Jeff.
It's funny when I host a show. I try to sneak away sometimes because I don't want to interrupt the conversation. And then I'm like, is it still going? I hope it's still going. I hope I come back and it's not talking. Then I feel bad.
Usually we get caught off guard because you're just going on, and all of a sudden the silence. You're like, what the fuck? Stop! I don't know what to do.
I need like a clone to come in.
Totally destroys the conspiracy theory that he never pees, though.
Yeah, that's
like that theory has just been blown out of the water.
That one, that one is pretty cool because it's like there usually is a time when I'm hosting a live show where I'll play a video and hopefully I've seen the video before, and that's when I sneak away to pee.
It's actually a good thing because then now it just leaves the idea that maybe you have a piss jug or something, but no, you're actually using a toilet. So that's it.
That would be pretty desperate. I think if I have
keep talking,
guys, I gotta take a pee. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. And I'm pouring myself some pistachio nuts, so I'm gonna be snacking and tacking at the same time. But yeah, it's Friday, so like I'm one of these guys, when it's the weekend, I work hard all week and I eat well, and I believe you gotta have some fun. You gotta have time when you relax and have some good stuff. As long as it's in moderation, it's all good, and it helps.
Keeps life interesting.
Yeah. Exactly. So
I wanted to talk about something. I'm not really sure if y'all do, but the fact that what New York did with abortion.
Oh, that's crazy.
And how they glorified it by lighting up the I believe it was isn't it the 9/11 tower that they lighted up pink, or was that a different tower? I don't know if it was a different
Empire
tower.
State Building. I believe, yeah. Empire.
Okay, yeah, they lighted it up in pink to celebrate, and then that was really disgusting. But I got to say, I live in Texas, and I'm not here to say Governor Abbott is yeah. I've seen his like pro-Israel posts, and like I responded back to him, on Facebook, and I was just like, "Hey, Texans don't give a fuck about Israel." I didn't say it like that, but focus on the people of Texas. We don't give a fuck about Israel. And there was a lot of comments like that, and it was funny because then that post got deleted. I couldn't find it anymore. But anyway, that aside, he did do this where you have to, point out the negatives. You got to point out the positives, right? So he did. I saw today that he wants to outlaw abortion in Texas, and he had like a petition. And I went ahead and signed it, because it's murder. So it's like, oh, you want to outlaw murder? Yeah, sign me up. So I did it, and like it was funny. I think the petition was introduced like yesterday, and the goal was like 50,000 signatures, and already by the time I signed it, it said it already had like 53,000. Like it's funny, nobody's buying it anymore where I live, in Texas. But we're kind of ahead of the curve on a lot of things, because we stick to the Constitution here.
The New York, it's how many months into pregnancy are you now allowed to abort a baby?
Well, let's talk about Virginia for a second. Sure. That one's really fucking crazy. Did you see what I shared there? I know you liked my post.
I heard about that one. I heard about the shit in Virginia. Go on, though. Yeah.
Post-birth abortion is where it's at. That's where that's what they're pushing for. Like after the baby's fucking born. That's infanticide. That's not abortion, but that's what they're saying.
That's at that point. At that point, people need to storm. Like, I'm not joking. At that point, people need to storm wherever this shit might happen, and take control, because you can't allow the murder of babies. I mean, that's insane. I mean,
so you should play that video I shared to you on the Twitter there.
Hey, Jeff. So a twist on that. So it was the governor of Virginia that came out with that statement about, up to birth. And then today, the left has thrown this governor under the bus by releasing these photos of him in a KKK outfit.
Yeah.
So I think
distraction much?
Well, I think there was such backlash against this governor. I mean, it was big time that I think they've thrown him under the bus. I don't know. So it's almost like they played his what are those called? The file that they have, there's a word for it. Not the dossier, but the control file, right? Like maybe this KKK outfit was the control.
That was like from the 80s or something.
Yeah, no doubt. But I mean, even that governor thing. Besides his statement, the fact that this Kathy Trans, she
dude, that was a good video by High Impact Flicks.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on.
Sorry, I know. Yeah, sorry.
I was just gonna say that she said like up to during dilation, like actual giving birth is still abortion okay. So that's basically being born.
Yeah.
If you're like giving birth, that's still being born.
It's one of the reasons why women have been so psyop for so long, and it's so subtle. Like it's crazy how powerful films and television programming can be on people. The way that they're able to program people through like horror films and sci-fi movies and stuff like that. A good example would be the film Prometheus, which I'd have to go back and examine again, but I remember there's an abortion scene in it where the girl has a monster that's growing in her, and she undergoes this, she aborts it herself, sort of thing. And this is how your programming works. Like you got to understand your programming is so powerful, and you've had it all your life. It's almost impossible unless you've never seen a television screen. You've been programmed at one point or another, and this is where it's taken us to the point where they're passing legislation in which is allowing not only, fetuses to be killed, which is bad enough alone, but actual babies, which is, that's murder. That is not even debatable. That's not, you can't kill. That's like the most egregious type of murder you could ever perform, because there's there's nothing more innocent than a newborn baby. It's insane. That's
yeah, man. Hey, it's not a human, until you can harvest their organs. Right. So they want to take the organs because those are human enough for other humans. but yet at the same time, you know, they're not even worth life. At this, you know, it doesn't make any sense. You know, they want the organs to give to other humans because they're of value, but yet the actual life itself, apparently to them, has no value. It's
well, that's why they
put figure that one out, right?
Women, like, so women, it's almost it's a challenge. It's a big challenge. It's something that I'm going to take on though, which is to show the heavy programming of women through television and media. Because when you look at the Pussy Hat marches,
you're gonna get banned for that.
I know. That's it. I mean, the Pussy Hat marches show you how strong the programming is, and it's like, no, you're all under mind control, and you're actually trying to have the right to kill people. I mean, that you're actually marching for the right to kill innocent people. It's fucked up, and it's like, it's not about your body and your sovereignty. Nobody's threatening that. If you're going to have sex, take precautions or do it with somebody that you're going to live with, so that you can raise a family. This is one of the reasons why they're trivializing sex, or they're changing the whole nature of sex. Because in the past, that was the whole thing. That's why you never had sex before marriage, because babies. I mean, it's the simplest thing in the world.
What's so bad about condoms, man? Like, I mean, you know what? Condoms were always. I just looked at that. I was like, you know what? That's the best method of birth control. Like, what the fuck? Well, just catch it. Just catch it before it gets in there. Damn it! You can still have the fun.
In the old days, they would pull out, right? And you'd say, well, it's not 100% sure, but it's certainly better. But the whole thing is that, like, you should be, like, sex should be a big decision, and you should be having it with people that you're going to spend the rest of your life with, or that should be the whole notion. That used to be the whole notion. Yeah. And this is what they're eradicating. So they're saying to women, you know what? Have sex with whoever you want. It's better if you have it with other women, of course. But if you're going to have it with men, don't worry, because if you get pregnant, you can kill the baby. And that's what it is. You're killing a baby. You're killing a life form. Now, yes, it's your body, but that's not, you don't own that thing in your body. I mean, you maybe you know, in a way you kind of do, but in a way you're responsible for that thing in your body now. You're an adult. You've made that decision. You know what the consequences of sex are. If you didn't take the precautions beforehand, then why are you even contemplating, or why would you even have the right to do so? Because now you're going to kill a life that could be, you know, a wonderful person. I mean, it could be somebody that could you know, develop the cure of cancer, or, you know, be a brilliant scientist or musician or something, you know. And you're killing somebody that has no chance, somebody that is completely,
you're killing the potential.
Yeah, you're killing the potential, and it's dehumanizing what they're doing. And this is, it's so evil. I mean, there can be no right with this. Like, to me, this is black and white. Like, what's going on here, what we're showing up on the screen, what we're talking about, this is murder. Like, and I have an exception for abortion. I say if it's rape, yes, because I think rape is something that a woman can't control. And
but even then, you know, like adoption, you know, like, why not just like, wow, this is a terrible thing that happened to me, but I'm going to turn it into a positive. I mean, that just seems like a better outcome.
Yeah, but you gotta figure that the woman's gonna go through 9 months and all kinds of pain, and, you know, and then have to go through the painful experience of passing of giving.
I guess,
you know.
I guess I'm on the other end of the spectrum, you know. So I guess, you know, my opinion's not really going to be that.
Yeah, I understand.
Valuable.
A lot of people are like you. A lot of people have
none.
I showed years back abortion doctors that would come forth. There was one guy that came forth. He performed, I think he said 1,200 abortions. And he was going through the description of what it's like to abort a 2-month-old fetus. And it was the most horrible thing. It was, because people don't know this. Like, most of these pussy hat ladies don't have any clue what they're talking about. Because if a fetus is at 2 months old, you have to go in there. Like, first of all, they fill it up with toxic. So they go in there and they pump all these toxins into the uterus, right, where the baby's gestating, certain thing, and they They kill it. Then they got to go in with this device.
Claw.
Cracks.
Fucking claw.
It's a claw. It cracks. And they got to crack the head, and they got to break off the arms and pull them out one at a time. So they pull out all the pieces. And while they're doing this, they're causing incredible damage because it's almost impossible not to damage the inside of a woman. In fact, many women that go through the abortion will never be able to give birth again. And
I've never talked to a woman who got an abortion that actually like didn't regret it, other than like a dykey cunt. Like that's the only circumstance where I've ever seen a woman saying, you know, I got an abortion and, you know, it's great. Like in real life, like legit in reality, all the ones that do it regret it. And that's just reality. I mean, it's not TV, you know.
Well,
TV, you know.
It's a traumatic experience. I mean, that's hard on a woman.
They all regret it.
They think what could have been.
Yeah,
there's that bit of motherhood inside every woman. It's the instinct. So I mean, it's going to have a lot of effect on their psyche and you know, mental illness, right?
And then the notion is potentially, did I actually commit murder? Did I actually kill somebody? You know, those are heavy questions.
And they're not even, you know, what we're all talking about right now. They're not even totally to blame. It's just kind of like they were programmed, and then they didn't realize it until it was too late, type thing. And it's sad. You know, I've talked to plenty of women who are just like, yeah, you know, I can't believe I did that, you know, and that's just the reality of things. Most of them have regret, you know.
Yeah. You know,
so
you can't, you know, you can understand for sure. And they, you know, it's sad. Like, I don't think that women that have gone through abortions should be treated like criminals necessarily. No. And I don't believe that you go back retroactively and punish these people. But there has to be, I mean, we have to start defining what a human being is. And this is where that gray area comes in that is so disturbing, because if most people were actually to see a 2-month-old fetus, they'd be like, well, that's a human being. And it's got little arms, it's got little legs and feet.
It's got a heartbeat, man.
It's heart.
It's got a heartbeat.
Yeah. It's this beautiful little thing. And it's like, you want to kill that?
It has a personality. I mean, I have 2 kids. Like you go in and you do the sonar thing, and then you watch the baby on there, and you see its personality coming out, even when it's just really little.
Yeah, they're kicking a lot. You know, it's like this one's gonna be
like my boy. He would grab his umbilical cord and lick it. And stuff, you know, like it's just really silly.
And hey, that's cool that you remembered that detail, man.
Yeah,
that's cool.
A lot of women too would never get to experience that, because they'd be like, they would like nip it in the bud, and it's like, well, wait a second, maybe you're depriving yourself of what you're supposed to be. Maybe you're depriving yourself of absolute joy. Like maybe you have no idea how beautiful this would be. And this is again too with the whole toxic masculinity, and this like what I try to teach folks is how they're trying to destroy monogamous relationships between men and women and topple the patriarchy. And of course, toppling the patriarchy is the worst, because look, men should be doing that. That's what we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be the workers. We're supposed to be the ones going out and making the money, and the women are supposed to be the ones taking care of the children, raising the family. That's like the best, you know, that's exactly what the dream is when you're with a woman. That is the dream, is that, you know, you can help me, and I can go off to work, and I can make the money, and you can raise kids.
Man, I gotta add on to your point real quick, because I just saw that this Aaron Russo interview. You know, the guy who's talking about the you know, the Rockefellers and all that, and he was saying basically when he was talking to that Rockefeller, he was like, yeah, you know, the women's lib movement.
Yeah,
you know, we were behind that, and the reason why is because, you know, we couldn't tax half the population.
Yeah.
And it's like, And I mean, it's all the love of money, right? So
it is. Like, look, on one hand, there's no doubt that women have been mistreated and been second-class citizens for far too long. That is true, and that's a historical truth. But on the other hand, there's a reason why women were what they were doing, because they were raising kids. They were doing the things that they were supposed to do. Now we can't go back, so we're not going to go back, and so there's no point in saying women should be this way or that way. No, but
it's already been done.
Yeah.
Like they've already look. If you can vote and you can work and you have all the freedoms that I have, then you need to shut the fuck up. Plain and simple. You need to shut the fuck up. You don't deserve any more protest, any more bullshit. It's done. It's been done for a long ass time. Like, I don't know.
The programming will convince them over and over again, just like we have Black History Month right now. And again, it's a touchy thing, because there's no doubt blacks were treated like garbage, and we're second, third class citizens, and didn't have the right to vote. We're lynched.
I think the Civil War, though. Honestly, man, I think the victors write the history books, but I think the Civil War was more about freedom than it was about slavery. But that's what they'll focus on when they bring up the Civil War.
The myth about the Civil War. The myth was that it was Abraham Lincoln freeing the slaves. That's total bullshit. It had nothing to do with that. It was much more about.
It wasn't about states' rights either. I think it was a bit of an engineered conflict with. If you notice, almost all the generals on both sides were Freemasons.
Yeah,
and the Southerners were actually supported by the British intelligence and by the tribe in the form of B'nai B'rith.
B'nai B'rith,
really?
Yeah.
And
Bill Cooper.
It makes sense.
The soldiers that fought in the South for the Southern armies, 99% of them had no slaves. They weren't slave owners.
Yeah, they were poor workers on the farms.
That's it.
But they want to paint white people as being we've always been slave owners, and we always hated black people, and that's just not true. And that just I mean, all you have to do is just study history, pre 1900, and you can figure that out.
And where did the slaves come from? Where did the slaves come from? They were enslaved those blacks were enslaved by the blacks in Africa, sold to Jewish merchants who transported them over the Atlantic.
What is the etymology?
Etymology. Horrible condition.
The origin of the name slave comes from?
From Slavs.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the theories. Yeah, possible.
So
what do y'all mean by Slavs? I mean, what does that mean? I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Sklavos is the Greek word that supposedly branched out into slaves and Slavs. So I mean,
see, the Romans, the Romans and the Greeks would enslave just about anybody that they conquered, and they earned their freedom if they served well. So it was just a common practice back then.
Yeah.
If the Persians beat the Greeks, or the Greeks beat the Persians, to take slaves, it was just, that's how it worked. You could say, oh, it's not nice and it's awful. Well, you didn't live back then, so fuck off, right? I mean, it's a different world, and the way things work.
Yeah.
All right. So
y'all know I read the Bible, and there's plenty of slavery. Not the Bible's not a pro-slavery book, but I'm just saying it documents slavery. Absolutely.
Those
over and over.
Yeah.
It's just a fact of life back then, and it wasn't. You can't go back and look at history with rainbow unicorn glasses. All right, you have to realize the world was completely different, and that's just the way things were. So there's no point. It's like ripping down the statues of Cornwallis and stuff like that. I mean, come on. This is
it's like
in your classroom.
Wow, you're ripping down a statue. Yeah. Oh,
you're in your air-conditioned classrooms in your socialistic sort of supported education system, which is more about programming anyways. And you're living a comfortable existence, and you're being lectured on things that happen that you have no connection to and you have no understanding about, and that you're just getting encapsulated in little paragraphs and stuff like that. So this is the problem, how history is used as a weapon. I mean, it's like a certain event that nobody's allowed to question, really, right? I mean, like, you can't question that event. You know, you can't question.
Can't question the lampshades. Come on, Jeff.
Seriously, you can't. So, you know, we like, what I would say is that the problem that we have is that the New World Order is exploiting the past wrongs, I guess you could say, in quotation marks, because they're more about situational sort of the you know, the nature of the times, whatever the times were, that's how it was. I mean, if you happen to be in, you know, in Virginia in the, you know, 1600s, you probably would see black slaves and stuff like that. It's just the way it was. All right. But
hey, man, yeah, like, there's been white slaves all throughout history.
Yeah,
you know, it's fucking, it's the same thing.
The Arabs used a lot of white slaves. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Same thing as the Jews being the only genocide.
Yeah, Hollywood.
It's the same thing.
They
say they're the only genocide. You know,
Hollywood tried to
get
teach
the fuck out of here.
The only slaves that existed were blacks, and it's because whites are inherently racist. This is the whole Get Out and Jordan Peele and this Zionist sort of programming.
Even though
I hate Jordan Peele, I fucking hate him. I hate him
too.
Yeah, I know, and I know he's gonna burn in hell. So, you know, he'll have fun with that for eternity.
Probably what they want.
Even though historically, white people have been probably the most altruistic among other races. I mean, as far as any kind of humanitarian projects, they've been leading the pack, so to say.
You're talking about white?
How many? They've been the most altruistic.
Yeah. I think we're at a point now where it's all weaponized, right? So it's like Black Lives Matter. That's Zionist propaganda. That's divide and conquer. That's like, you know, taking advantage and programming people into this victim status, and you're making things worse. You're not making things better. It's like you're trying to make, like, you're saying, like, at one point in time we're saying we're all equal, but we're not, because you're saying, well, these people have been horrible to you forever, so you should always hold, you know, and this is the indoctrination that black forevermore. Yeah, you can't blame black people, because black people see the movies and they see how, you know, and they're like, oh my gosh, you know, and so they're re-traumatized, just like women watching Mad Men, women watching what Emily Pankhurst or whatever the latest Zionist sort of propaganda movie that's come out pushing the feminism, right? Over and over again. So women watch these things and they're like, oh my God. And they get this victim. We've always been victims. And look at what we've had to overcome, you know? And so then next thing you know, they're knitting pussy hats and they're marching on for the destruction of, you know, being able to murder babies and stuff like that. Like, they don't understand how they're being played and how they're being used and how they're being manipulated. And this is how powerful the media is. The media controls people. It shapes their minds. It teaches them how to think and how to react. It triggers them. And this is, you know, I'd say this all the time to people. It's like, you know, you think if you're reading The Economist, you think if you're reading the New York Times that you're a deep thinker. You think that you're, you know, that you understand what's going on. No, you're being programmed. You're doing what they want. You know, you might be at a slightly higher sort of reading level or something than the guy that's reading Sports Illustrated or something, but you're still being programmed into the same agendas, and you're still being controlled, mind controlled. And this is why it's so dangerous. How the media is one of the biggest weapons that we have against us, because, you know, you cannot have a concentration of power. It's like the worst possible outcome for the media.
Jeff, you're breaking up really bad.
Oh shit. Well,
oh really? That's weird.
I can only hear every other word.
I could hear him like perfectly, but anyway,
coming in okay now. I'm okay now. Hello?
I think so. Yes, I think so. It's better now.
All right. So anyways, yeah, what I'm saying just basically that
go on.
This is this is what we have happening. It's like over and over again, the media is traumatizing people with the movies, the films, and the games and everything else. and then they create these events that happen, and these events or these instances, right? It's like Richard Spencer being punched or something, right? Or it's like these little things that they can throw out every day that all of a sudden Twitter, gets a hold of and goes crazy. Like I showed yesterday, the Pierre Maguire thing, which is just utterly ridiculous. Which is like this hockey guy, who's completely awkward and cringy at times, and he said some things that were misinterpreted, and so it's mansplaining all of a sudden. He's mansplaining, and then it becomes super viral. It's everywhere. It's international news. Look at this fucking douchebag. He's mansplaining this to a decorated Olympic athlete who's won multiple gold medals in a sport in which there's only 2 teams that compete.
So dumb.
But yeah, it's so dumb. But it's all part of the programming. So these things happen every day, whether they're organic or they're not. Most of the time they're not. They're concocted, like the Richard Spencer punch, like I said before, and shit like that. They concoct these things, and they've already programmed you heavily through your movies and your television, your media, and all that, so that when the event happens, you instantly react without even thinking, because you're reacting with the emotion that has been built up inside through all the programming that you've received through all the years that you've been indoctrinated. And the schooling system is just is every bit as bad. The schooling system is absolutely programming people into the New World Order. And so that's why we have this this dumbing down of civilization, the idiocracy that is being programmed, because you don't want people being critical thinkers. That is just the antithesis of what the New World Order wants. I mean, they want to eradicate critical thought. They don't want people to question their media. And this is why we have these concocted sort of psyops that happen all the time to eradicate any sort of criticism of their, media apparatus sort of thing. And it's pretty scary to watch what's going on. It's a fascinating time, because there's never been a time where ordinary folk could kind of just have a voice. And maybe
yeah, we're kind of like living in the transformation, like literally into 1984. So it's quite a time to be alive, because it's pretty rare, I would say. The position that we're in, it's kind of a the older folks, some of them get it, most of them don't. Kind of the same with the younger folks, but I feel like us, where we've been caught at in our lifetime, is kind of a very unique, I guess I would say.
Oh, it's
right, a very unique position, we have to stand on.
In some ways, because you wouldn't want to be around during the World Wars and other periods throughout history that were absolutely nasty, the Bolshevik Revolution and shit like that. You wouldn't want to be around in those.
Oh yes, yeah, of course, yeah.
So we have to count our blessings, but at the same time, we also, like, this is what I say, is that, all the things that our ancestors fought for, the rights that we have, that we take for granted every day, the right to bear arms, the right for freedom of speech, these things are being eradicated. And this is what's terrifying. It's terrifying because I'm watching this myself, and I feel powerless because, look, I try to speak out against it and I get censored. And it's like, well, this isn't going to get better. How does it get better? Well, you have to topple the.
You got to fight. You got to fight. At the end of the day, it comes down to local legislation, and you have to go down to your city hall or your police station and be recording so that you can have something to report to everybody. And you have to fight against it, knowing that everybody else is going to call you crazy, kind of like the anti-vax crowd. It's a hard thing to do for a lot of people because they're just swept up in, their 40 to 60 hour work weeks, and they're just trying to support their families. And then they don't have the slightest clue, about what we're talking about. And it's really, even with something like geoengineering, where you see the white streaks in the fucking sky. You could see it for yourself every fucking day, but nobody cares. And that just kind of shows like how busy-minded they are with the wrong things. With money, it's really all focused on money. I mean, that's what's really and family. If they have a family, money and family is really bringing them away from the truth.
Well, you could
not to say
say
that family is a bad thing, but it's just family consumes time, right? So anything that consumes time is going to take you away from discovering the truth, and then along with that, all the disinfo. You kind of make it a combination.
Well, what you mentioned before,
before,
Aaron Russo, I think it was you that mentioned that, right? Like,
yes,
Aaron,
sir.
and Aaron Russo was saying that Nick Rockefeller basically told him that, yeah, we engineered the women's civil rights movement so that we could have women working and
Tax half the population. Yeah,
twice the population, or tax everyone basically that is of age. That's absolutely true, and what they want, like, they have engineered the housing market being as expensive as it is, just like the price of oil. Like, all these things are engineered. They're kept. Oil is one of those, because oil is the biggest one, right? It's the biggest sort of controller of the economy. The price of oil affects everything. And oil is like an accordion that they squeeze and they pull, so they can control us all. I mean,
it's the artificial scarcity that also
the oil, the real price of oil, if it was, if it wasn't all the machinations and control of these monsters that run it, would be much cheaper. But they
Henry Ford came out way back in the day with a car that could run off of what was it? Fuck. I think it was hemp. Had something to do with hemp.
Ethanol. Yeah, ethanol.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, like he came up with that, and then it's like, wow, where did it go? And then that guy in the 1980s who was on the news proved that he literally can make a car go by just converting water.
Yeah, they would get rid of those.
And then he got mysteriously murdered or killed. He got mysteriously disappeared because
but it's not,
they're not going to have that.
The thing is that the oil industry is not just gasoline. It's way bigger. It's like almost all products have petroleum.
Corbett Report did a really great documentary on that.
Yeah, it's just massive. But the thing is that if you are them, if you're the New World Order, and you're planning this, and you're saying, how do we want our societies to be? Well, we want what we want people to be doing is we want people to be exhausted. We want people to be working. We want people to be eating very badly, in poor health. We don't want people to live long. We'd prefer that people die prematurely. And we'd want to be able to tax these people, and we want these people to be distracted all the time. So bread and circuses and all the entertainment and everything else that they put out there. And we'd want these people to be exhausted and over their head when it comes to debt, right?
You know what? That's a perfect word, Jeff.
Right.
That you just
if debt,
exhausted.
if you're massively in debt, then all you're thinking about is that. You're not thinking about what the banks are doing. You're not thinking about what the New World Order is doing to your children. You're thinking about, how the fuck am I going to pull myself out? They hate people like us.
To add to that, I'd like to say that it's not that they want everyone dead. They just want the weakest people dead. And that happens to be a lot of people. But they provide a lot of amazing things like for your health. They show you how to eat well. They give you all the tools you need to eat well. They give you the tools to exercise. Like the recreation centers in my city are amazing.
Which city are you in?
Edmonton.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, they got really cool freaking workout stuff. And I mean, like, that's pretty much that's why it's the survival of the fittest is what I think the way they're doing it, like law of the jungle.
Well,
kind of thing.
I think you bring up a good point there.
Yeah, good point.
They do give you a lot of the answers. This is one of the reasons when I was doing the video the other day, I was talking about obesity, and I was saying, like, look, I mean, come on, seriously. I mean, ultimately, you're the blame. You're the one that's putting the food in your mouth. You're the one, like, if you're a fat person and you open a Coca-Cola, that's bad for you. I mean, you cannot not know. So, the answers are there for so many people to pull themselves out of the misery that they've been programmed into. You can say, And I have sympathy because I know people that grew up with McDonald's, for instance. You know, it's like from the time they were a baby, they're getting McDonald's French fries and nuggets and stuff, and they're just completely addicted. So they're obese and throughout their teens, and then they're even worse when they're in their adulthood. And there's no breaking it because it's been their whole life. And you can't really blame them because their parents were the ones that took them there. And then you can't really blame the parents because the parents didn't really fucking know, right? So this is where my sympathy comes, because I understand a lot of people are just brought up horribly, and it's not even necessarily the fault of the parents. The parents don't have time to raise the kids because the mother's not being a mother, the father's not being a father. Everybody's stressed. Nobody can afford. Look at the cost of living. Look at the cost of housing. It's outrageous. Like this is all by design. There's no doubt about it that they don't want young people to have the ability to have families. It used to be you get out of high school, you get a wife, you start having kids. You'd be like 18 years old, you'd be putting out your first kid. And then before that, it would be even younger for girls. Girls would be having babies when they're like 14 or something like that, as soon as they were of age to be able to conceive. Right? They gone through puberty sort of thing. And that was just how it was done. You had to have a lot of babies. You had to start early because some of them are probably going to die and not turn out all that well. So you better have more, and you got to take advantage of the time that you have, sort of thing. This has all been changed. The whole housing market, along with the education system, has been purposely put out of reach. This is so that people delay the onset of maturity, the onset of adulthood and taking on responsibility, because they can't. It's inconceivable. So Henry Ford is a perfect example, because Henry Ford, all the protocols, the elders design and all that aside, Henry Ford came up with the idea that, every one of my workers is going to be able to not only own a car, but own a home. And back then, the early 1950s Eisenhower era in United States, it was like that. You get out of high school, you get a job, you get a corporation, you buy a house, you pay off that house in no time, right? And you'd have a family. And this is out of reach for the average person. So it's a completely different world. The people that grew up, the baby boomers and stuff that grew up with that type of lifestyle that was immediately sort of accessible, that has been completely revoked. And that is all part of the depopulation agenda. They have purposely made these things outrageously, unaffordable for the average person, so that the average person says, well, I can't have a family because I can't fucking even afford to frickin', pay my rent, let alone buy a home or something like that.
It's because they, I can speak from experience. They want you to always be in debt. So, that's what the mortgage is. And so, I remember early in my career, I had, a stupid bitch coworker, and she didn't understand, what I was trying to say about the overall state of the economy. And she was basically like, well, that's just, well, are you going to come? Well, the banks do that because are you going to come up with, $120,000? Are you going to do that? No, that's why the banks have to lend you that. And I was just, it just disgusted me, because I was just like, wow, you are so programmed and stupid that you don't even realize.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying the word mortgage itself, it comes from French, right? Comes from French words mort, which means death, and gage is pledge. So it literally means a death pledge.
Death pledge. And the concept of interest on loans was forbidden for centuries. I mean, up until
the 19th.
Yeah, it was a sin, and it was something,
Bible, baby.
Something that a certain tribe always tried to push throughout history. And this is one of the reasons why a certain tribe was always being pushed out of areas, because they were always.
Jesus went in there and flipped over the tables, man. He, that was the example. That's the example.
If you operate on a completely different moral plane than the rest of the population, of course you're going to dominate it. Yeah,
that's it. If you have that mentality, and this is where we are. So we are all subjected, or are subjects of this total sort of, engineering. Usury system. Yeah, exactly. And this is how it works with the banks. I mean, the banks are the biggest criminals ever. ever in the history of humanity, throughout history, it's always the banks. It's just like, it's uncanny because they every time there's a conflict, every time there's a war, every time there's some sort of treaty, the banks are always front and center. They've always been putting themselves in the middle of everything. And it's because, well, money kind of makes the world go round, and they figure that out. The thing is that when we think about it, what banks do, this, what do you call it? This fractional reserve type of banking, which is the craziest thing ever. It's the craziest thing ever. It's like, well, why can't we do that? You know, like, oh, I got $10. Why can't I go and say I've got $300 and go and spend it like I have $300? And it's like, well, no,
that's why
it's
me
a
off.
scam. They're just scams.
That's why that's why it pisses me off when characters like Stefan Molyneux or Moneyju, they make these statements like they make these statements like, well, you know, trying to debunk the whole JQ, the Jewish control of the banking and media and so on. He's saying that, why wouldn't you start your own social media platform? Why wouldn't you start your own bank? No, they got there because they're so smart, right? No, because they're operating on a completely different moral outlook, or I should say lack of morals, to be honest.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
It's just
and that's why
sociopathic, psychopathic.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It is inherently, and it's one of the things. I mean, it really is. It is what it is. I'm sorry to say it. There's good people and there's bad people, and people that operate on that frequency. You know, you just can't. It's just a different sort of way of life. I mean, you're looking at life completely differently. You're looking at, like, I am going to profit from other people's misery, basically, and I don't care. That's all. And they don't care. Yeah. And that's it. And it's like, well, we should care because, you know, we're all going to, you know, we all live together. We're all going to have to, you know, deal with other people that are going to be suffering. And if we have more and more people suffering, then it's all going to come back to bite us. But this is the whole thing. I mean, this usury, you know, this fractional reserve system, the banks have completely taken over. I mean, that's why I feel very comfortable. And in fact, I'll probably use it a lot more than anything is bankster sort of controlled world, because that's the best way of really describing where we're at. And this is how we're all subjugated to it. And so much of what we're suffering from, I mean, this depopulation that's happening, like, all over and all of the West, it's the same thing. It's whether it's Canada, United States, or it's Germany, or it's Russia. You know, people can't afford to live. And so people are right out of the gate, you know, young people are growing up, and it's like, well, they're not going to, first of all, they're not going to leave home, or they're going to delay leaving home, which is a bad thing to begin with. And secondly, you know, they're just going to look and say, well, what's the point? I mean, I'm going to go and get the university degree and I'd be $200,000 in debt. And then I'm going to have to buy a home and a car, and, you know, and then I'm going to be a slave to whatever job I managed to get, you know.
And then there's a plot twist. They emerge from a university as pink-haired SJWs with no chances of landing any kind of job because they majored in gender studies.
Oh yeah, like most,
black
like,
tranny wife studies. Yes. 100%. It's like the most useless kind of degrees you can get. Yeah, it's nice to, you know a bit about history. It's nice to read books. It's good for your brain, but what's that worth, right? What are those degrees worth? Well,
it's nice to read the good books, not the kind of books that they promote in those colleges. I mean,
you mean the books that they charge you $200 for? Yeah.
If you're a business and you're really looking for people, you're not looking at their education. You don't give a shit about it.
Yeah, you're looking at work ethic.
You're looking at actually, you're probably, you know what you're probably looking at? You're probably looking at their hobbies and interests, because you're probably like, well, is this person somebody that's capable? Like, what do they do, right?
Employment history.
Right, and like, and they, you know,
have you been able to stick around for
is a cowboy? I mean, this person,
with business jobs
like that, that's somebody that I might hire, because that actually might be somebody that you know. But your degrees, get the fuck out of town. I mean, what are you going to be doing in these towers, these glass towers, anyways? Right? It's ridiculous. So unless you're working for the banks themselves, you know, and then the banks themselves, well, they would want people that would just be perfect paper pushers. So they would want to hire Antifa and people like that just because they're just perfect idiots to, you know, push the paper around and fill the ledgers and stuff. It's a sad situation, but it's all been concocted. It's all like, I know it's not as simple as that. I don't mean to say it's, you know, it's that simple that they've just hijacked the banks and they forced us all into this usury debt system and now, you know, it's more complicated, but it kind of is. It kind of is. Like if you look at this,
when you look at its origins, you know, when you look at the origins and you know that the Rothschilds, you know, they've been trillionaires for the longest time, and then you look at their involvement in the and everything. I mean, it's, you know, it's kind of obvious. I mean, to the average, you know,
they have a different way of looking at everything, and they look at everything as money and how to control people through money. And they figured out a long time ago, you know, Mayor Rothschild, you know, said doesn't, you know, I don't know what his quote is. It doesn't matter who runs whatever countries, you know, I don't care. Or, I don't know what his quota was.
As long as I control the like the economy and the education, basically.
Exactly. Well,
like he was talking about money supply. If you
control the money supply, you control everything.
They also control the education, though, so that's, you know, kind of a double whammy where we're kind of fucked because they control the money and the education.
We shouldn't call it education. Let's just not call it education because people aren't getting it. Like, get the fuck out of town. What do you need to know when you go into school? Like, arithmetic and a few other things. I mean, most people are just getting programmed into fucking just being idiots. In fact, I think what the education system does is it takes people that have all this potential and it ruins them.
It does. It does. It never teaches you about taxes. It never teaches you about the real, you know, workplace. So they have all these stupid fucks, you know, swimming in dreamland, and their dreams are never going to happen because it's just not how
it's amazing. If you ever pick up a book that was printed in the 19th century, you would probably be finding yourself going into the dictionary all the time because the language is so rich compared to language we're using today. And that was written for just normal, everyday people. Yeah.
Dude, they were smarter. I'm tired of, on that point, sorry, I'm tired of everybody saying that people are smarter, like that society or people in the whole world, I don't give a fuck what big a group you put it in, that we're smarter than we were back then. I'm sorry, but I read old ass books, you know, from like the late 1800s and the early 1900s, and guess what? Those people wrote in cursive, and they wrote way more coherently than you would ever dream to fucking find a young person write nowadays. Nowadays, they're just like OMG and LOL, and they're just stupid fucks. But if you actually, you know, if you read the old shit, if you read the old shit, you'll be like, okay, yeah,
but
people were smart.
It was the same back then in the sense that they weren't teaching the average person critical thought, and the average person was not highly educated because it didn't serve.
I mean, but even like I'm saying, if there's some interesting, you know, interviews that you can watch on YouTube of construction workers being interviewed in like 40s or 50s, and those guys were like
intelligent.
Literally, yeah, you can tell that that's a functioning mind in there. I mean, you
can watch the footage and read the books from the old days and hear how they talk and how coherently, you know, and how eloquently they talk.
Yeah.
And you can compare it to nowadays when you hear a young person talk. It's like, like you're a fucking baby. Stop talking.
Yeah. And these people,
what the fuck you're talking
these
about.
people need
yourself
to be put in their place. They actually need to be bullied. I mean, quite frankly, a lot of people need to be bullied. A lot of these people, I would say, a lot of these YouTube celebrities need to be badly bullied, like in physical sort of way, almost, because they're just completely out of touch with reality. I mean, they don't realize how fucking stupid they are, and how awful their lifestyles are, and how toxic their sort of mentality is. And it's like, you know what? Well, you know, I don't want to ever sort of encourage people to bully others, but there is a purpose to it, sort of thing. You can make you a lot stronger, make you a lot smarter, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
your whole series on that resonated with me, man, because I'm a tall, big motherfucker now, but when I was younger, I got bullied. And I have older brothers, and so I was already bullied. Okay, like in the home, the homestead.
Yeah, I was the shortest kid. Yeah, I was the shortest kid in my class for many years, and I was bullied because of that.
I was trying to think the other day because I was in a conversation with a friend, and I was trying to think back to like dealing when I was a kid with bullying, and it was a daily thing. It was like every day you'd have somebody that would challenge you, or
at least like weekly or bi-weekly.
Like, you know what? That was a good thing. You know what? That taught you to stand up for yourself. It taught you to have pride. It taught you to fucking work hard and be strong and stand up for yourself.
It takes courage. Courage. Not like what's the sorry. What's the one lady who claims to be paralyzed but always says courage?
Kathy.
You got to have courage. Courage.
Gifford. Gippy Gifford. Yeah. Gippy Gifford.
Yeah, like real courage though.
Courage. She calls it courage. And yoga.
Courage.
Yogurt. She always says yogurt.
Yeah, but but it takes courage to stand up to a bully, and that's going to teach you something. So I agree.
Yeah. I mean, this is what they're, like I said before with the marshmallows. They're turning people into marshmallows. They're turning people into weak motherfuckers because weak motherfuckers are never going to stand up to what they're doing. And weak motherfuckers are going to beg the state to come in and fix every little problem. And this is the worst part. It's like the last thing on planet Earth we need is a nanny state where the government is sticking its nose in everything we do. And this is exactly what's going on. We have the government that wants to be able to spy on everything that we do, and they already are. They're doing with the NSA, the GCHQ, CSEC, and ASIO, and all these spying organizations are doing. They're collecting all our data. They're watching everything they do. Everything. So every single one of us has a file, and everything that we do is put into it, so that if we ever become a problem, a serious problem, they're going to take us out. They'll just be like, "Oh yeah, we got your set."
If only that damned Osama bin Laden, who they finally revealed didn't have anything to do with it. If only that damn Osama bin Laden wouldn't have, been the mastermind behind 9/11, then damn it, we'd still have all these freedoms. It's just a shame,
Yeah, we have freedoms.
It's sarcastic, of course.
He hates our freedom. Yeah. They hate our freedoms. Yeah. It's like, well, what freedoms? We're losing them pretty quickly.
And who are they?
Yeah, exactly. Why would they care about our freedoms? Imagine a bunch of guys in Afghanistan, and they're like, we just can't stand the United States. Look at them. They got Coors, and they're watching the Super Bowl. Let's go over and bomb them.
Hey, like Bill Cooper pointed out when he predicted 9/11,
up our wives and stop smoking our opium, and let's go over and fucking bomb the United States just because, something to do.
Yeah, just because
it makes no sense. None of it makes sense. It's just ridiculous. It's so retarded. But that's how dumb they've made us. I mean, that the average person is either going to be so in fear of speaking out, or is just going to be dumb enough to cheer along.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good summarization, I would say. Definitely.
We have
of both groups. There's both groups there. You're right.
Yeah, I know. I mean, to think that people in Afghanistan would plot something like that, like how it would benefit them in any way, shape, or form. It's like it's the stupidest thing ever. But it's what we are. I mean, they have. I think 9/11 though. I mean, that's probably a lot of what flat Earth and everything else is all about. It's because 9/11 is the big one, right? It's the one that wakes people up the most. And
what do you think of the whole 9/11 was an inside job meme? Because I don't think it's really that much. I don't think it's very accurate, to be honest. Because we know it was mostly an outside job by another country. Yeah.
Well, it is an inside job because without with
the traders within, but it was directed by.
Well, isn't that perfect? Yeah. I think in a way too. I would state that the JEWs did 9/11 is also part, because if you just take one thing and you say it's one group, that's what they want. They want you to adhere to one philosophy, and it's more complex.
Well, but if it's mostly true, I mean, we cannot deny that, right?
Yeah, it's mostly true, yes, but
play a game of let's let's be
not alone, and there's certainly many other accomplices with.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I like how Call for an Uprising calls them bagel eaters. They're bagels. That's a good. Like you can't censor bagel. Well, so Call, good job on that one.
Red Sea pedestrians.
I typically say the people you're not allowed to talk about, because it leaves it a little bit.
Might as well just say bagels, though. I mean, it's just because it's funny.
That's it. I have a feeling. I have a feeling that it kind of plays into their narrative if you push that because that's probably what they want you to do. Because not if there isn't truth to it. Of course there is, but
it's true. We want to see it. I mean, yeah. If it's true, then what are we supposed to do? Not point it out. I mean, if we know it's true, right? I mean, what
I'm saying is that if you, because like one of the things that they're going to come in right now, the JDL, not the JDL, ADL, and the other
the JDL,
Jewish defense.
It's like it might as well be, right? Like the ADL might as well be.
Well, JDL is just
right.
JDL is just a muscle.
SLPC, it doesn't really matter, right? APEC, it doesn't matter. It's all the same. But the thing is that they're I think they want people to push that narrative. That's why I question certain channels and operations that are afoot, because I think that the whole thing is that they're going to come in and they're going to take out Zionism. Like they're going to say that Zionism is people that are anti-Zionist are anti-Jewish. Yeah, they're anti-Jewish. This is, you're going to watch this. Watch this. It's already happening. And if this will go forward, because, and that's where, it's pretty dangerous, right? Because, it's going to be like, well, you won't even be able to talk about Zionism. You won't be able to mention Zionism.
No, you can't have an opinion on the Palestinian Israeli conflict. Or, I mean, if you have an opinion on that, then you are anti bagel.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's getting into this. I don't know if I agree 100%, because you're basically implying that it's a double bind situation, right? And what are we supposed to do? I mean, you're either doomed if you do or doomed if you don't. Yeah,
I agree. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't. Because if you don't talk about,
I mean, I would rather continue to talk about it, even if there's some kind of larger plan. I mean, what are we supposed to do? I mean, just stay silent.
I agree.
You know what? How the fuck is Handsome Truth? You guys mentioned him in the beginning of the program. I was just, how the fuck is he still? Is he really like? What number is he on now? Like, I mean, is he
21.
like he said
21?
I'm sorry.
I thought it was interesting that the first chat that they rated was mine. I thought that was interesting. I don't know why. Like, why me out of all people? They came, and that video is still up, by the way. You can look up. You can find it. It's Jeff Censored Name the Jew, and it's like I was the first channel that they targeted, and it's like out of all the channels, and they hit so many different channels, and that is for some reason that video is still up. It's like it's weird. It's like all his channels have been taken down, but that video is still up. I don't
know. Speaking of bagels, do you ever notice how much they push actual bagels into the mainstream? Like they reference it all the time in everything.
Yes.
There's always a mention of bagels.
That's why I thought it was so funny. Like that's an extra reason. Yeah. But yeah.
There was some. I
recently came across like how to spot
vegan
fake news.
Yeah.
No, how to spot fake news, and it was like 3 stories, and one of them was like the ghost went into the shop and stole bagels.
Oh, there was another one.
One of the stories.
They always refer themselves to as goys.
Yeah.
It would be the same thing as having like a nigger defense league,
Here's an interesting one off CNN. Off CNN, guys. Sharapova off to a blistering double bagel start at Australian Open.
Anonymous, I remember you showed me that article from an animal rights activist where she was saying that we should stop saying it's not okay to say bring home the bacon. They're supposed to say bring home the bagels.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Another funny one was
I love the way that all that New World Order double speak that they're trying to rewrite all these.
Yeah, they're just mashing it all together.
You know the one where they say kill 2 birds with 1 stone? It's like feed 2 birds with 1 cup or something.
1 scone. It was a scone.
2 birds, 1 cup.
Yeah,
2 birds, 1 cup. I wonder who
don't
came
even
up
mention
with
that.
the 2 girls 1 cup thing. I wonder who's responsible for that. I wonder.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I wonder if the bagels are responsible.
Yeah,
for it.
Maybe they ate bagels before they did that.
The porn thing. The porn video I never uploaded, by the way, which I should go and upload on DTube, and I probably will. Which was the one where I was reacting to Pornhub's, searches and their whole year summary, which was covered by all the New York Times and all the CNN and everybody else said, "Wow, isn't this awesome? Look at Pornhub. This is their searches for the year. Isn't it fascinating? The number 1 term in the world was lesbian."
That's I find that hard to believe.
Growing thing was she nails. No fun.
Yeah, but okay, yeah. So you got a bunch of guys going on there to jerk off, and they're gonna type in lesbian. Sounds like garbage to me. But
well, that's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do,
right.
Trying to normalize lesbianism, because that's all part of toppling the patriarchy, and programming.
Yeah, man, they gotta make the dykes look in fashion. It's trendy. It's trendy to be a dyke.
The video that I showed was Pornhub celebrating their anniversary and how awesome it is, and they had a young, attractive girl walking into a beach house, somewhere in California, probably Malibu or something like that, in which there was a bunch of women in the house. There was no men. It was just women. And she's walking in, she's looking at all the women are in various states of undress. And there's like this sensual music playing, and it's like Pornhub, celebrating, the anniversary. And
this is why I like Jeff C. He digs through the trash, to expose it to me. So I don't have to go digging through the trash.
It's not fun digging through the trash. I'll tell you. I get fucking angry, man. Like you guys, the videos I put up, a lot of times I have to stop when I'm making a video because I'm just cursing and I'm like, oh, this is gonna get censored,
I can only imagine, man. I can only imagine.
It's not. I don't enjoy. I enjoy the work I do to a certain extent, but I don't enjoy what they're doing at all to people. It hurts me. It hurts me a lot because it's evil. That's how I define evil.
Well, hopefully,
I would never hurt people. Why do you want to hurt people? Why do you want to, why would you want bad things to happen to other people?
Hopefully, I was gonna say, hopefully, shows like this kind of help to maintain your, faith in humanity, at least, by speaking with people who actually understand, And it's unfortunate that's the thing. The thing that pisses me off the most is that, and I'm not saying this in a negative light, is that you don't have a larger audience, and that is. And I know you say you don't want one, and we've already talked about this, but I just wish. I guess I wish that you had a much larger audience. But unfortunately, that can't be so.
I say this to people: it's gone the opposite way, where it's like typically you get a YouTube channel and you put up.
It's a dark corner.
Yeah, it sucks, but you know what? At least I can take satisfaction in that I'm actually covering something that's really important, and that is affecting everyone. So that's where I take my sort of. I guess pride in what I do is that, I don't get views, I get censored. I lose all my channels. I lose a lot of subscribers. But what I'm putting out is extremely important. And that's why it's all happening. So that justifies what I'm doing. It says that your work is important and you should continue to do it.
I guess the thing that pisses me off is that it would, because I've seen your channel, I've been following your channel for a long time. Is that normally under the normal circumstances, like let's say like Google never took over YouTube, like you would probably have like fucking, if YouTube stayed YouTube, you'd probably have like 2 million subscribers.
Yeah, that would be
some crazy. I mean, something crazy. Like actually, like
they would take
censored and left up to the people. Yeah. If it was left up to the people, then you would have, you know, like 2 million. You know, Call for an Uprising would have like, you know, probably more. I don't know, 4 million. You know, I mean, but the point is, it would be getting across, but it's just not possible anymore.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Yeah,
it's a very unfortunate thing.
I never did this ever to be popular. I never thought ever I would be doing this. It was never when I, like, you guys might not know this. I don't know if any of you listened to the earliest days when I started Free Radio Revolution. It was actually a group show, and I started it with 3 other guys, right? And
you guys were just like fucking around.
Yeah, it was me, my buddy Greg, who I used to do shows with. I did shows with afterwards, and he's still one of my best friends. And his brother Paul, and this other guy Dave, and we did a bunch of shows, and we would just sit around, drink beers, and smoke doobs, and talk about the New World Order, basically. And that's how it started. And then, you know, and so I started in 2012, early 2012, and we did that for about a year. And then eventually, when Sandy Hook happened and all that, I kind of branched off, and I started doing individual videos. And then we just disbanded the group thing because it was too difficult. We were very far apart too. It was a long drive for people to get together, sort of thing. We live in different parts of the city. But anyways, the whole thing was that I never ever envisioned being popular, and never ever thought. And when Sandy Hook happened, I started getting all these subscribers. It was kind of a roller coaster ride, because it was exciting, but it was also like, oh my God, I'm kind of scared, because now I'm being targeted, and I was getting all kinds of death threats at the same time. They were trying to intimidate me. It was very serious. And yeah, when I was at the peak of my popularity,
really, wow. I
had crazy. I still have a file on one of my old hard drives that has all the death threats on it, because I was very serious about collecting those. Has it ever
escalated to face-to-face threats, or was it all just online?
No, it was all online. No, but yeah, I did have people showing up. So you know,
did you? Well, I guess my question is, I was gonna say you should, but rather, did you seek legal counsel on that?
Yeah,
I would have. When I
was being stalked heavily back in 2015, when that operation led by the Flat Earth operation against me on the plane, the most provable plane crash, there was some really just horrible things that were going on. I was being stalked horribly. And I
know you talked about gang stalk, and at that point in time, I had never heard of it. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, that all happened. But the thing was that I'm super tough. I mean, you come at me, I'll fucking knock you really hard. I'll hit you way harder. So, you know, I'm not one to be bullied. And but at the same time, like, I think I made it clear to the people that are stalking me that I'm not interested in being popular. I'm not interested in making tons of money. I'm not interested in having a huge following. It doesn't appeal to me, because I don't want to be anywhere near the tip of the spear. I just want to be doing my thing. I just want to, like, it'd be nice to have more support, like on Patreon. That would be great if I had, say, double the amount. If you look at my Patreon, I got a 200 goal. That was my goal: get 200 people to support me. If I could reach that, I'd be happy forever, and I could just keep doing it, you know. And that would help me, because it'd give me extra money and extra time, and the money is super important because it pays a bunch of bills. I mean, it's very important.
You know,
it's extremely
money equals time, and time equals money.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It literally does. So, but I love this work. I absolutely love live shows. I mean, this is my favorite show out of all the shows I do. This is my favorite. And it's just fun to be with people and have a great
conversation. You're just saying that because it's yours.
No, seriously, it is.
No,
'cause,
I
mean, like doing. I love doing live shows, and ideally, if I could just go and do live shows and not worry and not be censored, it
No,
would be.
you're good at it, man. You're good at it. Like you have a radio voice, and you have the ability to you have the gift of gab, as
you have the fire. You have the fire in your voice. That's
why.
Thank you. I always feel like that's a natural thing for me to do this. So, but at the same time, it's dangerous what we do. What I'm doing is dangerous, and I don't want to be a target. And I just prefer to be. I just prefer. Like, I wouldn't be comfortable with call for an uprising's audience. It would be nice, but I wouldn't be comfortable because I think I would be way too much of a target. And I was a massive target back in the past, and I didn't enjoy it at all. And that's not at all why I got into this. And I realized through all this is that freedom of speech is not here. It doesn't exist. It's not real. If it did, I wouldn't be in the situation that I'm in. The opposite is true, and information is definitely controlled. And if you are actively counteracting the propaganda that is out there, then you're going to be a massive target. And the more success you have, the more they'll come down on you. So, and I'm surprised. I mean, I would say call for an uprising. I'm surprised that he doesn't get is censored, but I think in a way, I would say in a way that there is an objective of the New World Order to push people into Christian groups and stuff like that. So I think that
he has been censored, and he's reported on it. I just think he does such a brilliant. I mean, like he explains himself. He's like, you don't have to let the algorithm. These are just algorithms. Are you going to let an algorithm?
Not with me. Yeah. No way. It's not algorithms. And they've come out and told me many times.
No, I know. They're targeting you.
Like, gazillions of messages
brother.
saying that we're taking you out. We're doing this. But
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting that call. Maybe from the beginning is why he's not being so targeted, is because he kind of switched up his game for the most part. I mean, because I remember I used to listen to Call, and I mean, I don't know if you can look up old Call for an Uprising videos and see how more hardcore he was, because he was, but now he's kind of he's kind of having to soften his speech.
Yeah,
but you know what? Hey, if you can, I see your point. And I see his point.
He's trying a good friend of mine. So like I respect him, and I think I don't agree probably with maybe quite a bit of what he puts out. I don't know, but I do agree with overall a lot of the things that he's doing, and I think he's important because he's reaching a lot of people. I don't know. I mean, it just seems like maybe that my work is a little bit more damaging to what's going on, or I have just attracted the ire of the worst. I don't know. I can't really.
I think it is. I think you, just by your awesome, and I'm not. I loved it. I loved it when you could actually be raw.
Yeah.
And how the way that you were. I loved that. And then when it was taken away because of censorship, I understood it, but I was disappointed, not in you, but in the censorship.
Yeah.
And I think that he's trying to just keep his voice alive, and that maybe that even he learned from you.
Oh yeah,
because he mentions you. He mentions you quite a bit. I mean, he gives you a plug.
He's a good guy. I mean, he's been
just in one of his latest videos. He mentioned.
I'll tell you.
Call from you.
Call. I think he was heavily influenced by me. He came around many years after, so he's been around now for a while. But when he came on the scene, I remember when he came on the scene, and what impressed me about him was that he would put out videos that I would call, like
clickbait or
well,
whatever.
not clickbait, but like just like he would immediately like maybe auto hoaxing or something like that, which I thought was part of what they were doing, right? The auto hoaxing, like a lot of the shills, the flat Earth shills that they brought in, auto hoaxed everything, and so anything that happened was a hoax. And if you didn't say it was a hoax, like I could come out and say something's a false flag.
Well, that's like the what is it? What was that one guy? He said everything was a hoax. Max. Oh yeah, Max. That's like Max Malone shit.
Yeah, I know Max too. Max went down flat Earth too. Yeah, that's
everything's.
He did some good
like
work
when you
back
start
in Boston, though.
everything's an operation.
Max did some good work with Boston, and you know, Max is Max.
So so did PK.
PK.
I'm just saying, like specifically regarding Boston.
PK was a close friend of mine, and
he was.
I have to say, with PK, I made up with PK, buried the hatchet with him, and I wish him no ill will whatsoever, and I hope he does well. And when I heard he had cancer, I reached out to him right away and said, you know, but he fell into the auto hoaxing crowd as well, and it wasn't conducive to proper sort of, like, to me that is bad for us, because if we auto hoax everything, we look like retards, and we're not.
It's fucking horrible. It's horrible.
So, but the thing is that, you know, with Call, he listened to me. You know, he came to me for advice, and I gave him advice, and he listened. So, you know, like, he displayed a lot of character, and he took down videos that I wouldn't tell him to take down, but I thought were not well, you know.
I've seen him do that too.
So yeah, he's a good guy, and you know, he's very passionate, and he's important, though. You know what I think too, and I think I really feel like this with Call. I'm glad that Call is there. I'm really happy that he has the reach that he has, because he's important. I mean, like, in a way, Call is great, because it's like, you know, I would like to have that reach, but at the same time, no, because I don't want the heat coming down on me. I don't want that. But that he has it, and that he's putting out.
You want to self-censor yourself that much is what I think. But I really do think that in your soul, I think that, you know, you could title certain videos, and you could
that's true.
talk.
I'm learning that.
You know,
I think I am learning. Like, what would be best for me would be able to put up a video without any consequential or any meaningful title. Like, if I can just put up a video and say, you know, chocolate raspberry fudge or something, right? Like, it doesn't mean anything, right? It's just, it's just, and people would click on it and watch it, and it would talk about, you know, this shooting,
the other,
you know,
all the real
mean?
shit.
That would.
Hey, how about strippers playing with kittens?
Then I would be flagged by the YouTube community for, you know,
sexual harassment.
So they have a clause for titles. Like, if you put the wrong title, if your title does not contain what you're putting out, then you'll definitely be flagged if you're someone like me. So they'll get you for that, for sure. But it would be great to just, like, say Jeff C, you know, today or something, right? Jeff C, you know, February the 1st, 2019. You know, put that as a title, and then show all that stuff. But how many more people am I going to reach?
Well, do you ever think about, you know, I mean, maybe your angle should be more towards, because, I mean, you're so good at live shows and talking for such a lengthy amount of time. Do you ever think that maybe your efforts would be better suited towards maybe like a Corbett report type of channel, to where you're just doing kind of like documentaries? Because I feel like your voice would be really fantastic for documentaries, and that maybe, and if you're speaking in terms of documentaries, of course, you're not going to be cussing and doing, you know, stupid shit. So maybe that might suit you better. I don't know if you ever thought of that. You know, I'm sure you have.
And I'll answer that right now. It's an excellent question, and I have a great answer. and
okay,
I'll just say it like this. my work, my real work, requires a tremendous amount of time, and it's very difficult for me to allocate lots of time to sitting in front of a computer and editing videos. And I have nothing but respect for people that do that. So I have huge respect for Corbett. Really Graceful is probably my favorite channel on YouTube, you know, because she does such tremendous videos. I have huge respect for people that do that type of work, and I wish I could. I wish I had extra time in the day to devote to just.
Maybe you should
I don't like. I don't like
hire and hold on, Jeff. Hold on, Jeff. I'm helping you right now. Maybe you should hire a fucking editor, like a marketing specialist slash video. Like, just hire. I'm talking. Just take away the headache.
Yeah,
pay some money.
But that's
hire
it.
someone.
It's not a profession for me. It is, you know, like, yes, I do get some money from it, and it's very important, and I couldn't appreciate it more. And I would like to continue that and maybe get more support. But I don't
just think that your voice over like heavily. I know. I just think that your voice over heavily edited and people who know the craft.
Yeah.
It could be really effective, and so I think that would be fantastic if you just I understand. I don't want to do that shit either.
Yeah,
but I don't. I mean, I don't have the voice that you have. You have a great voice. You have a great. You're always coherent whenever you speak, and it's great. And I think if you had a video editor that just did that for you, it might just take off, man.
Yeah.
So,
well, it would, but then so with the censorship, maybe. I mean, like, if I had to do it all over again, because that's the whole thing, and I guess that kind of sums the whole thing up. I'm an accident. I was not meant to be doing this. I didn't come into this. Like, when I came into this and I was doing this, who was around? Like, I'll tell you who was around the alternative media scene. Corbett was around. You had the guy, what's his name there with the big nose? Luke Radowski. You had We Are Change. You had the guy that changed the channel. And all these guys turned out to be shield. Jason Burmis. You had people like that, and then you had Alex Jones. So when I came in, there really wasn't any sort of truther scene. Really, there was conspiracy videos and all that, but there wasn't really any.
Just kind of a messy,
very messy. Yeah, very messy. So it was all accidental. Nothing was planned. It wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna make a bunch of videos and get really popular and make money and shit. Like, none of that ever was. It was just, we started doing group shows, and then I fell into Sandy Hook. So we're doing group shows every week. We would get together. I would do a lot of research for the group shows. So I'd be researching articles, and I was really involved in the surveillance of the New World Order. So I was looking into all the surveillance and how they were carrying it out, and looking into the GCHQ and NSA, and in Canada we had CSEC, and how all these, the post 9/11 world of collecting information. And that was what was really concerning for me. And so it was just an accident, basically. And so I think that the way that I do it now is more a matter of expediency. It's just like, I have an hour. I have an hour. I'll do a couple videos, and I love it. I absolutely love it. But I totally agree. I would love to do that. It would be an absolute joy to have somebody else put together all the video work and me do the voiceover. That would be easy peasy sort of thing. And I would do that for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, so Really Graceful out there. If you're listening,
yes.
You need to reach out to Jesse.
Come on.
Get this thing going.
Yeah, but you know what? Grace,
damn it, Really Graceful. Man,
she has such
great work.
There's no way that my voice would be better than hers on her video. Her videos are fantastic, and her voice is amazing. She's the perfect go between, the type of person that you send the video out to. Like, you could send a Really Graceful video to anybody. That's what I love about Grace, because she just She just has that soft touch to it. We gotta really appreciate these types of people because
factual.
Yeah, factual, and not only that, but leaving it to the viewer. Like, I don't know, what do you think? You know, kind of thing. That's what Grace does so well. You know, and God bless her for that. She does an amazing job, and James does a great job too. James, I know James too, right? So I respect James, and you know, I actually did an interview with James like way back in 2013, sort of thing. So I know James. I've known him for years, and he does a great job too. I don't agree with everything he puts out. I'm not necessarily like I don't know. James seems to stay away from certain things. He'll never touch the fake shootings or anything like that, which is kind of disappointing.
You're saying James, or is that
Corbett?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, Doug James Corbett. I was just calling him Corbett. Sorry.
Yeah, Corbett's one of the good guys. I mean,
yeah, you know what? I think he doesn't cover those things because he knows. Honestly, I mean, as smart as the motherfucker is, I think he knows. And I think he knows that if he covers those certain things in that light, then it's going to start, you know, hammering down on him. And so I think he keeps his distance.
Well, you know,
that's just my opinion.
He learned the ways of the Jews media. He learned the ways.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what? James does tremendous work, and you got to accept him for what he is. And you got to say, hey, thank God we have somebody like James, because he covers a lot of things. Don't expect him to cover everything you want him to cover, because he's not.
Like the shooting. He's not going to cover he'll never cover like the shootings. And I think he does that on purpose. I think he knows that if he covered the shootings, then he would be censored to fucking hell.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
And it's okay. It's okay. You don't need to. Look, one thing that people need to listen, if you're listening to this and you're doing this type of work, you don't need to, like, look, just cover what you feel like covering. You don't need, like, you're not here to save the world. I mean, nobody's going to save the world. If you find that there's something that you're really interested in, like that video I did the other day in Pierre Maguire, I mean, probably 90% of my audience would be like, well, whatever, you know, like they don't really care, but I care. It's important to me. So that's why I covered it. Cover what you feel is important and put that information out there. Don't worry about, oh, I should cover this or that or whatever. I have to talk about this. No, you don't have to. You just have to, like, every one of us can do a little bit. And if we all do a little bit, then, you know, we're all going to go a lot further, sort of thing. So, you know, I don't get on people, like I get on people that put out horrible disinformation. So if somebody's a shill like Stefan Molyneux, you know, that's it. You know, like you're a shill. You know, I'm not going to respect you. It doesn't matter what you put out. You're putting out horrible disinformation. Joe Rogan's a horrible person. Like Joe Rogan is a terrible person. He's the type of person that I would want to fight if I saw him. Like, I hate that guy enough because
even Alex Jones hates him.
Yeah, he's an awful human being. Well, Alex Jones is a bad human being too. He's another liar and a shill. But Joe Rogan's even worse. And Joe Rogan is pushing terrible disinfo on his channel, and he has clearly made the deal. And well, you know, you could ask who's Joe Rogan's married to, and then you might start to find out what's going on. So, you know, Joe Rogan is definitely 100% a shill. And, you know, you can listen to Joe Rogan for certain things and get good information. So if it's bow hunting, yeah, Joe Rogan's good. If it's mixed martial arts, Joe Rogan's good. If it's 9/11, Joe Rogan's a fucking cocksucking shit-stained shill from hell. And he's a bad person. And I'm sorry. I am sorry. But there is a definition of a bad person. And if you're somebody that has influence and power and you're going to go on your show and you're going to purposely fucking deceive people, you are a terrible human being. There's no way you should take that role. Like Joe Rogan never had to take that role. He had all the money in the world. He had super success. He could have just been a mixed martial arts artist, you know, color commentator, and rode off nicely into the sunset. But instead, he took the deal. And he is now working for the bagels, basically. That's it. And he's a bad fucking person. He is a terrible person. And I would say that. I want to say it to his face. I'm looking for the next time the UFC's in Montreal. I'm tracking down Joe Rogan because I hate that motherfucker. I really do. I think somebody needs to tell him to his face what a piece of shit he is. because it's one thing to voice an opinion, but it's another thing to have a show that has millions of people watching on a regular basis, and you're putting out the type of disinformation that is dangerous to people, that is going to hurt people. You know, you are clearly working for the establishment. There's no way there's no way that I would ever be allowed to have a show like Joe Rogan. It would be the apocalypse. There's no chance in hell. So they have to have people that are controlled, that have those types of shows. But Joe Rogan is a very dangerous person because he has the biggest audience when it comes to podcasts right now in the world. He's one of the most influential people. But the good silver lining to it all is many of his listeners are seeing through him. And
that's what I was going to say. You know, it's like when you're listening to Joe Rogan talk about how, you know, chemtrails are bullshit, and then
you got a cancer for the mind.
All you have to do is just look up in the sky and you can see him. You know, I think a lot of his listeners are, and then as well as not only that, but 9/11. I think a lot of his listeners are just going, okay. I mean, maybe hopefully
they are aware. I see the comments, and I listen to a lot of Joe Rogan's podcast, and every other show is a bagel, without a doubt. That's really fucked up. And it's like people from New York Times and stuff. It's like there's no way that Joe Rogan just thought, I'm going to have this person on. There's something going on. You know, somebody is
so obvious.
Yeah, it's obvious, and this is a big deal. And I've called out Joe Rogan a million times, and I've tweeted him a million times. I think he probably knows because he bitches about people that go after him. So I'm sure he's seen my shit before. But you know, to me, it really bothered. Like Stefan Molyneux is another example. Like Stefan Molyneux is a terrible human being, like a awful, wretched creature. He is
he just blatantly covers for the tribe.
Yeah, exactly.
Always downplays, tries to make it seem like it's our fault that we've been ruled by, by the tribe.
Yeah. He's a wretched piece of shit. And for years, we showed this way back. We've been ripping, like way back when we were doing We'll Do It Live. We were ripping the shit out of Stefan Molyneux because he was putting out these videos, the truth about this, the truth about this, truth about Sandy Hook, the truth about Elliot Rodger, the truth about that, the truth about everything. And it's like some shithead, right? Who's all of a sudden, you know, is going to give you his opinion, which is
careful. He's a philosopher.
Yeah, he's a fucking. Yeah, he likes to call himself the #1 philosopher in the world and shit. Like he's such a disgusting, putrid puke.
Anybody who calls himself a philosopher is not worthy of listening to.
Exactly. He's just an awful human being. I mean, I listened to Stefan Molyneux before he went full shill. Right. So before he was full on shill, when he had his free domain radio and he was like begging for cash all the time. And all he would do back then was people would call up about family relations and he would basically tell you to sever the family. That was his philosophy.
Is it sort of a MGTOW type of philosophy? I haven't listened to him back then.
Yeah, his philosophy was if family has scorned you, cut them out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
in some extreme cases it might be a good idea, but generally, I mean, you should probably try to
no. It's a terrible idea.
Yeah,
but that's exactly what they're trying to eradicate is family. But even back then, I could say, you know what? Okay, you might not agree with what he's saying, but you know what harm is he causing? It seems like he does care about the people that are calling in and shit like that. Then he changed completely. Changed completely. He just changed his game, and all of a sudden, it was the truth about this, the truth about that, and then all of a sudden, you know, he's featured on Alex Jones, the Rebel. You know, he's Lauren Simonson and Brittany Pettyboner and Mike Cernovich and Gavin Shitstain McInnes, and you know, they all circulate each other, and it's uncanny. It really is when you look at it and you see. You know, Lauren Simonson and Stefan Molyneux, new, and he's, you know, they're doing speaking engagements with Jordan B. Peterson in, you know, all around the world, you know, selling out little conference areas and stuff like that. It's really crazy. It's like,
Yeah. Did you see that video of Jordan B. Peterson being asked about the JQ, specifically the Bolshevik Revolution? And
oh my gosh,
did you see his reaction?
No, I didn't.
There's a video. I think it's from about half a year ago, and somebody in the audience asked him whether he knows about the fact that the so-called Russian Revolution was really a Jewish revolution, and starts asking him about the JQ. And Jordan B. Peterson, the reaction is very telling. He just he starts nervously looking into the floor, basically, and starts walking back and forth on the stage, and he's not able to provide any answer for about a minute, and then he just says, I can't do it.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Could you send me that?
I'll look it up. Actually, you know what you can do? You can just type in. I've
never seen it.
Jordan B. Peterson. I can't do it.
You know, when Jason A is promoting, it's just like an automatic thumbs down. You know, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, Jeff, just type in Jordan B. Peterson. I can't do it.
All right, let's see here. We'll see. We'll play that for folks.
Jordan Peterson saves the world. Like it's like Jason A's.
Look,
like
I mean, there's a reason why he's so iconic and he's everywhere. Because
he's pushed to. That's all. That's all. It's not because he's so brilliant. He's pushed by the. That's it.
All right, I found it. All right, so we're gonna share this. Hang on a second.
Fucking propped up, fucking media, fake ass fraud. I fucking hate him.
Well, yeah, really it's like 75% truth of stuff that is obvious, and then it's 25% lies of things that are the most important. That's the formula that these guys operate with, and it's pretty crazy. So here we go. What I'm gonna do, folks.
We can't see your screen yet. Okay, now we can. Yeah.
You're gonna share this. I'm gonna ask you guys just to be quiet or mute your microphones while I play through it, and then because I have to use my microphone to capture the sound. So here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Jewish individuals are overrepresented in the ownership and senior staffing of the U.S. news media. The news media also is inexplicably hostile towards Russia. If the current warmongering against Russian Christians is in any way motivated by the same ethnic hatred that motivated the Holodomor, we must face that truth honestly. So here's my question. If Jewish individuals hated Christian Ukrainians enough to starve millions of them to death, could the same thing happen today? Could Jewish individuals use their position of power to seek out revenge against places like Europe and Russia that have a history of expelling Jews? Thank you again for your work.
Oh my gosh, Jeff, can you pause it? Yeah. Wow. I just gotta say, wow. Like props to that. Yeah. Like props to that guy for asking that fucking question in that scenario. Oh my gosh. Like look at his face palming.
Yeah.
His face palming.
He's like,
oh my
this wasn't
gosh.
part of the curriculum.
Where is that guy's fucking channel, man? Like, where is the dude? Like, we need to talk to that dude who asked that question, that intelligent question. Holy shit! Sorry, go on.
Well, that's it. It's like, this is obviously something that he's not prepared for, and his reaction is gold. So yeah, let's go forward here. We'll put it back here a second. I'll play it again. Actually, let's just play the whole thing again.
Fucking A, yeah.
Jewish individuals are overrepresented in the ownership and senior staffing of the U.S. news media. The news media also is inexplicably hostile towards Russia. If the current warmongering against Russian Christians is in any way motivated by the same ethnic hatred that motivated the Holodomor, we must face that truth honestly. So here's my question. If Jewish individuals hated Christian Ukrainians enough to starve millions of them to death, could the same thing happen today? Could Jewish individuals use their position of power to seek out revenge against places like Europe and Russia that have a history of expelling Jews? Thank you again for your work.
Fucking piece of shit.
Oh my God. And I intend to just speak the truth.
What the fuck? I don't even know what's going on right now. Are you answering the question or are you?
Yeah. Woo! Yeah, I love
It? Fucking piece
Can't
of
touch
shit.
this.
You really have changed my life and changed the life of a lot of people. Thank you so much. That's okay.
No, that sums it up. That's all you need to know. There's Jordan Peterson. That's it. It's done. It's over.
He just got domed. He
Show's
got
over.
domed.
Show's over. I mean, you do you guys know about this one? Let's put this one in. Let's just look at this. We'll put Jordan Peterson. And what should we put? How about this? Balfour Declaration. Oh, I spelled it wrong. It's with a U. Declaration.
You have
Yeah, here we go.
you have to spell Balfour, right, Jeff?
Ah, there we go. The significance of the Balfour Declaration with Jordan Peterson. Right? And how about the images? Let's take a look here. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is the good one here.
Oh, our friend Ezra.
Yeah, Ezra. Ezra.
Oh,
There you go.
buddy.
Balfour with the rainbow, by the way.
Of course. They use the rainbow very often in their organizations. Yeah.
It's Saturn, by the way.
Is that?
Wow. Yeah.
I'm not
The rings of Saturn. That's pretty crazy, man. But yeah, you know, that's what Jordan Peterson is. Jordan Peterson is a shill. That's all.
Yeah,
There's nothing more to
hands
it.
down.
Yeah, he
Hands
gives you
down.
some good information. Yeah, he says some common sense, and he says it eloquently. He says it with great prose. He is a well-read person. He is a well-mannered sort of debater.
Is everything they would want him to be? Yeah.
Exactly
Yeah.
what they want him to be, and there's a reason why he's there, and there's a reason why he's making millions of dollars. He's making millions. He's making a lot of money.
And he's asking, did you see his Patreon? He's making like $500,000 a year from his Patreon. He says it's not enough.
I watched a good video done on Jordan B. Peterson, and they really pointed out how he's actually was put in place to neutralize the right from assembling and actually being a
smart
force or whatever.
They're smart. They're fucking smart. You can say a lot of things about them, but they're smart. They know what they're doing.
But you know what though? But they got that status only by charging usury in interest, and so is that really? I mean, I get all the propaganda.
okay.
I've
We're
read,
smart.
I've
We're
read the
smart.
book Propaganda by Edward Bernays, so I understand it. But what I'm saying is what they've done is wicked. It's not really that smart. It's just wicked. It's just fucking over innocent people.
Well, I mean,
Is that really that smart? I mean, you know.
Yeah, the whole
I guess it was. You know?
About the Jordan Peterson likes to talk about the Ashkenazi IQ superiority, which is another total bullshit thing. Like, oh, they're so much smarter, and that's why they're all my friends, because I like smart people. You know, it's like fuck you, you fucking douchebag.
Yeah, I mean, we don't.
Yeah, no, the Jews are in control because they're the smartest.
Yeah,
right?
we shouldn't necessarily discard the whole IQ thing, but it doesn't determine the value of a person. It's just one of many factors that go into defining who we are as different races, right? So, I mean, just because they have a higher IQ doesn't mean that they are.
I don't buy
society,
that.
right? I mean,
They don't even have an higher IQ.
I don't buy it. I think though that the whole thing is that
no, they actually have the lowest IQ by region.
What I would say is this. Okay, what I would say is this: is like the banking.
nobody looks at statistics.
It's like saying they're better bankers than everyone else. Well, yeah. It's like they
that's
figured
what
out.
I say. Like, yeah, they're the best at being scumbags. They're the best at it. I give you that. It's not that you're smarter. You're not smarter than me. You're a piece of fucking trash.
Well,
you're a fucking pebble on the bottom of my shoe. Okay? I'm tired of it. No, they're not smarter.
But you know,
more
the important thing to state is that this is definitely not all of them, and this is you know, I mean, that's the way I see it. This is a mistake that people can make and say that, you know, like all of them are involved in this. No, it's not happening. And at the upper echelons, there's a serious concentration, and it's a serious concern. And whatever, you know,
a counter argument can be made as okay, well, we have all these scumbags of a certain tribe up at the top, but where are the lowly Jews? I mean, why are they so silent? I mean, why is
there are a lot of Jews. There are a lot of Jews that speak out against Zionism.
That big of a country.
They speak out against Zionism because it's against their religious Talmudic, not Talmudic, sorry, Torah, certain Torah beliefs. But they're still practicing many of the same things that are destructive to our society.
Yeah.
So
I hear you exactly what you're saying, but my counterpoint to that would be, you know, what is Israel? I mean, I'm pretty sure Texas in itself is bigger than Israel, you know, so I don't think it's justified. I really don't.
New Jersey.
You know, I mean, they're not that big of a ground of people. And so the fact that they actually buy into that just shows that they're kind of like a cult. It's pretty much it's a cult in Israel, that they believe that they're God's chosen people based off of their ethnicity, which is funny and, you know, contradictory if you read the Bible, because it's the Bible doesn't give a fuck about race. It's clear, but they do. They believe they're the they're the chosen race, they're the chosen people by God, and therefore, if you disagree with them, you're disagreeing with God. And
chose means cattle in French.
Stop. Yeah, because I'm gonna get too pissed off.
Zero.
Chose means cattle from French, so they are the cattled people. They're the ones who are actually the cattle. Chose, like chattel, or cattle, is cattle.
Well, I mean, whatever they, wherever it came from, they think they're the chosen people. They think that they're chosen by God, and that gives them, superiority over other countries, and they can just bomb and shoot innocent people, and gosh, it really does. It blows your mind. I think it's like, what is it? Israel is like number 3 or 4, and top, national defense, and right, something like that. I mean, they're like one of the top, defense. They have one of the most top defenses, just like we do as the U.S. So they're rated number
United
3
States,
or 4 or 5 or something. There's no way that a guy. Sorry, Jeff.
The Americans have chosen proxies all the time. So the Americans chose China as a proxy, and then changed and chose Japan as a proxy, sort of thing, or as an ally, sort of in a region. So what they do is the Anglo-American alliance, they'll choose. Yeah. And there's a lot more to it when it comes to Israel, but they chose Israel they chose Iraq as one of their alliances way back when. And then,
are you sure it's not Israel who chose?
Well, yeah, that's it, right? That's where it's fucking. That's the whole thing. Israel's such a crazy country, though. It's it's one of the youngest countries in the world, and it's the origins of it, like the Balfour Declaration, the Rothschilds. I mean, it's such a crazy fucking thing. There's nothing else like it.
Yeah, and actually, it's not the people who first set that whole process in motion. It started in the mid-19th century. They were not even ostensibly Jews. They were Freemasons, British Freemasons.
Balfour.
Yeah, the Lord
Balfour Declaration, right?
No, Balfour is early in the 20th century. The process, the first Zionist project, actually, it was Lord. I forgot the name. But it was actually British Freemason who started the whole research into basically settling the Palestine with Jews in the mid 19th century. Lord Palmerston. So yeah, Lord Palmerston. I remember.
But didn't the Balfour Declaration?
There's no country
make that official, from what I understand.
It was Ottoman Empire back then. And it's funny. It was while it was still Ottoman Empire, the British Freemasons were already developing plans of how they're going to turn into a Jewish homeland, which is very bizarre. I mean, which goes to show you who really controls British Freemasonry. They were supposed.
That's where I think that you have this alliance that goes back, and that's why I say it's a mistake to just say it's one group, because I think there's.
Yeah, but I mean, it kind of goes to show who the boss is. I mean, if these supposed Gentiles who are so eager to create Israel for Jews, I mean, what is it's kind of strange set of priorities. Yeah,
we don't care. Yeah, like the reality
also feeds into their regional sort of desire to control that area. The Middle East, in many ways, was kind of overlooked until they discovered oil, right? And once they discovered oil, it's like, well, we gotta fucking get in there.
Well, I agree, Jeff. And what I wanted to point out was just that, up until really the year, like, I want to say like 1995-ish, no one really, I mean, as far as the average everyday American, no one cared about Israel. It was like, well, I'm sorry that Israel's going through that, but, we're going to focus on ourselves. That was the mentality of the American people up until 9/11 happened.
Well, you could say APEC, the influence
that, but I
know on American politics. Now it's a fait accompli, right? It's a fait accompli. It's done. You have a parasitic.
Like Benjamin Netanyahu was writing about it. Yeah,
you have a parasitic organization that basically controls the United States by and large, and I imagine most of Congress knows this, and they're afraid to speak out. Some of them do, and usually
they couldn't stop clapping when Bibi came to.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you gotta clap. What's the difference? What's the difference when Bibi shows up, or Tony Blair gives a speech, or whatever, than when Kim Jong-il or whatever gives a speech, and you got to clap louder? I mean, it's the exact same thing. It's like, I got to show my allegiance to the power that is the powers that be, sort of thing. It's quite disturbing what's going on, and it's a serious problem, and it's unfortunate, because I'm sure a lot of good Jewish people are going to get tarnished by this. I have quite a few Jewish people and that I know, friends and stuff like that, people I've grown up with, even people in my extended family, and there's no. I mean, it's ridiculous to assert that there's
it's almost like Catholicism. Like they don't really, unless they're like 30 years old and they're still pushing it. It's almost just as corrupt as Catholicism. I guess it was what I would say is, as far as the Jews go, they don't know. They just don't know what they've gotten themselves into, because they've been bred and born to think that based off of their ethnicity, they're God's chosen people, which is just a really racist and supremacist.
That's always plagued them, right? That's always what's
pretty bad.
What's ostracized them for the rest of the world, and that's always been a blessing and a curse, I guess, at the same time, to the Jewish people, is that sort of religious philosophy, which is not inclusive, which is ironic, isn't it?
It's pretty bad
and everything, right? Like, I mean, they're trying to. I mean, and that's it. It's not just them. It's the New World Order is not just them. I mean, there are Freemasons. There's the British Royals. There are the monarchies of Europe. I mean, there's many other groups that are involved in it. Without a doubt.
The Jesuits.
Yeah, there's a lot of different groups involved in this new world order. There's Christian Zionists. I mean, there's so many things, and it would be a mistake to just say it's one group of people because there's no way it can be. It's bigger than that. But there is one group that you could argue that have the lion's share of control, and yeah, it would probably
disproportionate share.
Yeah, disproportionate sort of share.
It's not even argue. Yeah. Is it really an argument? I mean, it's kind of a fact. I wouldn't even say it's an argument. It's just fact.
Well, there's a lot of YouTube.
Anyone can look it up and verify it right now.
If anyone wants to check out a really good source, look up Johnny Gad. He doesn't have a YouTube anymore because they completely got rid of him. But he's got his own website, and it's all his videos
brilliant.
archived.
He was brilliant.
Yeah, he's got awesome videos.
Yeah. Yes.
But there's more than that. You have to not play into the notion that it's all one group because that's what they want you to do. I think that's what I would argue. Even though you could argue that it's mostly one group, and it's very clear, it's very important to distinguish Jews from Zionism because most Jews are not Zionists, I think, and most Jews are ordinary folks.
You know, they could be Marxists though. They could be. Most. It's either Zionist or Marxist. Pretty like Winston Churchill said when he was correct, by the way. Even though he himself was a Zionist scumbag, he was arguing that Jews should.
Churchill killed.
Yeah.
Right. The way to look at it is that the Jews couldn't do it all by themselves. They have to work with other people.
Exactly. Look,
they know that they're very
Jewish supremacy. You know,
but I think that's like it's a complicated thing, and that's where 9/11. You're like, who is really responsible? Well, yeah, definitely there are. I mean that, but it requires a lot more, and you see. I mean, you see in the aftermath who comes forth. I mean, who is the biggest, player to come forth in the aftermath of 9/11 was Tony Blair, at least as the puppet sort of figurehead. But that is symbolic. It is symbolic because there is a strong sort of British, aristocracy, monarchy sort of presence in what's going on as well. And then again, as you say, with the Balfour Declaration, and how the roots of Israel come from, like a lot of maybe Christian Zionists from Great Britain.
I'm not Christian. I mean, I was saying British Freemason. You cannot. Yeah,
Christian's the worst thing.
You cannot be a Freemason.
On the point that you just said, let me just explain something real quick, so I can get this on the record. Okay, any real Christian who is reading the King James version, which is just a simplified, a perfected version of the prior text. It's just perfected English version. Look, we all know the truth about the Jews. The Bible explains it perfectly. Okay.
Yeah, Martin Luther was by no means a Judophile, and for all the Protestants who love Jews, yeah.
It's interesting because Stefan Molyneux, had a really, acidic sort of attack against Martin Luther King and his truth about.
I was saying Martin Luther, the original.
Oh, Martin.
Okay.
Catholic.
Yeah.
Who actually
the
a
Reformator.
little bit of the truth. Yeah.
He was really he had a gripe against the tribe for sure. He was.
Yeah, he wrote a book. What is it? The Jews and their lies.
Yeah. He was an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Not the other. I would obviously the Martin Luther King, which is not his real name, but he was quite the opposite.
That guy's a little fraud.
Yeah,
that guy's a little fraud.
His real name is Michael King, by the way.
Wasn't a bagel writing his speeches?
Yeah. He was surrounded by the tribe.
That guy, was nothing as he portrayed. He was going around hotel rooms. This is proven. He was going around hotel rooms as he was giving his speeches, and he was literally having orgies.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and if you don't believe me, then you
no.
Yeah.
In fact, his speech, his "I Had a Dream" speech, was totally concocted. It was actually somebody else who wrote that speech.
Listen to this. So he's first of all, he comes from a Masonic family. Both his father and grandfather were Prince Lodge Masons. Second of all, his name is not real. He was born Michael King, and so was his father. Then they changed the name. They both changed the name to Martin Luther.
King. That's interesting.
Yeah, Michael King. Yeah. Michael King, yeah, and thirdly, he's not a doctor as he's referred to because his degree was proven to be plagiarized. And
he professed to he tried to be a preacher as well. And I don't really have to say anything else after that.
Do you think maybe his assassination might have been staged?
Well, I mean, he was supposedly shot in the head with a 30-06 round, and with a 30-06 round, and from close range. But if you see the photos, I mean, somebody did an amazing job restoring his head, or I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of sketchy. Maybe they did really assassinate him just to create a martyr.
So they wanted to idolize him. They wanted to idolize.
I wonder if you would think about this.
That's why we have a holiday.
We cannot have three people talking at the same time. Sorry.
Okay,
sorry.
The way that I would. Okay, the way that I would. I want to put this sensitively because of the censorship, but like I would suggest that a lot of the black sort of folk iconic heroes have been propped up by Zionists.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Maybe the only exception might be Louis Farrakhan because he does speak out a lot about.
He's not a
Well, he's a Nation of Islam, which is actually has done a lot of good work as far as actually bringing the blacks out of misery and poverty and turning them into decent citizens.
Yeah.
And for that, he deserves a lot of respect. I'm not sure. I mean, he might be compromised, but if you listen to his speeches, he does name the
tribe.
Does name the real, culprits,
that's why I find him interesting. But like when you look at okay, for instance, today, okay, I've got Google here. Okay, let's just take a look here. Oh man, hang on a second here. Okay, so you know what? I have the screenshot that I took. I think I have it. Let's see here. That there. No, that's not it. There was a character that they had on here, which was it's dealing with Black History Month. So if you look at Google here,
I can't see anything.
Hang on. It still has it in the Google icon sort of thing. So I'm trying to remember the name of the character that they're pushing here. So I don't know why Walmart is. That's so bizarre. Google. I'm clicking on Google, and Sojourner Truth. Have you heard about this? Celebrating
negative. No.
Okay, so we'll put this up on the screen here to folks. Google Arts and Culture. Not sure who runs Google. Not sure. But okay, so what I would argue is this. What I would say is that there's a certain tribe that run our media that are constantly inundating us with cultural Marxism in order to obviously, just destabilize civilization and completely control us. And so it's a delicate thing because, of course, blacks have suffered from, racism and a history of nasty sort of shit. But here's an example. This is the Google. You see here, Sojourner Truth. Okay, so if we go back to Google here, they had it as their Google thing. I don't know why it's removed. I guess it's because it's 12:14 a.m. But this was their Google thing here. In fact, I could show you. Yeah, no. This was the thing that Google was showing. So are you seeing my screen, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is Google Arts and Culture. This was their Google. What do they call it? The Google thing that they put up when they put up a
Google Doodle or something.
Yeah,
like that, or, yeah.
This was the thing for the day, and so I clicked on it. Sojourner Truth. I thought that was really interesting name, considering the truth movement and how Google has been obsessed with commandeering it. At a time when most Americans thought of slaves as male and women as white, Truth embodied a fact that still bears repeating. Among the blacks are women, among the women are blacks. Historian Neil Irvin Painter. And so this has been the character, the woman, the myth, the legend. An internet preacher, abolitionist, and a women's rights activist, Sojourner Truth spoke against the injustices affecting various communities. Propelled by her faith, Truth. It's such a bizarre name, Truth, right?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a pseudonym.
Yeah.
I mean, who would
okay,
name
yeah,
somebody?
exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
pseudonym, right? But that's the name that, but traveled extensively to speak about her experiences as both a woman and a former slave. Although most popular quotes attributed to her legacy are inaccurate, Truth's activism led her to become one of the most recognizable figures in American history. And it's a touchy thing, this Black History Month, right? Because I feel like, in a way, I need to inform Black people who I have the most respect for, like I have huge respect for Black people, and I feel like whenever you kind of touch into their history, you have to be a little bit careful because you don't want to insult them, right? And all this, but you have to tell them at the same time who is controlling them and who is propelling them.
Yeah, and who brought them into the all these large metropolitan areas and tried to mix them with the rest of the population, which created conflict by well, it's a given that it will create conflict and break up the society and break up their families as well. And who introduced I think might be the most damaging thing for the blacks in the United States since the 1950s was I think it was the Great Society program, which basically is I think it was introduced by LBJ. But what they did is they said that we should basically create a program which would support single Black mothers with government welfare, and what predictably what is created is a broken family, in the Black community, because women, these Black women, they were having children and breaking up with. They were not seeking a stable relationship with a male, which you relying on this safety net from the government to support the child. And this is one of the primary reasons why we have so many fatherless Black kids today in the United States. And there's no way in hell that I would believe that this was accidental. I mean, the people who created these programs, they surely knew what would happen as a result.
Well, where does Planned Parenthood like to locate themselves?
Well, the ghettos, Blacks. Exactly. I mean, I feel like we are all targeted, not just Blacks or Latinos. Obviously, I mean, we're all the white women targeted just as much. Maybe not the same methods, but yeah.
When you mention Louis Farrakhan there, that in a way, he is one of those few Black leaders that actually has it right. It's like, or at least is aware of who has the control, right?
Yeah, Tony Martin was another one of them.
Tony Martin. Yeah,
it's very interesting. Actually, I was doing some reading on the Nation of Islam. Are you aware of George Lincoln Rockwell? He was a leader of the American Nazi Party in the 60s. And apparently they had a really good relationship with Nation of Islam and had a mutual respect for each other, because they realized that it would probably be best if the blacks and the Europeans in the United States would part ways for mutual benefit. That would benefit both races, because they realized that they were brought together and mixed by the tribe influence.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they were. I would tend to agree, because the goal, one of the goals of the Nation of Islam is separation or creation of a small nation for blacks somewhere in the United States, or at least it used to be. I'm not sure what the current policy is, but back then it was one of their goals. And these sort of so-called Nazis, I don't know, they wouldn't call themselves as well, National Socialists in the United States, who were championing the rights of the white population. They were in full agreement. They were actually supportive of that idea. And because, I mean, let's be realistic. I mean, I don't think we mix very well when it is a form of multiculturalism, and I don't think it works that well when you bring when you have a mixed population that is has a rather drastically different mindset. I mean, we can be, yeah.
Would you guys agree? If I mean, I know Christians wouldn't agree, but I would say that we're cavemen and that we're being transformed into something else. That ideally we're cavemen, so that means we're tribal. And that
yes, we're tribal. I'm not sure about the caveman part. I mean, but yeah.
I'd say we're not. I don't believe in the caveman thing, but we're definitely tribal. I mean, that's not really that controversial. I mean, if you grew up in a tribe, not stay in the tribe.
Well,
and it's pretty kind of common sense. It's not like it's groundbreaking. People have tribes. I mean, the Bible mentions tribes all throughout the Bible. I mean.
Yeah, and it's pretty logical that people who developed in different parts of the world would have a different mindset, different.
It's only natural for tribes to be wary of other tribes, especially if.
Yeah, there's nothing evil or bad about it. I mean, I don't think. Yeah, only bad thing about it is when they clash together.
We're gonna get on to black people for wanting to hang out with more black people, or we're gonna get on white people for wanting to hang out with white people. Seems like a slippery slope of stupidity.
Well, that's what they're doing. I mean, they don't get on black people for hanging out with black people. They get on for white people hanging out with white people, and they get on with white people for mating with white people.
Yeah, they definitely want to create this Kalergi, Count Kalergi said, what did he call it? A European Negroid or Eurasian Negroid? I can't remember the exact term, but he used. They definitely want to create that, because once you create something like that, which is a bit of an abomination, you create a perfect slave, basically, attached to no culture, somebody who has no roots really, other than just consuming or being attached to certain brands. And that's actually a common thing. If you listen, there are some interviews of on YouTube of people of mixed race, and a common theme among them that they're saying is that they feel lost. I mean, they have
could that be part of what they're doing with the DNA thing? Like, think about the DNA thing, where they're like, and what they're telling you could be total bunk, right? There's get the fuck out of here. I mean,
I'm not 100% convinced that the results that they provide you with are accurate.
I'm telling people, get the fuck out of here, right? Like when you send your DNA swab or whatever in, and they send you the results, get the fuck out of here. Like if you're gonna buy that shit, because what ReallyGraceful had shown in her video is a lot of people are getting their DNA back and it's telling them they're the opposite sex and stuff like that. It's like, it's just absolute fucking what the fuck.
Really? What?
Yeah.
I didn't hear about it.
No, yeah, absolutely. This shit is happening. So then people are saying, well, maybe I'm supposed to be a girl or I'm supposed to be a boy, sort of thing. So what if they're fucking with us with the DNA thing by saying, well, you're 5% this, 10% that, and 90 or 80% this? right? And then people are saying, well, I'm a bit of everything. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Actually, I think there was a news story not too long ago. I might be able to find it, but basically, twins did. Maybe you look it up. Twins DNA test, and it was drastically different.
Yeah. So look at 23andMe. What is their symbol? Actually, are you seeing this? Are you seeing the? Are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Yeah. Okay.
The rainbow.
Oh, you're talking about the not the main symbol. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's the rainbow. Yeah. Yeah.
That's their symbol, because whenever they show this, it's the rainbow. So what I'm theorizing is that maybe apart from just collecting people's DNA and for God knows what reasons in the future, maybe designer flus and whatever else to depopulate the planet, but also maybe a way of programming people into thinking that, hey, guess what? You're all these different things, and we're all the same.
No, I don't think we are. Well,
I'm not saying you
yeah.
are. You understand? I'm saying that they are. That they're.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And like that's the rainbow symbolism. The rainbow symbolism is telling you, well,
yeah, it's this egalitarianism that is pervasive today. I mean, everybody's equal and the same. Yeah.
Right.
The way I look at, if I could just explain what maybe there's some people questioning what me talking about race. I mean, I don't hate any specific race. There's a certain tribe that I dislike somewhat. I mean, certain members of that tribe. But in general, I don't hate any race. I'm just saying that we are not created the same, right? I mean, we have different traits. I mean, let's say people who come from Africa, they have talents in athletics or rhythmic music. Somebody who comes from Northern Europe, they have talents in organization, engineering, stuff like that. And we're not the same. It's just so basic and so simple. I mean, yeah.
At all for saying that. It's just the truth. It's called I don't know, something called culture. We're
it's just common sense as far as I'm concerned. I mean,
together because they meshed the best together, and it's kind of a common sense thing that people in the same culture are going to mix with people in the same culture. Wow,
and that creates strong communities. It creates strong communities that are able to defend themselves from encroaching tyranny of the system that they're creating, right? And they don't want that for sure. They want people who are disenfranchised. I live in a very multicultural area, and I definitely feel it. I don't feel any connection to my community because everybody's so different from each other, and there's no we might be polite to people we meet on the street, but it's still a stranger of a different cultural and ethnic background, and we just don't connect. And what's the logical outcome of it? It's just a society that falls apart.
The logical outcome is that you're a racist piece of shit. You need to be more accepting, and you're just.
I need re-education.
You need to be sent to a concentration camp to be re-educated. Yeah, Clockwork Orange.
Great. Diversity.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah.
Black tranny lives matter. 23andMe, by the way, if you're seeing the screen here, is Ann Wojcicki.
Yes, that's the sister of Susan Wojcicki.
Susan Wojcicki. Now, you see the symbolism, right? You guys see the screen here?
Yeah.
So pay attention when we go back here and we look at Google. Google is the rainbow as well. What they're doing, I have thought so long and heard about the cloning and the DNA and everything. The DNA collection is really disturbing me. It really disturbs me a lot. And I warned all my family about this. This is one of those things where it was like, okay, I don't need to warn family and friends about the fake shootings or who's responsible, or a lot of different things that are going on. Even the sort of transformation of civilization and the LGBT and all that crap. But this is something that people are partaking in actively, like that they're like, oh wow, I'm going to get a DNA kit. And it's like, wait a second, what the fuck are you doing? Do you understand what you're doing? I mean, it is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, like, do you understand what you're giving away? I don't.
You're giving away yourself, your family, your future, everything that you are. You're giving the secrets to who you are. Everything about you. What kills you?
That's why police take your fingerprint and it's basically your DNA. Yeah, that's why they take that. So they can always keep track of you.
Well, actually, if you get arrested, and like I've been in street fights, so I've had to go through.
Lord, Jeff, don't make me go over my arrest.
But you get arrested, you get fingerprinted, you go through court. They have to, by law, destroy those fingerprints because it's not legal for the state to have that. Yes, it's not.
Okay,
so
I didn't know that. You know what? That's great news.
It's not legal for the state to have your fingerprints. How can it possibly be legal for a corporation to have your fucking DNA? I mean, it is bewildering to me.
Oh, hold on.
I guess so you're signing agreements. I guess that's the only. Yeah.
No.
No. Listen, folks. Listen for a second here. They can clone you with that. Just let that sink in for a second. Now, they're probably not going to, but they can. That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's
really fucked up.
And it's you just have to wonder if you say do blood work in the hospital, and where does that go?
I talked to a hospital worker, so I was at the hospital, and I had a relative that was getting blood tests, and I asked the nurse there, and the nurse said, no, they're destroyed every day. We incinerate them. And so I went in the back of the hospital where the incinerator was, and I saw it, and yeah, they do. Because they can't hold, they can't, because every day a hospital, and it's very serious with hospitals. Well, at least here in Canada, like hospitals are collecting, because I know I had this debate, all right, because I went through this before with people. When Grace released her video on the DNA and all that, there was a lot of big discussion behind the scenes about like, how are they collecting our DNA? Do they have it already? And what's the point? So a lot of people were saying, well, don't worry. They fucking have your DNA. Come on, blood test. And so I went and I checked that out. And no, it doesn't back up, because I think hospitals have very strict protocols for the most part. And you're probably most definitely your blood samples are just being incinerated and destroyed. But
hey, Jeff, are you sure that local police actually delete your DNA after
they can never use it, because if they do, then they're fucked, right?
Yeah, it's the same with
that's what I'm
long gun registry here in Canada. The same with long gun registry here in Canada. They were supposed to scrap it and destroy after it was
when they falsely arrested me, because they did falsely arrest me when I was 18. Mm-hmm. That's not in the system anymore. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I would say I would say that everything. Look, I would say that there is high illegalities happening within our governments and our systems, for sure, that we don't know about. So we can't speculate. We can speculate about what we don't know about, but we don't know about it. I'll say this is that if by law, so say you do get fingerprinted for some, even a misdemeanor or something that you got involved in, might have been a street fight or something like myself, and they fingerprint you, and
it was just
and then you get out, and they by law have to incinerate your fingerprints and not have them on file. I don't believe that at all. I believe they keep them.
Did you know that fingerprints are
exactly? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Forensics.
Sorry,
they don't
on there.
Go ahead.
They don't hold up well in court. Fingerprints and and hair and stuff like that. They're not very good for making cases. A lot of time they make mistakes with them.
Yeah, well, it seems that way for sure, and now with the DNA, it's really disturbing. Look, I showed this before. Okay, look, I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, I want you guys to see this. I should do a video on this. I've done a lot of research on this. There's a lot of things that I do that I don't end up making videos on, or yeah. So like, I'll just give you an example. I'll put this in. I'll put what's that show? Crime CSI, right?
They have a kit for little children now.
But I want to show. Okay, so now this is part of your programming. Now think about it. Whoever controls your media and would make these shows would have objectives in mind.
For sure.
So the objectives might be to condition you into a mindset into giving up your DNA, for instance. And so this would be a perfect example by giving kits to children in which you are, and then
giving up your DNA.
Next it'll be rape kits.
That's it. DNA kits. Look at this. DNA laboratory. Crime scene investigation. Now
I've seen weird shit like that too. You go to like a store that has like one kids aisle, and you're like, I'm bored as fuck, because your girl is like shopping, and it's like, oh, let's go on the toy. And like, I've seen shit like that in the toy aisle, and I was just like, wow.
Yeah. There's a lot more, but the moral of the story is this: you're being programmed decades in advance. Like, this is the way I believe every human being should look at this. I believe that these agendas have been around for a long time. So, like, I could give the example. I gave an excellent example. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I was showing. Okay, it was the one with the bears of the dead, the Grateful Dead, and I was showing how in the game Grand Theft Auto 5, which is the most popular video game of all time.
Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. It's like especially by the sales.
It is. Yeah, officially, it's okay.
Yeah.
Which
is unfortunate.
In the room, I did this back in 2015 when I was playing the game. When I was playing through the game on Supreme Lord Commander, please go and check it out if you can. Just, you guys should see this because I was showing this way back then. When I was playing through the game, I went in through the teenager's room, both the son and the daughter. It was amazing to see because that's what I wanted to do when I was doing that type of shit.
To interject, like, let me guess, Jeff, like the son, and I remember I played this game when it came out a long time ago, but I remember the son's room was like just total pothead, total degenerate fucking room, like the worst influence that you could ever follow, basically. Sorry, go on.
What's his name? Michael's son?
Yeah, Michael's son, whatever the fuck is. I don't know.
Okay, so there we go. Okay, so I'll put it in. While I explain this, and you can go and watch.
That's that asshole right there.
Yeah, at GTI Jimmy's room. Okay, so I want you to understand this. What I was showing when I played this game way back when was I was showing how they were coding and programming boys into homosexuality. And I said that they've been doing this for decades. Okay? And I showed it back in the film. And I showed, or back when I was playing the game, I was going through the game through, and I was showing what was in his room. So I'm going to explain to you. AC means anguished cornhole. Anguished cornhole.
Where did you get that? I mean, how did you, if you could explain that?
No, this is the band, Anguish Cornhole. So we'll just
okay.
We'll just show you.
Oh my gosh.
Anguished cornhole. here. GTA 5.
Yeah,
the Rainbow Pyramid comes up here. Vanquish Cornhole, right, is one of the bands.
It just gets worse and worse. It just gets worse and worse.
Sorry Commode is another one. Okay, so the Fatal Incursion insertion required. Nobody's playing these games looking at this shit. PewDiePie is not fucking looking at this shit. Marky Ass Plower is not looking at this shit and showing you this shit. I was showing this shit way back when I played through it. I was like, look, I had no idea. I didn't know. I went into the rooms. I was looking at the walls. I was showing all the Illuminati symbolism. I was showing this shit. And I was saying, look at this BB key spacecraft, Fatal Incursion, insert required, spurting so bad. It's
prepared to bleed, yeah.
It's all homo.
Just the total degeneration.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Look
inverted crosses, yeah.
Sorry, Commode, Zero Q tour, which is like zero IQ, right? And he had a rainbow on his fucking computer screen, right? So all around him, he was oblivious. He was this total degenerate. The kid here that you see here is a total degenerate. He's surrounded
by faggotry.
Yeah, he's smoking a bong. He's just a complete loser. He's unemployed. He has no future, and he's spending all day in a blacked out room. He's surrounded by homoerotic, fucking total homosexual, hardcore, and he's oblivious to it. He's oblivious, or that's what we're led to believe with the character. But what I was showing, softly catchy monkey, like these bands that he has on his wall, it's all homosexual, pedophile. It's fucking crazy what they were showing in the game. And what I was saying to folks is that this was the daughter's room here with the rainbow on the screen sort of thing, programming her into lesbianism, right? All these female sort of singers.
Hey, can you go back to the last image you were just on? Or the one it had like the like that little kid image in his room. The same image that was in the daughter's room, but yeah, that one. Yeah, like why would you have a picture of a little kid, above like parental advisory? I mean, that looks like a picture of a little kid to me.
Yeah,
I don't know about y'all, but it's gross.
This shit. Okay, the whole thing that I was talking about back then is that they were programming kids, and what I was saying about Rockstar and Grand Theft Auto is that they're like, this is what they're doing. They're like, yeah, this is what we're doing to you.
This is a major sophistry here.
This is what we're doing. Fuck you. This is what we're doing to you. That's what Grand Theft Auto is. That's what it is.
Yeah.
They're showing us what they're doing to us. It's crazy. It is absolutely, and most of these gamers are the worst of the worst. Like most I would say gamers are the sickest people on the planet. From my experience, gamers are the weakest, softest, most pathetic human beings on planet Earth. In fact, Stranger Than Fiction sent me a video here. Okay, let's see here. I'll go to my Twitter here. And I want to show you this, guys. This is the most popular video gamer in the world here.
Oh my gosh. Fucking PewDiePie.
No, it's not PewDiePie. It's this guy here. Okay, so this is the most popular gamer in the world. His name is Ninja. He plays Fortnite. Are you guys seeing this?
Oh my god, what is this?
That's just it looks like such a
Red Bull cooler. Oh my god.
Watch this. This is the most popular gamer in the world.
I was so toxic to be in this game. You know how many solo squads I did, dude? I'm blacking out, dude. I'm blacking out.
Look at all of his bullshit in the background. Like he has a fucking freezer for Red Bull.
That's exactly
which is total, like absolute poison. You got a freezer full of poison.
Check this out. Very, very good observation here, because that's exactly how I replied here. Actually, I'll just go back to the screenshot here that he sent me, because that's exactly what I saw here. Look, Red Bull fridge. Look at this. This is the most popular
sponsors.
I want you to know this, folks that are listening. This is the most popular video gamer in the world.
Really, it's not fucking.
No, PewDiePie is not a gamer. PewDiePie is a YouTuber. This guy is a gamer. This guy games all day.
I don't know. He looks like an upstanding citizen to me.
Yeah, totally.
So think about that. The fridge full of Red Bull. And we can get into symbolism of Red Bull. Holy fucking hell!
Like if he drank all those, like he's gonna have like kidney problems in like 3 months.
Red Bull gives you degeneracy.
I've never drank.
Yeah, it gives you fucking disease. Yeah.
I think Red Bull is evil. Absolutely. I think it's a toxic drink. I think that there's no way that kids should ever be drinking it.
You know what it does? Basically, the market is for these kids because the youngest generation we have now, I mean, 17, 18, 19-year-olds are the laziest motherfuckers on the planet, and they've been programmed to be that way.
Yeah.
And so they're looking for a shortcut. And so they go after Red Bull and Monster but yeah, I don't know. You could work out, maybe and get that energy naturally. As opposed
maybe their energy's so low because their diet's so poor.
Yeah, I mean he's drinking Red Bull.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's all it is, dude. And that's all it is. Their diet is so poor.
Come on. I mean, if I drank one of those, holy fuck, I don't think my system could handle it. I mean, I'm not even joking. I mean, I function like I'm not one of these people that can handle this shit that they put, this toxic shit.
Well, when you work out and do cardio regularly, you get your own energy, and you don't need chemicals to pour down your fucking mouth.
Well, that's the whole thing, though. Right? The fact that the world's most popular video game streamer has a fucking full fridge of Red Bull that takes
like he's obviously
a quarter of the screen. So everybody that's watching this fucking pink-haired beta male cocksucking fucking shithole shit-stained shill from hell is seeing the Red Bull and is being influenced by it and saying, damn, I want to be like this guy. I want to fucking make millions of dollars and have a fucking...
their own small minds. They're like...
a fridge full of Red Bull.
This guy's like this guy's so successful. Like, maybe I should start. If I drank Red Bull, I'd be a better gamer.
And I know how pathetic that sounds, but that's probably what they're thinking.
It looks like he's sitting in a department store.
How does the Red Bull delivered in your guys' city? Mine, it's these special Red Bull cars. They got like a big Red Bull can on them, and then they're all driven by hot girls. Like every single one.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I
see them
it's like
once a week.
They're smart. I'll tell that they're satanic fucking scumbag shithead fucking motherfuckers from hell, and they deserve to all be crucified. But they're smart. You got.
Hey man, the Bible never denied that Satan is intelligent. Okay, I mean it's pretty obvious. The Bible makes it pretty clear. I mean
that's total.
Hard to bring that
up. I mean that is the GTA sort of culture that they push. It's like just fucking
Luciferian, right?
It's do what thou wilt. That's exactly what it is. They're programming people into Satanism, without a doubt.
Yeah, Monster Drink is 666, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's like so obvious. Yeah, it's so obvious. It can't be denied. It can't be denied.
And what amazes me is people who drink that crap, they actually begin to identify with it. They put stickers on their cars. They put stickers on their hats or whatever. I mean, it's just with the 666, they obviously don't even know, but it's just so crazy.
No, it's backwards. It's 666.
Yeah, that's 666. Yeah, it's in the Hebrew.
Look up the letter in Hebrew. Yeah. I mean,
I know. I've shown that before. They love that in Hebrew. They put the 666 all the time in their products.
Yep.
There's a shit ton of products that have that. Monster is the best example. Red Bull. The people have died from drinking Red Bull. I mean, it's so powerful.
I think people have died from monsters too. But I agree. But I'm just like, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I mean, look
it's garbage.
At what we're
garbage.
Okay, so think about it. Sports drinks, which are terrible to begin with, right? Like Gatorade and shit like that. Like, why are people drinking this stuff? And they
man, it gives you electrolytes, Jeff. Gives you electrolytes. You need that. You need all that sugar,
that move
garbage. Even though your body naturally produces electrolytes, but okay.
Mm-hmm. That's it. I mean, the average person drinking these drinks is just basically putting toxins into their body, and they're doing it because they're heavily programmed. That's all. It's that simple. There's nothing else to it. You can't come in and say something. You can't come in and say, "No, Jeff, those people are good people and they just happened to come across this product and they did the research and they learned what they was in the product and they researched all the
fucking lazy. You're fucking lazy.
You're full of shit, Jeff. See, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a tinfoil hat, flat Earth motherfucker. You know, I mean, like, what else can you say? People are fucking retards, and
they want a shortcut.
And they're taking advantage. Well, they're programming people into this, and then they're taking advantage of it. And then they're. I mean, look at what they're doing. I mean, the most popular. This guy is a shit stain. I mean, what would you hire this guy? Would you hire this guy to cut your?
No, as a former manager of business, no, I would not hire him.
He could cut my lawn with his face.
Not hire anyone with tattoos, with a bunch of tattoos. Because if you have a bunch of tattoos, it shows bad judgment to me. Sorry, it does.
If you have
if you have, if you regret it, then I might forgive you, but I probably still wouldn't hire you. Sorry, I still wouldn't hire you. You fucked yourself.
Yeah, I mean, we might have a discussion about the whole tattoo craze as well. I mean, I just see it has exploded completely.
Yeah, ink is toxic, so there you go.
Tattoos, you are a fucking idiot.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm obviously a heterosexual male, and I find it completely disgusting when women do that to their body, because I find female bodies so much more beautiful when it's clean. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst thing in the world is like a beautiful girl that has like a big ass tattoo.
Yeah.
Tramp stamp. Oh, yeah. Give me that tramp stamp. Yeah.
If you're a girl and you're listening to this, oh my God. Like, oh my God, whatever you do, don't get like a little tattoo. Okay, fine, whatever. If that floats your boat, that's fine. But get the fuck out of here. Get away from the horrible thing. You know what it feeds into? I wanna say this. There's the huge craze
sadomasochism,
and there is the huge craze of body piercings, which are directly linked. It's almost a given that you'll find somebody that has a lot of tattoos, has a lot of body piercings. It's one and the same. And
always.
Is it a form of self-punishment or of some kind? I don't understand.
Obviously, and
they get off. They get off on it.
Transhumanism.
Yeah.
Agenda. So the transhumanism.
Yeah, it's modifying your body so as to prepare people for modifying adding body parts or replacing body parts.
Can you imagine?
Why not? Yeah.
Can you imagine what's going to happen when they start offering this? They already are, but when they start like offering, hey, you want a super arm or something or a super hand? People are gonna like all these people that are sick, and I'm talking about the people that get all the tattoos and the body piercings for the most part. I mean, some of these people are nice people. Like I've known people that do that for a living and shit like that, cool people and stuff. I understand that. and there's an art to it.
Me too.
Agree with that.
Jeff, you agree with it. That's the exception to the rule.
Would agree with that. Yeah, I would say that I think that most people that are getting all these tattoos and body piercings are under heavy New World Order mind control. I would say that without hesitation.
Yeah, you can just look at what type of imagery is on their body, and you can pretty much make the conclusion. I see. All I see is satanic imagery. All these inverted pentagrams, inverted crosses. Yeah.
Like just the type of things. Like a lot of people, like for instance, making the devil horns and shit like that. Like a lot of people are in the rock and roll and they go, that's Satan, and they don't even think about what they're doing, sort of thing. A lot of people are getting these tattoos just because they look cool, right? They're like, oh, it's cool, They're just dumb. Let's just say they're not deep thinkers and they're not thinking long term about what they're
thinking in the moment, right?
Well, it's okay to think in the moment sometimes, but when it comes to body piercings and tattoos, those are permanent things for the most part, and it's like something that you might want to sleep on. And it should probably mean something. Like it probably should mean a lot. It should be something that's like, that's eternal. If you're going to get a tattoo or something, that should be like, that's the code of what I believe, I mean, it should be.
Dude, to watch like the pain of someone who wants tattoo removal, man, it's not fun to watch. They can't ever completely remove it. They can just completely scar you, basically. Like, we're just going to remove the tattoo, but it's going to remain a permanent scar. Like, so there is no removal. It's just, do you want the tattoo or do you want the scar? And a lot of people choose the scar.
Yeah, it's true. Just take the tattoo. I had a friend, that I used to work with, and I was like managing a swimming pool, and he's a really cool guy, and he had all these tattoos. He was 15, and they were like skulls and shit like that. They were like, they were like juvenile, and he was so embarrassed by them. He's like, "Fuck, I hate them." Like, that's the whole thing, though. It's your body. You are modifying your body. It's a big deal.
Forever.
The tattoos on the face are one of the biggest things, like the 6ix9ine and all these XX.
That guy's a complete degenerate. I mean, he's going to jail apparently.
Oh, hopefully, but
yeah,
I mean, he should go to jail forever for his music.
You're saying the minimum of 47 years.
Yeah, but dude,
I mean,
these stories that they put out. But this guy, his rainbow teeth and. But yeah, I mean, what they're programming people into, and in my belief, like what they're doing is they're programming people not only into transhumanism, but transgenderism and everything else. So like these are extensions of like, if you look at your body like that, like you look at, like, I can modify, like, first of all, if you look at your body, like you're not satisfied with your body, right? Which is heavily programming. Like a lot of the New World Order programming, whether it's television, advertisement, movies, video games, are images of people that, people can't really aspire to be potentially, right? So a lot of people are programmed into hating the way that they look. And instead of taking the proper approach, which is, well, I'll, exercise and make my body
action.
Yeah, they're going down the other road, which I'll modify my body, right? And I'll modify it, and I'll get a modification. So the Botox and all the plastic surgery and all the shit that they're doing, that is all awful, evil stuff. And there's a certain group of people behind it that you're not allowed to talk about, but that is a huge sort of thing that they glamorize through all their celebrities, and they make reality television shows, Kardashians and stuff like that. Like they're always getting surgery, they're always getting Botox and stuff like that. It's awful, evil stuff, but it all leads into modify yourself, right? This New World Order ideology can take
boob job, face job,
And if you're a girl out there, I don't know. real men hate boob jobs, so you know.
Yeah, and I don't find Botox attractive at all either.
Yeah, check it out,
Yeah.
women. We like your boobs how they were born.
Yeah,
yeah, I agree.
We don't really like them any other way. It's gross.
Fucking A. It's the most
It's gross.
vain, and I feel for women because poor women are constantly, being programmed. Like, look at the women's magazines. They're the worst fucking new order cancer that exists. I mean, you see, like, I look at the magazines and I'm like, oh my God, just the titles alone are complete mind control. Like, you're just standing there in the line in the grocery store or whatever, you're being assaulted. Like, you are literally being assaulted by what they're putting up. If you're not of a sound mind, if you're not like aware of how heavy the programming is. So women look
if you're not aware that exercise can actually cure, most of your ailments, or sorry, exercise and good diet can cure most of your ailments.
Well, you should be first and foremost mentally fit enough to diagnose that these things are evil and that they're there to fucking ruin you as a human being. That's what I would say to folks, is that if you had the mental sort of faculty to process what you're seeing, you look at it and you see that is something that is trying to fucking fuck with me. And I'm not even going to, or it's not about not, like, for me, it has no effect on me. Like, I look at it, I know what it is, and I laugh it off, sort of thing. It's not like it's, oh my God, it feels so awful. But for a lot of, like I'm saying, for a lot of women, this is the effect that it's going to have on them. They're going to look at it, they're going to see these plastic people that have been manipulated 800 times or a million times or whatever. And they're going to have this desire to change something about themselves in order to, capture that sort of happiness that is being presented, this false sort of absolute bullshit.
I think that's a lot of the cause of what's that disease where they're trying to be skinny,
anorexia.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of the cause. Mostly behind the cause of that. I don't think that was a normal thing. Back in the day, obviously,
it's just psychological primarily.
Yeah, like you just lived with your family and you took care of your animals and you were fed well. It doesn't seem to me, by common sense, that was a thing that happened back then. That really does seem to me that it's a direct result of programming, and that these girls are actually thinking that they're not good enough.
Got a girl. Absolutely. I'm going to show you here. I have to tell folks, I love this. Came up with this nickname for her here. Her name is here. I'll show you. Are you guys seeing my screen?
Yep.
Eugenia Cooney, who's a big YouTube celebrity star.
Oh my God.
Ew.
Ew. What is that?
Yeah.
Fucking go. You know what?
Is this the new Walking Dead episode?
Go eat a burger. Go eat a burger right now. That's like the best nutritious advice I could give for her.
So with her, I call her, okay, now look at the name, Eugenia Cooney. I call her eugenics loony.
Well, I mean, it don't even be appropriate because eugenics by definition is improvement. It would be like Dugenia Cooney.
Oh my gosh, that's like the perfect nickname for her. Oh my god!
Now this girl has millions of subscribers on YouTube and it's featured all the time, and that's how it works. Because she's beautiful.
Oh my god!
Yeah, this is happening. Now she's just a modern version of Karen Carpenter, basically, where they're programming women into just mental illness.
Oh, did she die?
Yeah, Karen.
Beautiful voice. I loved her voice. I loved her voice. She had that made me sad, man. My mom explained what happened to her.
Yeah.
How can she hold a cell phone?
She had talent, though. She had talent.
Well, back in the 70s,
fucking A, she could sing. She could sing.
People actually had to be able to play the music and sing it.
You had to have talent.
Yeah.
You had to have.
It's different than today, you know. But that's Karen Carpenter.
Yeah, now you can just be like a Christina Aguilera. You know, you're all set, right? Yeah.
But yeah, it's fucked up because this is where we're taking people into this.
And it's the opposite of the what's the fat chick's name?
Yeah, Tess Harper or Tess Holiday.
Yeah, Tess Harper.
Tess
Holiday. Yeah.
All I remember
And so they push to these extremes that are completely unhealthy, unnatural.
Yeah. Like yeah, like any guy is gonna look at that picture and not want to barf. I just looked at it and I almost threw up in my mouth a little bit. Get the fuck out of here. That's not sexy. That's unhealthy, and you need help.
I absolutely
need help.
love voluptuous girls. Like, I think voluptuous girls are amazing, but
not that voluptuous.
That's not voluptuous. That is
that's a marshmallow.
That's fat.
Yeah, that's a marshmallow. That's a problem, and that's a terrible thing.
It's Michelin ma'am.
Yeah. And this is what's being programmed into women. That doesn't matter what you eat. Doesn't matter how big you are. It does matter. It fucking matters. Of course it matters.
It matters.
How big you are, yeah, it fucking matters.
You might be able to live until 60 instead of 40. You know I don't know.
The average human being probably shouldn't be over 200 pounds. Let's just say, unless you're like, if you're like 6'6" or something, yeah. Then
I'm 6'4.5". Oh fuck! Damn, I didn't mean to say that. I'm like basically 6'5". Okay. So I'm a giant. I'm like a fucking
How much do you weigh?
So yeah, so it's proportionate to my height. You know.
How do you fit in the car?
No, how much do you weigh though? I'm just curious. If you don't,
I weigh 230.
That's fuck. That's probably awesome weight. Like, seriously,
I'm almost 6'5", so yeah, it's pretty damn good.
Good weight.
Yeah,
it's not a bad weight. You're not overweight at all. This is
no, I'm not. I'm skinny. If you saw a picture of me, you'd be like, yeah, this is skinny.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Look, I don't have any, I don't think there's anything wrong with
it. Like,
I don't think beer belly or anything like that is a problem. I think that massive obese people is a horrible condition. That's what I think. So it's not about having extra pounds. I mean, the human body is a remarkable thing and can accommodate a lot of different sizes. And I think I think that women that are voluptuous are absolutely stunning and like having love heads.
That's not voluptuous though. That's fat. Like, look at her upper arm. Look at her upper arm. That's fat.
Yeah,
that's not voluptuous.
This woman is like 550 pounds, man.
That's gross.
Yeah, it's a problem, and this is what they're saying. This is a beautiful woman, and yeah, well, she's an attractive looking woman facially if she shaved off 30 pounds off her face. But, I mean, that's not a healthy lifestyle. It's not about like, oh, I mean,
I don't want to fucking lay in bed with that. No thanks. Sorry.
What if she
don't want to share a bed? That's fat shaming.
What if she rolled over?
Oh yeah, I'll fat shame all day long. Get the oh my god.
Maybe she can put the paper bag all over her body.
What if she said enough twaddle and she just rolled over?
I would just probably laugh at her and still leave. I would still leave. That's gross. When I mean gross as in the literal sense, and as the modern day sense. It's in both forms. It's gross. Okay? No real man wants that. Unless if you're another like obese man, then fine. And they should have like an obese fucking dating website.
You're gonna
it's usually these scrawny guys, these small guys that look like boys. They usually date the big fat women.
Well,
those like rapper kids that like they never grow up to be like looking older than kids.
I hear what you're saying, and I think that's an anomaly. I think that mostly people who are in the same physical shape are going to be looking for more people who are in the same physical shape, like 95% of the time. and they might have like the other 5% might have like some kind of weird fetish. But it's just gross and unhealthy. And why would you want to date a woman who is gross and unhealthy?
Yeah.
I don't. I want my woman to be, if this is going to be a lifetime thing, I want her to be healthy.
I don't think that this is worthy of any debate. I think what it is, I think it's pure evil
Gross.
world order programming. I think that is an attack on women and their fertility. It is programming women into very bad health, and it should be called out for what it is. Period. And that's what I did. I mean, I put up several videos on Tessaholics.
It's unhealthy. It's just flat out unhealthy.
What's the name of the character? Tess Holiday.
Oh, yeah, that's not contrived.
Yeah, exactly.
At all.
It is what it is. It's holiday, it'll be all right. Take a holiday. Fucking eat that bag of Doritos. Eat those Mae West.
Hey, man,
you should have that cola, man. Just fucking eat whatever the fuck you want. Anybody says anything, they're awful people. They're terrible people. They should be banned. We should ban bad people. I mean, they're programming people with this shit, and they're programming women into obesity, which is an evil thing. It's an awful thing. This woman will be dead within 10 years. And that's
without a doubt. Without a doubt. If she kept going like that, yeah, maybe even 5 years, maybe even 5 to 10 years. It's ridiculous.
Did you see this? She's eating the cake. Hang on, I gotta see if I can find this here.
Fucking look at her arm. Look at her arms.
No, holiday cake.
Fucking A, man.
Hang on here. Yeah, here we go. Now look, the first thing that she dug into here was her
pussy,
her reproductive area. Let's just say.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's pretty. It's a psyop. It's a psyop, man.
And by the way, let's just be honest about this.
There's no way in hell that bitch is real. Like she hasn't had some outside influences. Is kind of hard to believe.
So she's had all this surgery done over and over again. She's getting facial surgery done here, and the interesting thing is that there's a certain surgeon is of a certain tribe, of course.
Interesting.
It is what it is. These people are. There he is. That's what I wanted to show. This guy here. He's making the V.
He likes bagels.
Yeah. So basically, the reason why
he loves bagels
is that her face has been altered massively, so that her body, like it's not real. Like it's not like you can't have a body that's
her face doesn't reflect her body's image.
Her face has been surgically altered over and over again.
Sorry.
Yeah,
better.
And it is what it is. This is what they do. So, I mean,
man, I wish I could see what you looked like before, so we could see how disgusting your face was.
I was just thinking, is that picture that you just showed before that? Like, is that what she looked like before? Or no, I mean, because she was with the doctor, and so I was just wondering if that was like a picture of her like before. That would be interesting. But
She probably looked like that orc with the deformed face on Lord of the Rings. You know that one with the lumpy face?
Oh man, it's so crazy. It oh man, this is what they're
look at her arm. Look at her arm fat. Her arm fat is resting on her forearm fat. That's a problem. That means that you have a serious risk for heart disease, like right now.
Yeah, well, that's what I say. She's
right now.
She's dead in 10 years. Probably.
Her arm fat is even taking a holiday and resting on the other fat.
It will be
taking a holiday.
Right. It's gonna be all right though. It's gonna be all right. Right? It's a holiday. It's okay. Come on, take a holiday. Come on, eat some cake.
God.
This is so telling. Is like
so bad. It's so bad.
Gosh. Marie Antoinette, have your cake and eat it too, sort of thing. That's what they're
die.
That's what they're mocking. That's what they're showing here. That's exactly what she's doing. Because what happened was the big controversy about her being on the cover of Cosmopolitan came out. A lot of people came out, including a lot of small hat people that work in the industry, and criticized her for promoting bad, unhealthy lifestyles. So this was the response. The response was, ha ha ha, I'm going to take this and eat this. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, and just I mean, it's pretty clear, just taking a bite out of it and laughing about it. I mean, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Anyone who actually, the only thing I can think of is maybe I'm picturing, in my head, maybe like a 15, 16-year-old girl who has like a little bit of insecurities, and I feel really sorry for them actually having to be exposed to this, because they could have just went a totally different route, but maybe because they come across this video, they think it's acceptable.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
So it's like, well, am I kind of like being a homo? Like, oh well, I see all these movies and TV show. Every single movie that I see and TV show I see normalizes it.
It's
so
normalized.
I don't know. It's like so you gotta think what they're thinking.
I don't need to change my diet. I don't need to get outside. I'm just gonna sit inside, eat Cheetos all day, and fucking jerk off to fucking homosexual porn.
All I think when I see this is, Ahab, we found your whale.
Confusion. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I said, damn it! I missed the joke. Say it again. Damn it!
Found the whale.
We found the whale, Ahab.
Food, guys, we got a big one.
Right.
I mean, hate speech.
But man,
it's
the same thing is normalizing the homos. It's less than 3%, and then people are like, well, you tell them that. Well, now it's more than 3%. Oh, well, now it's more than 3% because all the brainwashing. It's not because it's normally happening. It's because it's just the brainwashing. Same thing with the fat shit here. I mean, what percentage of people actually think that's okay? It's probably a really small amount, But Jeff, that's why I love you so much, because you expose the media, and the media just blows things up so much bigger than they are, and kind of creates
the shit. This is
totally the issue.
Yeah, it's like let's program women into obesity. Let's normalize obesity. It's awful.
It's never an issue.
Women, it's awful. Women, all the women that listen to this, it's awful. It's awful what they're doing to you. This is a bad person. Like, I feel sympathy for this person, because I think
you need to strive. If you're a woman listening to this, you need to strive to be. You need to strive to be healthy and skinny, just like we are.
Well, no, you don't have to be skinny. You just have to be healthy. Healthy.
No, I know skinny. I know skinny. Okay, I know.
I have no.
Within your BMI,
You know what I'm
as
saying,
long as you're within your
Yeah,
BMI.
yeah. It's not even.
You know what I'm saying, Jeff? I'm not saying you gotta be a toothpick. I mean, don't come on, give me a little
Be
credit.
healthy. Be healthy.
I like
you know, like
yeah,
I mean, like a little bit of cushion. Is no problem. A little bit
no
love
problem.
handles. It's all sweet. There's no problem with that. But like this is like awful.
You have to take a
This
stand.
this woman's laughing. This woman will be dead 10 years.
This is a form of self-abuse.
20-something women that'll be
It
dead
is.
in
It
10 years.
is abuse.
I guarantee
abuse.
you come back and you can say, okay, Jeff, I'm gonna hold you to it. Well, hold me to it. I don't want anything bad to happen.
Well, Jeff, it's not really even a matter of holding you to it. It's just a matter of holding you to medical, medical journals that you can just read back on and understand.
Yeah,
they knew this They knew this 100 years ago. That if you're 100 years ago, if you were that overweight, they'd be like, a doctor would probably be like, "Hey, you're gonna die in like 6 months. You need to, you need to stop right now."
If
Sorry,
you
go ahead.
were that heavy 100 years ago, they would have actually put you in an institution.
Exactly.
Probably so. Probably rightfully so.
Right.
Probably
to actually save your life.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, that's it, Chris? It's like you're sick, right? We recognize that you have an illness and we want to help you. But instead, today it's like you're awesome. You're the greatest thing ever. You're gonna end up fucking 6 feet under in no time. Congratulations.
See where that started, Jeff, is with the whole homo thing. Because think about it. This all wasn't going on back in the 1970s, 80s when people were trying to normalize homosexuality. It's not normal at all. It never will be. Get over it. If you can't get over it, I'm sorry. But it's just the fact of life. Okay, most guys like pussy.
Yeah.
And the debate kind of ends there. So I'm sorry.
Well,
if you're a homo, then you're probably mentally ill. Okay.
Yes.
You need to go, like Jeff says, you need to change your diet. You need to exercise. You need to change your frame of mind. It's not normal.
I think a lot of them would. Maybe, hopefully, and that would, hopefully help them, sort of thing. But the problem, it's like it's okay that you're that way if that's what makes you happy. But if
it's not
the chemicals and all the programming, and it's all the
and Jeff, it's not what makes
like the lifestyle that they programmed you into. If it's that,
look, Jeff,
right?
you know it's gross.
No,
you know it's gross.
If look,
I don't have to fucking tell you that.
Grown individuals decide to engage in sexual acts and they're not hurting anybody, I have no problem with it.
Okay, well, Jeff, let me pose this question to you.
But
pose this question
if it's a matter of if it's these giant media corporations are putting out all this programming, and these fast food corporations and other corporations that are producing foods are putting all these chemicals in their foods. And if all these things are wreaking havoc and creating all kinds of sexual confusion, and people are being programmed through their media into this normalization of deviant sort of sexuality, and they're not told, if they're not said, like, look, like, that's what I say. It's sexual reproduction. That's the only thing. I mean, that's what it is, right? There's no transsexual deers. There's no fucking, there's no genderqueer fucking beavers, right? They don't exist.
Give it time.
Yeah.
Jeff, I was.
But there will be, and then
but there is an interesting phenomenon happening.
I want to hear Jeff's point on that.
All that's bullshit.
Jeff.
Right? It's all bullshit, and you just got to say to people, look, All right, we're animals. We want to reproduce. We have a strong sexual drive. It makes people horny. And if you're healthy and you're active and you're eating good foods and you're cleaning your diet, and you're getting lots of fresh air and lots of exercise, you're out in nature, you're probably going to be a pretty functional, awesome human being. But if you're retarded and you're stuck and you're playing video games and you're drinking corn sugar beverages of genetically modified fucking goop, and you're watching Markiplier and all these fucking toxic, horrible Hannah Hart and all these, all this programming, there's a strong chance that you're not going to be a functional human being.
I agree with everything Jeff just said there.
If we're looking at other species, if we look at baboons, we say, here's a clan of baboons, and they're up and we're watching them and then we're saying, well, this baboon is confused. This baboon thinks it's a woman. Well, that baboon's not going to last long. That's all. It's just the way it's.
No, it's gonna get weeded out.
Yeah, that baboon. Okay, everybody's like, that baboon's fucked up. Fuck that baboon. That's over, right? Because that's how strong
Jeff,
sort of society, strong civilization.
Jeff, let me ask you something. I gotta ask you something point blank, man to man.
Mm-hmm.
I can't trust another man who lays down his butt to be raped by another man. Okay? If you think you can trust a man like that.
Trusting. I mean, it's not about trust.
That's on you. I can't, and I'm not going to.
By their sexual. Gross. Why are people governed by their sexual perversion? Like, why?
I understand.
Why is that an identification? Why? Why are you identifying? What is that?
I agree.
Yeah, it's good that you have. Look, the reason why
can you trust another man who takes up the butt of another man?
Sexual drive is so you can reproduce. That's all. So if you feel a really strong drive, it's because God, or not God, whatever you want to say, nature, nature, God wants you to reproduce. It wants you to wants you to plant your seed in a female so you can produce. That's what it is. And that's all. It should be understood that that's what it is. That's what it's all about. That's what I'm trying to say to folks. Right. If you understand that, if you're gay and you understand that, you're saying, yeah, I understand that, but I like that, but I'm gonna go with guys because whatever. I'm not gonna have kids, and that's cool. Good for you. I have no problem. You're not hurting anybody. No problem. You're probably a cool guy. Whatever. That's what you want to do. No problem. But the problem is that they're not telling people that. They're not saying that your sexual drive is what's governing you, and it's all about reproduction, and this is why birds and the bees, flowers and the trees, and this is how the world goes round, and they don't tell. They're changing the nature of what sex is. They're saying, no, you can make it what you want. Love is love. Black tranny lives matter. It's this perversion of it, and it's saying, turn against nature, turn against what you're supposed to be, and be something completely fucked up, and you'll be wonderful and happy. Except you won't. You won't be wonderful. You won't be happy. You'll be a fucking goddamn basket case.
That's what black body bags matter.
That's what we call it.
It's sorry. Anyways, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you were going good. Damn it! I wish I wouldn't have stopped you. But no, I was gonna say, that's why we call it a death style, because they try to call homosexuality a lifestyle. We call it a death style because it's pretty obvious. You can just look in history of AIDS, and we all know who's most susceptible to that. And it's just disgusting. Look, let me make this perfectly clear on the record. I always thought it was disgusting. Okay, way before I was a Christian. Way before I was a Christian. Okay,
you gotta make it clear, man. For the record,
Christianity.
You need
Remember,
this
no
more
alcohol
often,
was harm. Drinking was production.
Jeff, you need this more often, where you have someone who doesn't dance around shit and just like, oh yeah, it's nasty.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care.
You know, they got a few things in the works for the homosexual community. First, they got the blue pill, which is like supposed to severely reduce the HIV contraction. Then they've been experimenting with transplanting uteruses to males and stuff. Like they're actually trying to develop. They're actually really working hard on making pregnant males.
Wow.
And they also have another pill that they're working on that's supposed to help with loneliness. I just saw this today. It's a loneliness pill. It's not, a depression pill. It's actually a loneliness pill.
What's the suicide tranny rate at now? What's the suicide tranny rate? Isn't it like 90%?
It's north of 45. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, well, I don't even. Okay.
Hey, did you hear about the tranny that went crazy and axe chopped a guy in the face in the 7-Eleven?
That's crazy.
What?
Oh my tranny,
gosh.
with an axe and hacked the guy in the face.
Just randomly in a convenience store. There's video footage
What
of
the
it.
fuck?
It's gory.
Well, is this in Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that person is not going to get any like time in jail because they're like part of some sort of fucking royalty there.
Of course not.
I noticed that they only referred to him as a woman in the news stories a lot. They just called him a woman straight out. Didn't say anything about him being a dude.
It's just crazy. It is so scary what they're doing to people. It freaks.
I love how they try to.
Sorry, go ahead, Buck.
Yeah, I love how they spin it. If you're against all this, then you must secretly be a homosexual yourself.
American Beauty. American.
Yeah, this flies in the face of logic. Let's say
did American
I'm also
Beauty
against
win an Oscar, by the way.
Yeah, if you criticize it, you must be good.
This flies in the face of logic because you can. What if you're also
you say that gay is okay then?
So, hey, Bug, are you down in your bunker? You sound like you're in a hallway or something.
Think about the movie American Beauty. It's won a bunch of awards, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
Shit.
Is it better now?
Right.
Better.
Go on.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, American Beauty. Okay. And what does it show? And oh man, I hate these movies.
That movie is so homoerotic.
The movie shows that
it's a good movie too. It's a good movie, but it's fucking homoerotic, and which ruins it.
No, it's not a good movie. It's a fucking New World Order, fucking Zionist, fucking horrible.
Well, when I was like 15, I thought it was a good movie.
Well, but that's how they get you. That's how they get. Yeah, it's good acting. Good acting. Good.
It was good. Like it was good storytelling.
It's good.
I would say like
horrible
programming,
mind control.
I agree.
That's the whole problem with our films and our. Like, look, if it's winning all these Academy Awards, if it's at the Sundance Festival, if it's being promoted, you know the fix is on. You know that, well, you don't even have to know. You just look at what's being presented. But that's the problem with these films, is that they're all about mind control. They're programming. And what is the film?
Even though they're good, they always have programming. Even though they're good. It might be a good movie. And you might be entertained.
The whole thing to realize is this: you don't have to think about it like, well, it's a good movie, but you have to think about it. It's propaganda. So if you think about it like it's propaganda and it's really well done.
Speaking of propaganda films, did you see that short one I sent you, Jeff? The short film with Sarah Paulson.
Was that the one I was looking at for before? Sarah Paulson?
Yeah. It's really sick. It's called After School Special.
No, I didn't see it.
Well, you just look it up.
It's all about pedophilia.
Now, right?
You should. Oh my god! Like the ending is just the craziest part.
How long is it?
Oh, it's like
It's 9 minutes, but I mean you could skip most of it.
Oh,
Most of it's
oh
just
my God! Wait, because I don't want to get
every time I see
a
that
copyright
bitch.
strike or anything. But how about you tell us?
Okay,
oh my
well,
gosh.
starts out with her and this guy. They're like in a play area watching these kids in their treehouse thing playing around, and he's like talking to her awkwardly and hitting on her, and he's asking her about her kid, I mean, and she's like, that's not my kid, I'm his teacher or whatever. And anyways, so he eventually walks away, and then the kid comes over and she's like, that guy was trying to ask you out, and she's like, no, and then they're just like kind of bickering back and forth like a couple, and then at the end, this is the worst part. The kid's like, because he's like annoyed that she took him to the play area. And so next time he said, thanks for taking me to the playground, but next time, honestly, let's just stay at your house and fuck. I like it better when we do that.
Oh, and how old was the kid supposed to be in the
He's
movie?
like, I don't know, like 8 or 9 or something.
Oh, what?
Wow, that's fucking disgusting. Wow.
Well,
yeah,
an 8 or 9-year-old boy cannot.
I saw that bitch in American Horror Story, and every time I see that bitch, she's in a wicked fucking movie.
What is
Man, it was
her-
hard just to say that line, man. It's so gross.
What's her? Does she have a tribe or something?
I don't know. I haven't really looked into her.
That's so.
I wonder.
I bet fucking Sarah Paulson's a fucking false name.
That's
fucking
fucked up,
horror.
man.
Yeah,
Disgusting as fuck.
Way
It's
too young
gonna
to be
get
saying a
worse.
line like that.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse. These people are pushing us all the time.
Well, the crazy thing is this film is from 2011, so it just like fell under the radar. It's just
Well,
a
it seems
short
like
little film, right?
like whenever they think that whenever you go to the movie, like, or it's not they think, they know that whenever unaware motherfuckers go to the movie theater, you're getting your popcorn, you're getting your Coke, you're sitting down, and you're totally in a mode of I'm here to see pleasure, right? Like I'm here to be entertained. You're totally in an alpha state, and so it's just the whole movie theater thing, which unfortunately used to be like you could take your girl to like a drive-in movie theater, and like the movie, like it might have had like minor programming in it, but it wasn't that bad. Like back in like the 50s and 60s, it was 70, whatever. It was cooler to go to, but now it's just like you can't even take your girl to anything. It's like anything you fucking go on a date on and on a fucking movie is going to be like program bullshit. It's just
what I would say is this. I would say this strongly. I would say to all of humanity, I would say everyone out there, I would say all your entertainment is awful, and you should turn your back on all of it, and that you should make your own entertainment, and you should spend. There's no problem. There's no problem. Listen to me, humanity. There's no problem. All right. There's no need for anything else. You don't need any movies. You don't need any shows. You don't need any of it. You don't need any of the books. You don't need any of this shit. In fact, you could be amongst other people and have wonderful lives and never engage in any of this crap. And in fact, this crap is extremely evil. And the people that are behind it are awful human beings. And they have nothing but the worst intentions for all of us. And that we should all collectively turn our backs on this shit forever.
I'd just like to add one more thing. During that exchange between the two, they were eating pizza.
Mm.
Like,
yeah. It's like I really think it's funny. It's funny you mentioned that because Call just released a video about there's apparently like in New York City there's like a whole museum dedicated to pizza, which makes absolutely minus 50% sense. It just makes no sense at all. Why anyone would go to a fucking museum to fucking, I don't know, walk around and anyway. And so, but what I'm saying is, I don't agree with the whole Pizzagate thing. I think it was a psyop, but I think, I don't know, like, in my opinion, I think that they are trying, like, they're like kind of in the middle there, like in reality. I think it's like they knew that it was going to be a psyop from the beginning type thing, but that there's also some truth to it. And
Every
I'm not giving
psyop
like
has some truth.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly, yeah. And so, you're taking the child pedophilia thing, you're tugging on people's heartstrings, and then you're, mixing it with a news story that's happening now. I think a lot of people are going to, obviously, we all pretty much got sucked into it because we care about children. I mean, that's not a bad thing, but I do think that it was a psyop, but at the same time, I do think there's a lot of truth. I think that is it undeniable that children are trafficked? At this point, in my research, I'm pretty well convinced of it that not only children, but people are trafficked sexually and just sex slaves. I'm not going to just, because of Pizzagate, I'm supposed to deny all of the true claims of kids who were like 4 years old. Look, at 4 years old, you can't describe that kind of shit that they describe. So I'm not going to just sit here and be like, because of Pizzagate, all these, abuse victims are lying. Like, that's stupid. But at the same time, I'm not going to totally believe in the Pizzagate, conspiracy theory of that, the whole thing of some guy went in there to shoot it up and it's Hillary Clinton running it out of that's all bullshit. But what I am saying is there is, it's kind of that was kind of a psyop that was kind of a halfway type thing. It was really tough. It was really tough to get through.
Look, here's how I roll. It is much easier to tell that we are being lied to than it is to figure out what's actually going on. So I don't worry about it. I try and figure out how we're being lied to. And
do you agree that there's other evidence that has been presented, like the McFarland case and other cases that, it's pretty obvious that satanic abuse is going on? I mean, you agree with that, right? It's pretty much fact. And Ted Gunderson, I guess Ted Gunderson from the FBI was lying. That really would have benefited him a lot, right? Can we be honest here, or I don't know. You tell me.
The way I see it is that
a lot of bit of credibility behind it, and to not mention it is kind of dishonest in itself, honestly, and it's kind of bad for the community. I don't care about all these fucking satanic, motherfuckers, who are claiming all this.
I would say this.
I'm talking about the truth. The truth.
I'll tell you
I
that.
care about.
I did a lot of research into it, a lot. And I would say this, yeah, it's happening, and there's a lot of bad shit. But I would say that, yes, Pizzagate is 100% a psyop. And I would say that you should probably put your attention elsewhere. I would say that...
I don't even put my attention there.
I would just say that what Pizzagate does is this. Children it's like puppies, right? It's like one of these things that we react to. So it plays upon our emotions. It's a trick. It's like everybody loves children, right? So nobody wants to see, well, unless you're sick, right? You don't want to see bad things happen to children. So Pizzagate plays upon that. It plays upon that emotion, and it lures you in. And it's like, how could you possibly sit idle when this type of horrible shit is going on? The reality is that all the Pizzagators, the big ones, are part of an operation. And the operation is to take you away from what's really going on and put you on these paths that are going to lead to nothing. They want to take away your energy, and they want to put you on a path. They want to take your energy that you have for finding out what's going on, because you know you're being deceived.
Sympathy.
They want to take
Sympathy.
you. They want to take that energy that you have, knowing that you're being deceived and you're being.
They want to take advantage of your sympathy.
They want to, they want to take you somewhere else. They want to divert your energy.
To add to that, they're using it to desensitize you so that it's easier to break you down and make pedophilia normal.
Well, like I wouldn't go.
Yeah, I agree.
I know
What I'm saying though is that I agree exactly with what Jeff has always said about Pizzagate. But what I'm saying is that beyond that, okay, look beyond it. Okay, I agree. It's a psyop. It probably, it didn't happen. But what I'm saying is beyond that, and last time I was on here, you guys mentioned something about, satanic ritual abuse, shills. And I don't know anything about that besides my own research. All I can say is that it happens and it's a fact. These Satanists, that's what they're into.
Well, why are people wasting their time with that shit? Like,
well, because I don't know, if you have a kid, you get a little bit.
If you have a kid, look after your kid.
Well, they're not saving anyone.
Yeah, they're not saving anyone. Nobody's been saved from Pizzagate. Nobody. There's not been one kid saved.
I was separating.
I'll tell you, there's a lot of channels that got a lot of attention.
I'm separating Pizzagate from satanic ritual abuse, which just seems like that's what they want to do, is link you to believing that, SRA is linked to Pizzagate when there is no link. You see what I'm saying? And so you are being psyoped by not taking that seriously in a way.
I'm not concerned about child pedophiles. That's not a concern of mine. If it's happening, I'm sorry. There's a lot of million things I'm sure that happen that are bad. I'm sure there's a lot of things around the world that are happening that I have no clue about that are really bad.
Luckily, though,
your best shot is to protect your own neighborhood.
I'm much more concerned about.
Hear stories about it happening in your local.
I'm much more concerned about what I can prove. What I can tell you about this, I'll tell you one fact about Pizzagate. There's not one victim that's ever come forth. It's important.
I agree.
There's never been
one
victim that's ever come forth and proven that they're part of something.
I agree.
I would say this. I fell for Pizzagate for a few weeks back in 2016.
Me too.
I felt,
man. It tugged at my heartstrings, man. It did.
And
I'm not gonna lie.
No shame to
that was a hard one.
People fall for shit all the time. I'm not saying it's a straw man to say that satanic ritual abuse doesn't exist and children haven't been abused. It's a straw man.
Well, unless you believe that
you at all. Like what I'm saying is this that
I don't think thousands of children are lying about that. But go on.
No, I'm not talking about the children are lying. I'm not talking about anything. Like some of the children videos that you'll see on YouTube and elsewhere are awfully terribly scripted. Like the one with the two kids, the girl and the boy, they're talking about everyone and their brother raping them, and they're talking about the whole entire school and everyone else. That's some of the worst.
I just watch the real ones, man, and I have a good enough read on people. I can tell. And a kid doesn't have. Here's the thing, and this is, I'm telling you the real shit. This is what detectives believe. Okay, and this is the truth.
Yeah,
a kid does not have that normally in their mind.
No, definitely not. But the kids that were interviewed in that particular instance, what I could easily pull up if you guys want, are absolutely scripted and awful. And that's terrible.
And they were coached.
Yeah, completely coached. And it's garbage. And I call for an uprising. I told about that. And I said, and I think he pulled the video because I told him, I said, that's total bullshit. Those kids are acting. They're full of shit. There's no way that's real. That's not at all. And I'll show you that. You guys want to see that? If you want to see that, I'll bring it up.
Feeling about.
Same feeling.
Sure. Yeah.
About
We'll
O'Brien.
watch that together, and we'll show you folks exactly what I mean. So, kids,
I'm not gonna deny that that's possible because I mean, there's been I mean, obviously we know there's psychopaths, so there's psychopathic parents who could do that.
These kids are just awful.
But I would say that again.
Let's bring this up then. You guys,
Hey Jeff, before you do that, I've got to run. So,
Chris. Okay, thank you so much for coming by, man.
Thank you for having us. And,
wonderful
I appreciate
to talk to you again, buddy. And I hope all so well with your family, man.
Yeah, and same to you. And good talking to everybody else. And I'll see y'all soon.
All right, Chris. Have a
Take care,
wonderful.
Chris.
See ya.
All right, bye.
All right,
Yeah.
so this is one of the videos that is proliferated everywhere. And these kids, I mean, look, I won't say anything. You guys watch it. I'll play it for you. Here we go.
We decided to stop touching each children and stop touching each other and stop touching ourselves. Okay, so
what else are you going to stop doing?
And stop touching ourselves.
And what else are you going to stop?
And stop killing babies. And stop killing babies, and we have to think that we're going to face our fear.
You're going to face your fear. Fear is what?
Fear is one.
And you're going to help us to catch. Who are you going to help us to catch?
All the pedophiles. Papa, Mr. Williams, school.
All the policemen, all the social services.
Speak up, speak up.
All the shops.
I've seen this whole video before.
Who did you mention just now? Who? Kath what?
Kafkas.
Who's Kafkas?
You know, there's the people who work at Kafkas.
What is Kafkas?
Kafkas is the they're for children. They work with
You know what debunks this video? Is that they wouldn't be able to speak.
It's total bullshit.
They wouldn't be able to speak.
It's the biggest pile of shit ever. These kids are totally being coached. They're being told to say everything that they say. And anybody that puts out this, look, kids are being abused.
Yeah.
I have no doubt. Satanic
Garbage
happens. I have no doubt. This whole thing is total bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, it does look like they're being coached. You're right.
Totally coached. It's ridiculous. There's no way they would have this casual reaction. Kids would be crumbling.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I really meant. I was, I really meant that the expression on their face would be completely different. This is like they're talking about going swimming or something.
It's total bullshit. It's total bullshit.
I get the same feeling when I heard when I listened to Kathy O'Brien testimony.
Really?
Just somebody who's not.
I'm kind of iffy on her, but yeah,
same emotionless kind of almost scripted. Line. I don't see a legitimate grief there. Sorry, I mean,
I would say that I would say Kathy O'Brien is a lot harder to tell than this, though. I mean, this is kids.
Yeah.
Kids is easy. I mean, they're obviously looking every time he verbalizes something. They're looking towards him with expression of
lines.
They stress. If you were talking to your abuser, you would have an expression on your face that was really stressful, And these kids look like they're just talking about, playing in the playground yesterday or something. It's not a look of like, distrust or, disgust, actually, or just being traumatized. It's just a look of, we're just looking at the camera and just kind of, whatever you want us to say. That's kind of that was what I was always questioning about that video too. I never really believed it. So, but at the same time, my only point was, it goes on. I mean, you can't read Aleister Crowley's writings and read all the Masons' writings without, knowing, and in the Bible, and knowing that human sacrifice doesn't go on. Oh yeah, and they make videos, and then they make movies, blockbuster Hollywood movies about it. Let's see, all the Saw fucking series and the Hostel. How about the Hostel series?
Yeah,
watch that one
I'm
and
sure
tell
they
me,
do it.
that's yeah.
I'm
So there's there's a lot of realistic shit to it, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fake shit to it too. So you kind of have to,
the
use critical
problem
thought.
is that
Yep.
They're gonna put out a lot of bullshit, and then people are gonna buy into the bullshit, and they're gonna say, "Well, look, people bought into the bullshit. This is why it's all bullshit." You understand?
Yeah, we have a reason. Yeah.
Right. So this is how it works. It might be happening, and it probably is, and I would say, yeah, it's happening for sure. But I would say that the people that are doing this are smart enough to know that if they put out terrible disinfo about themselves and what they're doing, that people will see the terrible disinfo and then they'll be like, wow, yeah, it's bullshit.
Yes,
That's
I
how
agree. I think that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah, so I think that I called out when Call for an Uprising put this up years back. I told him, I said it's total bullshit. He pulled the video, so it's a terrible video. These kids are completely coached. There's no legitimacy to this all. This particular.
Look at their faces.
Yeah, it's
Look at
total
their fucking faces.
total bullshit. But it's not that it doesn't happen. This is a problem because it does happen. And these people are these kids are innocent. Let's just say kids are innocent, right? You can't.
Oh, they all are.
Yeah,
They all are.
Like whatever they're being coached to do is not their thing. The problem is that there's bad people behind this, and the people that are coaching them, like the people in this video here, are terrible people, and they want you to believe in something. This is Tavistock Institute 101. This is what they do. This is what intelligence agencies do. This is what they do. This is 101 what they do. This is the type of shit they pull off all the time. Just like Flat Earth. It's the exact same shit. It's like, let's put out a bunch of disinfo. Let's get people to buy into it and let's debunk it. So people go back again and again to the authority because people say, I got fooled again. Fuck. That's
and
why.
Somehow we gotta tug at the heartstrings too.
Yeah, exactly. It's a terrible thing. In fact, yeah, it's terrible. I mean, but what can you do? I mean, people will believe what they believe. That's the problem that we're up against. The problem that we're up against is that people don't want to think for themselves. They want to just believe. Like it's a terrible thing to fall into. You can fall into this in the truth movement too, just as badly. It can be as bad or if not worse, where people just confirmation bias, right? They see something and they're like automatically. They're not logically processing what they're seeing. They're just automatically confirmation bias. And they're saying,
they just take what they can get. Like, oh, this is what I got. This is
how
what
many
I got the fastest.
How many so-called truthers push this video? A lot of them, and it's shameful. I imagine a Richie from Boston type character would push this shit. Odd Reality would push this shit, right? Like with their flat Earth and stuff, and say this is proof, and most of the listeners would just buy it hook, line, and sinker, and they would say, they would say the Podestas are probably the ones, right? That's the Podestas. It's the walnut sauce. It's this and that's that.
Man, if you got molested, you wouldn't be able able to speak.
No, yeah, you would be. You wouldn't be anything like this. You would be.
Yeah.
You would not be saying it's Papa, it's Mama, it's the school mistress,
Yeah.
it's Richardson.
It's pretty obvious.
It's the. Listen to this. Listen to this, folks. This is what the Pizza Gators put out. I want you to listen in closely, just for a second.
You can't be abused and then
Listen,
speak.
listen.
This
Just listen.
Okay, here we go. Like, it's not gonna happen.
Listen.
You mentioned this now. Who Kath what?
Kafkas.
Who's Kafkas?
You know, there's people who work at Kafkas.
What is Kafkas?
Kafkas is they're for children. They work with the sexual services.
And what did they do to you?
They do sex. They touch each other. They touch.
Oh, sucks. Yeah.
Who does? Who sticks it in your butt?
Social services. Everybody does. All of them.
Who?
Everybody.
Does your mother do it?
No.
Do I do it?
No.
Who does it then?
Papa,
Parents.
Tell me more people. Tell me some more people. Please.
Parents, police.
What about the teachers at school? Who's the main one?
Papa.
Who is this Forsdyke?
She's the head teacher.
If you believe this, you're
so dumb.
You're
so dumb.
Idiot. That's all. You're a fucking idiot. Congratulations. You're an idiot. I mean, you believe this shit?
You need to do research into actual,
Get the fuck out of here. Fucking retarded.
Like, yeah.
I bet Titus.
All it takes is a little bit of research.
I mean, it's just shows you what how easy it is to program people. It's like, well, there's some kids. They're saying that they're being raped by all these people, and there you go. Believe it. I mean, it's total bullshit. And then that's the thing. It belittles and it undermines the people that have actually suffered from this. That's the whole thing. It's like, you're not helping people with this shit. You're hurting people, because then people are not going to believe this. Man, you got to be a retard to believe this, right? Yeah, and then there's the Liz Crocken fucking garbage fucking shill Tracy Beans and all these characters that push this shit, and they'll push it and they'll say, "There's proof." John Podesta is a pedophile. Fuck you. Fuck you. Seriously, fuck you. Fuck you and your accusations. It's total bullshit. What are you gonna prove? Who's gonna be arrested? Nobody's been arrested. Not a goddamn soul's been arrested. Nobody will be arrested. And all these cocksuckers that are claiming and all the 1,000 of indictments and all this bullshit, none of it has amounted to a fucking hill of beans. And these cocksuckers are still around. They're still making money. There's still fucking retards that are buying their bullshit. I can't tell you how disgusted I am with the Pizzagate operation and their bullshit. All right, it's total bullshit. It's what it is. And
it's meant to desensitize people too. Like you said, actual people who actually have experienced abuse, and it's a wicked, evil operation.
Well, I mean, it is. It
really
is. The problem is this: is that the straw man is that, well, if you don't buy into it, you're actually condoning it. And it's like, no, that's not the look. If there's actual operations going on, and you can prove it, and you can provide the evidence, then I'll help you. I'll be like the first one to come along. This is not what has happened. The opposite has happened. It's like they claim over and over again that, there's pedos here, pedos there, pedos everywhere, and nothing ever amounts to anything. So one of the big things that they claim was that John Podesta put out his mail, right? His email. I went through all his email. I went through everything. Now I'll tell you, there's nothing there. There's absolutely nothing. There's goddamn fucking nothing. I don't care how creepy the Podestas are. There's absolutely nothing. Even the email with him talking about the 3 girls in the swimming pool, it's just a girl saying, it's a woman that he works with saying that it's gonna be a nice afternoon. You're gonna have so and so in the swimming pool, so there'll be lots of entertainment. It's just a total fucking bullshit thing. There's nothing there.
Well, there was one little blurb there where John Podesta was asked for a Thelema favor, and he understood what it meant. So, I mean, he's obviously into Crowleyism.
Which one was that?
Oh, it's in the Podesta emails. I would have to find it, but it was
the only thing remotely incriminating that I saw was the Marina Abramovich thing, which Marina Abramovich is this hideous Zionist from hell,
satanic
bitch who does the what do you call it? The
spirit cooking.
Sorry,
spirit cooking.
Spirit cooking. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
and the spirit cooking is non-incriminating. It's just her putting this fucking.
Yeah, well, what we can say definitively is that John Podesta is probably into Crowleyism.
He's probably he might even be a pedophile,
which is pretty disturbing.
To do with what's shown. The emails themselves are ridiculous. The emails, especially there's one with walnut sauce, which is the biggest pile of bullshit ever. The biggest pile of bullshit that's ever existed. When you think about it, all these videos were made about his walnut sauce and what it means. He's actually in a video in like Fitness Magazine or something. There's like from like 2013 or 2012. I showed this. There's a video of John Podesta, Runners Magazine. I think it's Runners Magazine. Check this out. Google it, folks, if you need to. There's a video of him where he's making pasta for all these runners, and he's making a walnuts fucking sauce. Now, I don't know John Podesta from Moses, other than the shit that I've seen in the media and shit like that. He might be the creepiest motherfucker in the world, but I'll tell you, the emails, there's absolutely nothing even remotely incriminating. Nothing. And
as far as the pedophilia goes, I would say
absolutely nothing. And I'll tell you, like, okay, what I believe what Pizzagate is a sophisticated psyop. I believe both parties are involved. I believe it's a Zionist psyop. That's what I believe. I believe that the Zionists are behind it, and I think that there probably is some truth to the elites. I
think it's designed to minimalize the truth. Actually, is what I really think. I
don't agree with the whole. Oh, it's they're deflating or something, or they're letting little bits out so it doesn't blow up. And I don't believe any of that shit. I don't believe any of it. When I cover,
it's a huge problem.
I covered
it's a huge problem.
I believe it's General Flynn who came up with the whole psyop. And I have a lot of evidence to support this. And this even goes personal because I was directly connected to this. You guys may not know this, but I was directly involved with many of the Pizzagators, like directly involved. When the whole Nathan thing and the Pizzagate thing happened, the rally, the Pizzagate rally in Washington, D.C., all those people were on my show. Like all those people, I was right in the middle of all of that shit with Nathan and David Seaman and Titus Frost and B Rich and everyone else. Like I was in the middle of that shit. So I know a lot of shit about Pizzagate that people have no idea about. And I'll tell you, that whole thing is a total operation without any doubt. It's an operation. And I tried to show that to people. And I try to say to folks that you're being fucking. It's not about the straw man. Is that there's no pedophilia and the elites and all that, and oh, you're fucking this and that. No, this is an operation. It's a psyop. All right, and it's part of the whole fake news, flat Earth, whole shit show in which they're trying to destroy freedom of speech. So you can thank your Pizzagators for helping destroy freedom of speech because that's what they've done. That's where it's going. Without a doubt. Pizzagate, Flat Earth, and Sandy Hook are the things that they always mention when they're talking about we need to crack down on freedom of speech. We're going to destroy freedom of speech because Pizzagate, Flat Earth, right? Right away, they say these things. And everybody goes, oh, yeah. Everybody says, because the knee-jerk reaction is, oh, yeah, look at all these awful people that accuse this poor fucking gay pizzeria guy of having a fucking pedophile ring running from his basement in which His building doesn't even have a basement in it. It's perfect. It's perfect. They made it all up. It's so obvious.
Yeah, I agree.
You have to fucking tell people because it's like, look what they've done. And it's like, this is where
done
we're
to,
all right. So,
minimize the damage that is, done onto our children, and it kind of makes a whole joke of it, honestly, and a whole debate, like, what's there to debate, in your community, if a child was, sexually abused, you'd be outraged. There's not really, you don't need to have a Pizzagate or whatever to be outraged by pedophilia. It's just kind of a natural thing. And so I think, yeah, I do agree that the whole, it was a psyop. But I just, I've done quite a bit of extensive research into this as well. And I've uncovered, disgusting things that I never even knew, existed, just based off of these psychopathic, pedophiles' testimony. And it fucking disgusts me. And so, yeah, I think it does kind of take the attention away from, the real issue, I think is what you're trying to say, right?
There's no way out.
Yeah.
There's no resolution. They're smart folks. Listen to me. Everybody out there, they're smart. They're smarter than we are for the most part. All right, come on. They got the money. They got the resources. They're hiring the best that they can. This Cass Sunstein type of operation is very sophisticated. They're not fucking retards. They know what they're doing. They create these psyops. They lure people in. There is truth. There is truth to this shit. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say that this shit this is the problem, right? Because there are satanic ritual abuse. There are children that have been fucking victim of this for sure. And it's ongoing. There's no doubt. But the reality is they concoct these things and they create these things and they throw them out.
They have to control it.
They control it all. And they use it as a weapon. And it's a weapon. That's what I'm trying to tell. It's a weapon. It's used to destroy skepticism. It's here to say, look at this. Look at all these crazy people that believe. Look at this. Look at how it works. QAnon, right? Follow away. All these fucking retards that show up, and they show this on CNN and Fox and everything else, all the news. They show all these retards that are buying into QAnon. And they're showing how stupid they are. Then they got the fucking Jordan Sather type cocksucking shit-stained shills from hell who will show up on CNN and ABC News and whatever else talking about Bigfoot and fucking mixing Pizzagate and everything else together, right? This is how they fucking roll. What are you
obvious they're using?
What are you going to say to people that aren't capable of critical thought, that come in and have figured out enough to realize that they're being duped by CNN, but can't figure out Jordan Sather? They can't figure out Alex Jones, right? They can't figure it out, right? I'm angry. They're satanic. Like, this is what they're doing. They're using us, and they're using this skepticism. They're smart fucking people. They're like, how can we destroy these people? Let's use their skepticism. What do they believe in? Satanism. They believe that Satan's taken over the world and all this shit. Like, I'm not here to belittle that and say it's not happening, all right? But I'm saying that this is how they look at it. They look at it, oh yeah, well, they're mostly Christian, they're mostly this, they're mostly that. They're victims of groupthink. They don't have critical thought. They're awake enough to this, but they're not awake to that. They have little science background. Let's lure them in. What kind of bait should we use? What bait? You ever fish? If you know how to fish, you know about bait. This is if you want to know about the truth fucking movement, you better learn about fishing. Because if you don't know about fishing, fuck the truth movement. Don't waste any time because you're just going to be played. You learn about fishing, you learn about bait. You learn about what they use to get people to bite. And this is what they do. And they establish people, and they throw out the bait, and they say, take a bite, take a bite, take a bite. I got you. And then they fucking reel you in. And then they got you. And then all of a sudden you're on Lift the fucking toilet seat, and you're watching Mr. fucking Cat Power and all his fucking shenanigans. These are terrible fucking people. And they're deceiving their audiences. That's what it's awful what they're doing. I mean, I think these people are fucking slime what they're doing. They're deceiving people. There's no way I would ever deceive anyone. You can take all the shit that I say. You can say, you know, I got pride and ego and whatever, and I'm an asshole sometimes and whatever, but there's no way I'm telling you anything that I don't believe. I'm telling you fully, and I'm saying clearly, if I wanted to be popular, I'm going to push the Pizzagate. I'm going to push I'm going to be Richie from fucking Boston. I'm going to be a fucking 2-bit fucking moron pushing every fucking bullshit conspiracy under the sun, doing no research, just putting out bullshit. There's no, this is where we are. Where we are right now is we're being inundated with fucking bullshit all the time. And people don't have the wherewithal to fucking comprehend or even begin to deal with it. So we're being psyoped, and people are falling for this shit, and there's nothing you can do. They're going to do it over and over and over and over and over again. It's going to happen over with backyard brawl. It's
like, damn it.
Happy, you know.
Go back to 2014 and 15. That seemed like such a better time.
Yeah,
compared to now.
It is what it is. I mean, people got to wake up to it. I mean, look, you got to wake up. You got to wake up to it. But then again, what are you going to do? I mean, what's the difference? People that are falling for Pizzagate or people that are falling for CNN? I mean, is there a difference? No, there isn't. It doesn't matter. You're falling for bullshit. You're falling for bullshit. If you're being, and this is where they take your energy. That's the whole nasty part to it, is they're taking your energy. They're sucking your energy. Like it's like the Matrix. They literally are sucking your energy. So when you put your energy into something that they've concocted, they are sucking the energy out of you, right? And they're taking away your strength. It's malicious. It's evil. This is the problem that we face, though. We're not in the realm of deep critical thinkers. I mean, for the most part, we've got a lot of people that start to wake up to things, but they don't possess the faculties to really understand how deceptive things are. Oh, CNN's lying. Well, I'll go to Fox News. You know, it's that simple. And it's like, well, you're still in their game. Well, I'll go to Alex Jones. Well, you're even more in their game, then. You're even worse off than you were in the beginning. Congratulations.
Yeah, he's really dangerous.
You buy the fucking male vitality. I mean, it's
he's really dangerous because he does way more of a better job of mixing in truth with lies than our
worst. It's the worst.
Yeah, they have cul-de-sacs for every kind of mindset. I mean, you can go Alex Jones, or you can go Rich from Boston, or you can go Daily Stormer. White Sharia and stuff like that. I mean, they've got stuff for everybody.
Cul-de-sac is the best way to put it too. Is a dead end. It's never gonna. What's it gonna do? Learn helplessness at best, right? Like, oh, I'm gonna prep and I'm gonna fucking buy the food crates. I'm gonna give money to the people that are taking over, basically, right? The people that are programming. It's awful what's going on, folks. I mean, look, you can debate it. I can be wrong. I can definitely get people wrong. I feel bad sometimes. I mean, Richie from Boston, for instance, might just be a perfect idiot. I don't know. He could be
but he's being promoted, though.
Yeah,
useful.
Yeah, but he might be just a complete fucking moron. You know, it could be a what you might call it there from being there. You know, the character that what's his name plays. That movie featuring Peter Sellers, if you've ever seen that, which is really interesting.
Like some of those Bane movies, like it was like Bane, Mr. Bean or whatever the fuck
Chelsea
his name
Gardner
is.
is the name of the character. Chelsea Gardner. So the movie Bean there is about a middle-aged gardener who is evicted from his home, which is he serves like a wealthy Manhattan sort of land, and he's thrown out. Yeah, he's thrown out. He's never left his home. Basically, he's always been there, and he's a middle-aged guy, and he's thrown out of his home basically. So he's walking around downtown New York with a remote control, and people start like guys come up to mug him, and he's trying to change the channel, kind of thing. It's a very famous movie. He ends up becoming the president of the United States by the end.
You're talking about the movie called Bean, right?
Yeah, Bean there. Bean.
Okay, yeah.
With Peter Sellers. Definitely
there.
check it out. Peter Sellers is obviously a
Peter Sellers,
great actor. But yeah, I mean, I think they're showing something there. I think Being There it's from the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. It's a very telling movie.
1979.
Yeah, 1970. So Reagan was a Chelsea Gardner. Reagan was a fucking retard. I mean, he was a senile old man, just a fucking.
He was a very good actor. Cool. You know, like he's like an actor become president. You know,
he's a complete retard from day one. They even if you watch him doing his introduction speech, they had the guy from I don't know, was it Donald Reagan behind him from one of the banks was telling him to speed it up, kind of thing.
Well, actors are retards, so you know there you go.
All of them are. I think ever since I don't know, you could argue before you could argue, but I would say ever since what's his name, the guy before Gerald Ford there, or no, the guy after Gerald Ford. Who am I thinking of?
Gerald Carter.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter, I would say, was the last maybe legitimate, sort of somewhat legitimate president, and after that, it was like, no, we're having actors from now on.
I don't think it was. I mean,
I don't think he was legit either. I know.
I've lived here my whole life. Was you know, from everything I see and I've read. I mean, JFK. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe
even JFK has done things that are extremely questionable, like abolishing the Immigration Act in 1965. Sorry, not 1965, but he pretty much started the whole multiculturalism.
He did, you know, abort the Cuban, you know, missile crisis. You know, he solved that.
Well,
he said he was going to.
History books will tell you, and your history books will say a lot of things like that.
Actually, history books kind of you know, paint him as a, you know, a piece of trash who cheated on his wife. You know, but
that's how they play us, though, eh? They play us all the time. They're always playing us in the way that here's a hero and now he's not a hero.
I like to look at his actual words. So I'm not going to like hear your words and then listen to a JFK speech, you know, about secret societies and how the CIA needs to be dismantled. And then your words are going to somehow like trump his when he got his head blown off, you know, 60 years ago, whatever. You know, I'm going to put more credence into, you know, what he said before he got his head blown off and the things that he actually tried to do. You know, as opposed to some random guy on the internet telling me that it's not important to think about what JFK did or said when I can look and hear from his own mouth. And back then, it was a lot more of a freer world. I think we can all agree. Back then, it was a lot more freer world than it is now.
Well, the whole secret society thing. He was the Knight of Columbus, though. I mean, that's a secret society. So.
Yeah, he was more or less talking about the Soviet Empire when he gave that speech. But the thing is, it's not about
on top. Realize like, wow, I'm in a position of power and I can actually do something about it. And maybe by the time that you've gotten into those secret societies and you're the president of the United States, you know, maybe some things start clicking in your head and you're like, wow, you know, maybe you're like, wow, this isn't in the best interest of the American people. maybe I should speak out against this.
Yeah. Well, maybe
we should abolish the Federal Reserve.
Well, my view on JFK
Right?
is that just like 9/11, those buildings were built.
So I don't know if you know exactly what I know, but go on.
I mean,
No,
what I'm
I
saying,
didn't. I don't know why you're reacting like that because I didn't. It's not
There's
like
a lot of things.
I'm not insulting John F. Kennedy, and I'm saying that
I don't care if you are.
No,
but I'm just saying, look it up what he said from the horse. Get it from the horse's mouth.
No, I know. I'm acutely aware of most of that, and what I would say is that we have to be careful with our history, and we have to really re-examine a lot of what we buy into. Just because what we can see from now, like if we take, like, if we were to look back, say over the past 20 years, and we were to look at the major events, and we were to look at the major events that happened, say just in the United States alone, and we were to analyze all those events, and we were to analyze those events, accurately, without bias, and we were to say we're going to take a look at 9/11, obviously, because that would be the biggest one, but we would look at some of the shootings, we look at some of the biggest events that happened, we'd probably come out and say most of what we've been taught is wrong, and that we have been deceived in major ways.
World War II.
So what I would speculate based on that is that you could extend that back further. And I wouldn't say that it's proper to come in and call everything a hoax and everything fake and discount all of recorded history as is being presented at this point in time.
No,
but
of course
what
not.
I would say is this. I would say that based on what I personally and others have examined over the past decade or so, that I think that most of what has been presented should be fully re-examined based on the fallacious sort of terrible manipulation of media based on the past decade alone.
Yeah, with two premises in mind. The first one is that winners, right? The history has been written by the winners.
Yeah.
And the second one is that there is some unseen forces that are not taken into account in the mainstream history, like secret societies and influence of the certain tribe.
You can ask yourself, why Che Guevara? Like, why are teenagers wearing Che Guevara shirts?
Exactly.
A great example of mind control and icons. And
the guy was
a Rage Against the Machine fan. Yeah. You gotta have a Che Guevara shirt, right?
Che Guevara is nobody to be really particularly.
Exactly. It's actually a character that bears a great deal of scrutiny and re-examination. But that's the whole thing, though. We are indoctrinated by what they tell us. So if John F. K. or JFK is being, promoted all the time, perhaps in some ways, and being canonized and everything else, then maybe we should look further into it. I'm not one of these people. Like, I don't believe that the JFK assassination was staged. Like, there are.
I don't. Well, I think it was. No, I think it was a ritual.
Oh,
it wasn't a hoax. Is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, and I think
I agree.
The sort of notion, like, I don't know about the speech there. The speech is great, like when he's talking about the secret societies. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that speech was being attributed to the KGB and stuff like that. Russian sort of.
Well, that's what they say. Yeah.
But
specifically,
but it is a great speech. It's not. And I agree wholeheartedly with what he said, and I would absolutely love to buy into the notion that John F. Kennedy was a true righteous person.
And he might have been. I mean, he might have been an idealist. But what I was trying to say earlier is that just like the buildings, the Twin Towers were brought down on 9/11, but and many people believe that they were actually built to be brought down. The same way, I think JFK, who, let's remember, he was a Catholic, at least ostensibly. He was allowed to be elected in order to be publicly, well, essentially executed on live television in front of the whole nation. And the ensuing trauma that it caused, an undeniable trauma.
Well, I'm sure, you know, and I'm
theory.
sure JFK agreed with that going in, right? I mean, yeah.
Well, no,
sign me up, fellas. So you guys are gonna execute me on live television?
No, that's not
Sign me
what
up.
I'm saying. That's obviously.
I know. That's what not what
wouldn't
you're
be
saying.
told.
I'm not insulting your intelligence. I'm not insulting your
I think
intelligence.
it's difficult. Like now, it's like, you know, it plays upon our emotions, and it's like we see these clips and often out of context and everything else, and they can be compiled. And you know, if you understand the machinations of how, I mean, you can't. It's maybe it's beyond anybody's under comprehension, is how controlled everything is. Like it's hard to know, and it's hard to know how far back it goes. You know, we have the head of the CIA or whatever saying back in the 1970s that all top media people are controlled by the CIA, right? Well,
yeah, on record.
Yeah, on record.
We all.
And you could say, well, that means all media henceforth from that period is illegitimate. And I would say yes. Well, if that person has the authority to give that diagnosis and that is a correct sort of thing, if that can be quantifiable, then yes, all media since then, and probably many years before, is completely to be disregarded or at least distrusted and re-examined. I think we are long since completely controlled, and I think that's why I speculate. Like I speculate about Martin Luther King. That's why I mentioned Martin Luther King before, because you know, I know about how many. Well, I don't even know. I mean, I would like to look more into it, but like Martin Luther King, like I know that his speech, for instance, "I Had a Dream," is totally concocted. It was totally lifted from somebody else. So it's like there's so many fallacies dealing with these, and you can't come out and say that, because for the black people that is an affront, and you can understand there's
Yeah, he was a martyr.
Yeah, he's a martyr, and he's, you know, and you can understand why they would be so sensitive about that. But this is an example of how much control is being exerted, and I don't think it's changed. And I think the illusion is that you have democracy. The illusion is that you actually have a voice, and the illusion is that you can actually, you know, go into politics and fight for what you believe in. That's, to me, I don't think that's possible, not at the higher levels. And I think that it's been
special interest.
Yeah, I think it's been controlled for a very long time, and I think that, like, I talk about Edward Bernays all the time.
We're not special.
Yeah, I say Edward Bernays is a great example of how long we've been controlled. Because with Edward Bernays, you know, first he's hired by all these corporations to sell cigarettes and, you know, women's products and stuff like that. But next thing you know, he's brought into the White House, and the whole concept is, well, how are we going to program people into believing what we want them to believe? And out of that notion, and of course Sigmund Freud, his uncle, which is the notion of human beings being inherently evil.
I read Propaganda by Edward Bernays. It was the most fucking disgusting experiences I've ever had reading a book.
Yeah, he's the most important figure in American media, bar none. He is the shit. And his nephew now is the CEO of Netflix. So it's very important.
Netflix. It's like Bernays flicks.
Yeah,
might as well call it Bernays.
That's what it is. It's no doubt that we've been programmed for so long, and this is the reality. The reality is, I mean, if people actually knew, well, I mean, what would happen? I mean, you got a bunch of really sick, fat people that would be outraged but would be powerless to do anything. It's a situation like, even if you were to reach these people, and even if you were able to convince them that they're under mind control, they would be almost next to useless when it comes to like standing up to what's going on, because they don't have the physical and mental wherewithal to even begin to stand up to what's going on. We are in a really bad, toxic situation where the majority of people are just completely brainwashed, and moreover, where the powers that be are coming in and destroying freedom of speech. This is the greatest threat that we face, without a doubt. There is no greater threat. There never is a greater threat than the threat of freedom of speech, because when you're not allowed to question what's going on, then tyranny reigns. And this is where we're going. We're going to the point where people will have to go to, small circles, and, with the surveillance state, with the drones and the facial recognition, and,
you don't have freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And you don't even have the Second Amendment. If you don't have freedom of speech, you might as well say goodbye to the Second Amendment, which is, the right to bear arms.
Yeah.
So if you're too big of a fucking pussy to stand up and fucking speak out, then you're gonna lose your right to bear arms, which is the most important fucking part, man. I mean, it's a big deal. Yeah. If we really legally lose freedom of speech, it's over. It's done.
Yeah.
There's no coming back from it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be done. It's gonna be 1984. It's over. So, I mean, I agree, man. We got to keep freedom of speech. That's number one, most important.
Bug, do you have something to say?
No, right now, no.
Because you left a comment there saying, hard to have a conversation when other people in the stream continuously talk over you.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, no. I'm just saying. I was trying to make a point, and this. No. Okay. Well, I'm just a general sort of etiquette for live streams. Guys, let's try not to interrupt each other. And if somebody's trying to make a point, let us finish it. Right? I mean, it's just common sense, right? I mean, if we're constantly talking over each other, and I'm sometimes guilty of that as well, but just generally,
well, can you?
Jeff just went on for like 10 minutes. You could chime in, buddy. Come on.
Yeah. No, like I apologize if
I'm not trying to interrupt
you off. I feel bad because that's not ever my intention.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's most directed towards enough waddle. I mean, it's
that's what I thought he was talking about. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about because Jeff went on. I think I counted like 10 minutes, and you had a lot of time to reply.
Well, the good thing about
it was the people were saying in the chat. I mean, they want to.
Well, I don't give a fuck what saying in the chat. Yeah, I mean, just tell me what you think.
It was regarding the previous exchanges we had about the JFK mostly.
Okay, well, I think you can go back and listen to the recording, and I didn't talk for that long at all about it. I mean, you probably might get like, I don't know, maybe a snippet of like 2 minutes long or something. Not too bad.
That's all right.
Go on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I stick with the facts, so.
All right.
Pretty sure if you rewind the tape, yeah. Pretty sure if you rewind. Look, there's going to be people crying in the chat, dude. There's always going to be people crying.
Look. The way that I host shows is just come in and say what you want anytime. And if I'm talking and somebody speaks up, I immediately stop if I hear them, and then I try to because I think it's very important that like I love the flow of a conversation where anybody can jump in at any time, and I think that
Me too.
I think it's that those make the best conversations. But sometimes what happens is, and I'm one of these people that when I host a show, I as a host, I guess I've been doing it for so many years that I will fill a lot of empty space to keep the audience in, just out of sort of habit, I guess you could say. But sometimes I can. Sometimes I can't be. I can talk a lot too much. I wish.
They're not complaining about you, man. They're complaining about me. It's not you. It's
well, you know, I mean, I think it's been an excellent discussion. I would love to do a whole podcast, Bug and Twaddle and everyone else on JFK. I think I have a ton to learn because I would consider myself very ignorant when it comes to that stuff. And when I say like my skepticism, I'm just applying the skepticism that I have on the contemporary sort of media to the past, and that's probably not the best sort of.
Yeah, I've actually. Yeah,
I appreciate y'all's, all of y'all's viewpoint, even Bug.
Let Bug go. He was going first.
Bug, I appreciate your viewpoint on JFK. I really do.
Yeah, I was saying I've actually.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Oh yeah, I've done a show with Robert J. Morrison on the JFK assassination. That was about a year ago. We did a breakdown of the whole ritual that took place there. I think, yeah.
See, I didn't even know about that.
It's a tri-corner, right?
No, it's a lot more complicated than that. The whole the timing, the route itself,
I wonder,
scenery around it. Yeah.
Are you of the mind that maybe it was the driver that did the assassination, or?
I'm aware of that theory, but I'm not 100% sold on it. I mean, it's possible, and the driver does turn around at the moment when the JFK's head gets blown off. And there's definitely some manipulation of the Zapruder film, and Zapruder himself is an interesting character. He's he's Jewish, and he 33rd degree Freemason.
Oh,
and he was filming the event for supposedly his own his own private collection. And after the assassination, the film was confiscated by FBI, if I remember correctly. It was definitely confiscated by the government, and it was basically developed and kept in their files for a while before being returned to Zapruder. And people who have analyzed, like if Bill Cooper, for instance, analyzed the footage frame by frame, and he actually had a lot of experience with photography. He was a professional photographer for many years, and according to him, I mean, I'm not an expert in these matters, but according to him, there was definite manipulation of the film itself, especially at the instance when the fatal shot was delivered. So I mean, it's a complicated matter.
Did you say according to William Cooper there was manipulation?
Bill Cooper, yeah.
That's strange because I've seen all of his lectures, and he never said that, and in his book he never said that. So I was just wondering where you got that.
No, have you seen the actual? He produced the. It was a I think like a VHS tape back in those days with. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but it's on YouTube somewhere. It's quite a long presentation where he actually goes frame by frame, and also if you listen to his shows from I think like 1993, 94, he goes into this matter in more detail. So if you listen to those, I mean, he does make the point that there's clear manipulation of the footage. I haven't listened to his presentations other than his radio show. Yeah, so that's
okay.
Hey, I got a theory based on very little research. How about they sacrifice JFK to create conspiracy theorists and therefore to push the censoring of free speech?
The CIA did create the term conspiracy theory after JFK JFK died, but let's not look into that at all because
they need
it's not that important, right,
they need
guys?
some kind of speech contention, something, a reason to
I
have
think about it like I think
going
about
on today.
I
Back
mean,
then,
when
I'm saying.
when I think about JFK, you think about how much of an impact his assassination had, like the psychological impact that it had on Americans it's like arguably the most traumatic event prior to 9/11. That I mean, arguably even bigger than 9/11 because
It is
being
it
assassinated,
is. Yeah.
right? Like, and you think about how much that affected Americans and the way that they viewed the world and their country. It's quite a coup.
It
It's
threw
like,
gas on the fire, really, of conspiracy.
I mean, to me, it's like, whoa, it's it shakes the foundations, right? It literally does. It's like, who really has the power, sort of thing. It's a crazy. I don't know. I mean, I would like this is the way that I am is that I focus on what's happening now, but I would like to take time to see what they did there. Like I would like to. I think it's very important, and I think it probably could help us understand what's going on right now. Like it probably has a lot to do with what we're dealing with at this point in time about the complete takeover of the American government and how
That's the only reason why I focus on it, man, and why I think it's so important. That's why. It's not because I'm like I just want to. I really do. Honestly, my core, I really think that was like the start of that was like the catalyst of all this media manipulations. The way that they could really kickstart it is here's a president, we got him in, he's an insider, we think he's an insider, we got him in, but oh shit, he's starting to slip away, he's starting to do things that we don't like. Let's send a message, basically. And Lyndon Johnson can be seen winking, right at like the day of this assassination. You can just look up Lyndon Johnson wink.
He was in it.
And the only reason why you wink at someone is to translate hidden, you know what I'm talking about? Wink wink. Hidden. That's what a wink.
I talked about this when I first covered Sandy Hook. One of the first things I did was the Batman movies and the connections to the Batman movies and the Sandy Hook itself and a few of the other events. And what I was looking at was the trilogy of the films by Christopher Nolan and how the first film featured the island that was immediately south of Gotham, which was in the first film was called the Tri-Corner, and the Tri-Corner is the area where JFK was assassinated. It's a triangle, actually. You can see it clearly. And in the second film, it was changed, and it was I can't remember the name. But in the third film, the same island was named Sandy Hook. So, like for every film, it was called Hingston. I think is it Hingston? Was Hingston? Have I got the name right? Bug, maybe you would know. The guy that tried to assassinate President Reagan, allegedly.
Oh, the name escapes me. I can't. Well, it's probably easy to look up. Yeah.
It's very important because he
was the son of George Bush's senior friend.
Right.
Which is a bit of a conflict of interest if you think about it, because George Bush Sr. was at that time the vice president.
Head of the CIA.
And at that time, no longer the head of the CIA, but the vice president. Yeah. So, and the son of his friend tries to.
Sorry, it's Hinckley. So yeah, Hinckley was, as you said, he was the what was he? He was very close to.
He was the son of George Bush's senior friend.
Yeah, he was
like a bug's like, no longer the CIA. Like, He's the president. Isn't that crazy? How the head of CIA went to the president? That's crazy.
Yeah, well,
right?
that's not surprising. There's a photo, of course, of George Herbert Walker Bush in front of the Texas Book Depository.
Yeah, it appears to be him. Yeah.
Yeah. So and of course Prescott formed the CIA. So
and even it's like even Oswald was like, I'm a patsy. Like, I'm a fucking patsy. He's think about back then. That was
do you guys think that assassination might have been staged? It looked kind of.
I don't know, but yeah, there's tribe members everywhere. There's Jack Ruby, whose real name is Rubenstein.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that assassination was staged.
Next time you watch it, watch how the Secret Service backs away.
Yeah.
Before, and the one Secret Service member actually turns around and he's like, you can see it, he's like, what the fuck? Like, am I supposed what the fuck's going on? He puts his hands up.
And that's
he puts his hands up like, what the fuck?
That's the role that's the way that they would roll in many ways. I think that this is the what we deal with, what I've dealt with when I've been breaking down so many of these events is that they're complex. Like sometimes there's real and fakery involved. And I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the Oswald sort of assassination was completely staged. It would be an easy thing to pull off. You put some blanks in, I mean, the way it was done on film, it just looks like I'm a patsy, and
But Jeff, I don't think you can really fake that autopsy photo. I mean, look at the autopsy photos. I mean, if you're telling me that's fake
of
Oswald, back in that
are
day
you talking
and
about
age.
Oswald or are you talking about Kennedy?
Kennedy.
No, I'm not talking about Kennedy. I'm talking about Oswald. I'm saying,
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I do
sorry.
think Kennedy was assassinated. I do believe.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
But yeah, Oswald, I think, was staged, or
possible.
Speculation.
Maybe you might be right. You might be right on that.
It would be a
that was
perfect
kinda
way
questionable,
to settle the whole thing. So if you have this, this asset,
He could have been killed though. He could have been fucking killed though. Too.
Yeah, but
Shit.
it could be that we go back to Siberia, wherever you were before. I don't know. I mean,
Why take a risk that he would talk?
Well,
exactly.
You're gonna talk. I mean, you're gonna talk when you're gonna.
He was
die.
already screaming that he was.
The CIA. I mean, are you familiar with how the CIA deals with people? I mean,
Maybe he yelled he was patsy to try to avoid being killed, but it didn't work.
I don't know. Yeah, it could be a million different things, but
I thought that would get me out of jail.
It's possible. I would say though that
Possible, yeah.
It's a perfect way when we look at a lot of the shootings and a lot of these alleged things that happen. There's often a theme of the perpetrator dying. It fits the narrative well because it wraps up the whole thing in a nice bow. So Adam Lanza is a great example, right? There are examples of James Holmes and others that do stick around, these characters, but we often see these characters just off themselves after, and it wraps up everything. Doesn't mean it didn't happen the way they said.
But they do it immediately though. Like Oswald actually, he was able to hang around and actually communicate. So there's a difference. It's not like, oh, he just committed this mass shoot. That's like saying, oh, Oswald, right after he shot Kennedy, just shot himself. So it's not really comparable, those two. Like Adam Lanza and Oswald, I'm saying? There's.
No, I'm not trying to compare. I'm trying to say that if you're conducting some sort of, say it's an assassination, and the deal is, okay, this guy's going to be the patsy. This is how it's going to go out. It could be like, okay, Oswald, you're going to do this, and then we're going to have Jack Ruby come in, fire some blanks. You're going to play like you're dead. We're going to cart you off quickly. We say that you were assassinated, and it wraps up the whole thing, right?
Yeah, no cliffhangers.
Yeah, and of course there was the investigation, which was controlled, right? The what was it called? The the Warren Commission, I think, right? That came after. But you know, in the end, the Warren Commission. I mean, you could say the Warren Commission is from a different era than, say, the 9/11 Commission. Like I would say the 9/11 Commission has nothing like from the get go has no credibility from day one, from the naming of who's in the Warren Commission. That's it. It's done. You know, like you're not gonna have any credibility here. This is conflict of interest. It's a terrible thing. The Warren Commission, you could argue, you know, there was and the Warren Commission produced some interesting results, but in the end, it's just an unresolved conspiracy, basically. And I think, like, I would think an interesting sort of angle to look into would be Oliver Stone and his terrible film there, JFK. Well, terrible. It's well filmed and it's well acted. Yeah, it's total disinfo. It's like throwing 8 billion different conspiracies in there to muddy the waters. It's the CIA, it's the Cubans, it's the mafia, it's this, it's that. CIA, you know, it's like FBI, it's like, right? And that's a perfect thing. Like, you have to wonder about characters like Oliver Stone who have been positioned to push like conspiracies and stuff like that.
Yeah, I wonder what tribe he's part of, right?
Yeah. Well, and he's Hollywood, right? And he's won a bunch of awards. You're not gonna come on, seriously?
It's like Roger Stone.
Win Academy Awards if you're not fucking
guy.
I mean, get the fuck out of here, right? It doesn't work that way.
He's a righteous Gentile.
Yeah. So I'm skeptical. I'm really skeptical, but you know, that's the problem that we have. I mean, maybe it's that, you know, I mean, it's a bit of a conundrum for people like us because all we can do is endlessly speculate unless we produce actual facts. Now, we produced a lot of facts when it came to a certain event that happened in 2012. We produced a lot of facts, a lot of crazy shit. And we can't even show that to you folks. You know, we can't show you all this stuff because it's all been taken down. So JFK could be an example of that. JFK could be an example that there was actual real good information that was uncovered, but it's been buried and it's been completely taken off, you know, line and shit like that, because they do that.
Off YouTube. Yeah.
There's certain things, like there's certain events that they don't want us looking into. I think that if you had an event that was like, say, a massive shooting that might have happened in a big school, and that maybe it was completely staged, that if that information got out, that it would be so catastrophic that it would be like I believe Watergate's a psyop. I believe that Watergate is just, you know, a Kissinger, you know, changing chairs or, you know, like musical chairs in the White House sort of thing, where they're
Pretty
taking
much. Yeah, there was some interesting tape though that there was a lot of interesting tape that revealed a lot of things, but you know,
I think in the end of the day, when you look at the way that it wraps up, it's like a nice Hollywood movie. I wonder if they made a movie about it. You know, I wonder if that movie won Academy Awards. I wonder who starred in that movie. I wonder if they produce international New World Order film festivals. I wonder, you know, like there's a lot of interesting things to say about Watergate.
That's what I say, Jeff, man. I try to take it from the horse's mouth, man. And so, like, when I listen to Nixon's, you know, pretty much the overall, you know, feeling I get from hearing everything Nixon said was, you know, he was a puppet. He was a scumbag. He said a lot, you know, he said some truthful stuff here and there, but, you know, that's really it. That's the feeling. Yeah, Nixon, you know, he was a crook.
But it is a big distraction, right? Watergate's a massive distraction.
Oh yeah,
it keeps people occupied for years. It produces all kinds of books and television shows.
And that's like not even something like the JFK conspiracy.
I mean, look, Watergate's around. It's around to this day. I mean, whenever there's a controversy, it's a gate. It's a perfect. They're smart people. They're smart. They know how to do these things, and they know how to manipulate and bread and circus and everything else. I like.
Gates tend to have gatekeepers.
Yeah, that's usually how it works.
Yeah.
It's difficult because I feel bad sometimes coming into these things, because I think what happens is a lot is that we have people that don't understand how controlled the media is, and so we have a history of people breaking down things, taking media right for its word. So it's like, if you're going to break down an event, say it's Watergate, say it's a JFK assassination, you're going to go in, you're going to use NBC and ABC and CBS, and you're going to use that as verbatim, and you're going to say that's fact, and this is what was reported, and this is a reputable news organization. I'm sorry, those were not reputable news organizations at all. And so, but how compromised were they at that point, and how much has that changed? Because at this point in time, there's no doubt. I mean, at this point in time, I would say there's nothing that happens on the media that I would ever trust. Nothing, absolutely nothing. If a huge bombing goes down or something, there's no way I would believe the official story of anything ever. I would never, because I from my own experience, over and over again, they've lied, they've manipulated us, and this is over and over. This is not just in the United States, in Canada, it's in Australia, it's all over UK. I've seen this. I've done the work, so I'm not talking from, I'm not talking from my ass. I know what I'm saying. When you spend, hundreds of hours investigating, say, like the Ottawa shooting in 2014, and you find all the things that don't add up, and then you find those parallels in say the Sydney shooting or something like that. You see all the things, and you see there's a pattern that has happened over and over again, where we've had these massive events, and these massive events have created all this, all these foundations and causes and movements. And it's like, well, how long have we been played? I mean, how long have we've been manipulated over and over again? How many times have these massive events happened where we've all been triggered, and we've all cried, and brought candles and gone to vigils and stuff like that? I don't know how far back it goes. I would imagine it's always been happening. I would imagine that the media has always been controlled. Always. And that it's no different now, except that it's just way more accessible and way more easy to program people, because people are hooked up all the time. Whereas in the past, you had to hit people in certain times. I think it's really...
I think it was kind of a slow... I agree with you, but I think it was kind of a slow process. Like, I think, the New World Order is smart, right? So then they're just going to come out in like the 70s and hit you with like, a bunch of, you have to accept, homos type shit. I mean, they might like slip it in the 70s or whatever, like, try to slip it in. But like, I'm just saying, they know their audience. Like, they know their audience. And so I just think that it's gradually gotten worse. And I think that's evident, when you look at like movies like that Call for an Uprising points out, like a movie called Blockers, which we all know is called Cock Blockers. And then they're doing a satanic ritual in the fucking on prom night. And it's just a total garbage movie. Like that, a movie like that would have never came out like in the 1970s. And I could point out to a bunch of other movies that have come out in the past like 10 to 15 years that would have never came out back then. So I'm just saying, I agree with you, everything you said, but I'm just pointing out that I think it's a gradual,
that would be
slow. It's been slow but steady.
I don't think it's slow, but I would say that what you could monitor is the concentration of power. So you could go back to the 1950s, where they say in the 1950s you had about 500 media corporations, and now you have you have 5 now, right? So there's 5 corporations that control all the media. Well, at least in the United States, right? Viacom, Disney, the big 5 sort of corporations. That so you could say, well, we can look back and we can see that way back in 1950, 1940s, we had this many media corporations. So there was competition. So there would be reasons for these media corporations not to conspire together to manipulate their audiences and stuff like that. And there'd be strong incentives for these corporations to compete against each other and to expose each other. So that would be a healthy situation. A healthy situation, if you wanted a healthy media, you would have a lot of media, right? If you wanted a healthy media, you would have all kinds of independent people reporting on the same stories, sort of thing, where you would have, you know, just that's the way that if you were to say to me, how do you fix the media? Right? I say, okay, well, immediately you ban all corporate media right away. And you can't have any corporations, you can't have any banks, you can't have any interests. You just have independent people. And then you have independent people that are able to report in the place instead of the corporate media. So at the White House or whatever else. And these people would be able to develop their credibility by the work that they put out, sort of thing. And
it's easy to subvert that as well, though. I mean, you can,
yeah, of course.
Create a sort of PewDiePie type of character who will be your new quote unquote independent
I mean,
journalist.
Let's be honest. Yeah. The powers that be are going to manipulate everything. So that's the reality.
You have to be always on guard. Yeah.
The reality is this: like, let's be honest. The people that control us have always controlled us. I mean, if it wasn't them, it's their relatives and the people that, you know, controlled the power before. So until we topple that power, you know, we're going to be subjected to them. And even if we topple that power, something else is going to come in and take over. And whatever power is in power, whatever managed to usurp power, is going to do whatever they can to control the message in the media. So we're always going to face this. This will be an endless struggle as long as there is, you know, a media, and as long as there is a people to support it, sort of thing. So there is no quick fix. I wish there was. I mean, maybe in a way there would be. You just ban the media right away, and then you would say independent bloggers. But as Bug said, I mean, right away you would have people that are controlled right away.
Can I ask you something, Jeff?
Yeah.
What's your view on limits to free speech? I mean, how far is too far? I mean, if you live in a country and you start producing propaganda that is aimed at destroying the people of that country, something that was really subversive, or you start attacking values that have traditionally created a strong society, such as strong family and so on. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's it. I mean, what gives you the right to produce that kind of content attacking the people of your country? I mean, is that the limit of the free speech, or
I don't think there's any limit to free speech. I think the whole concept of free speech is free speech. It means you say anything you want at any time you want.
Yeah, but that's the thing is the tribe has used the. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of where, I mean, how we got here.
Yeah.
The tribe has used this freedom of speech to push all sorts of degeneracy, and there's no doubt about it. I mean, I can prove it quite easily.
Absolutely.
But once they're in control, as they are now, they start to clamp down on us, challenging them. You see how it works. Yeah. So,
but it's a conundrum, right? Because
and back in the day, in like 19th century, early 20th century, the people's view on freedom of speech was not what it is today. I mean, it was obviously there. I mean, the concept of free speech was there, but the people did not tolerate exploitation of, I mean, the misuse of freedom of speech, for sure. I mean, there was, say, such things as, if you look into the movie industry, in the early 20th century, you would be surprised how degenerate it was as well. Hollywood of 1920s, early 1930s was very degenerate.
Who was producing that?
Yeah, and it actually, it led to a huge backlash, primarily by the Christians in the United States, and primarily by Catholics, actually. And this organization that was called Legion of Decency, that was actually powerful enough to create a influence the creation of the Motion Picture Production Code of 1930, which it wasn't something that the government passed, but basically Hollywood was pressured by people with good morals, primarily Christians, to abide by some rules, because it was getting pretty wild by that point. Even that's 1930. And they were actually able to wind it back a little bit. The thing is, the reason why Hollywood did it, I think they were afraid that the backlash would grow and the whole industry would be just pretty much boycotted. So they decided to take another approach. They hired a guy by the name of, I think his name was William Hayes, to write the code for them. The problem is that if you read the wiki biography on William Hayes, it says that he's a Protestant. What I found later is I have a book called 10,000 Famous Freemasons, and I found the guy there, and he's a 33rd degree Freemason.
Of course.
Yeah. So, but he did write a code that tried to, was basically was there to provide moral guidelines for the movie industry. And it was like things like, I'm just looking at it, you cannot portray murder in a positive light and portray crime in a positive light, common sense things like that. I mean, illegal drug trafficking
in a positive light all the time.
Yeah, like adultery, adultery,
time.
sex scenes, and so on.
I don't know how many movies I can think of where they're portraying murder in a positive light.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, miscegenation is forbidden. I mean, I guess I would agree with that. I mean, I don't see it as good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a great discussion. I think it's a really big question. I think it's complex, and I think
maybe we can go into this on the next show. I mean, the Hayes Code. That's an interesting topic.
Maybe we'll do that next week if you guys can all show up. We can discuss this, because I would argue that freedom of speech is so essential, and that, like, I say this all the time. I mean, I think people should be able to say whatever they want, even if it offends people, because it is a matter of once you start curtailing people's right to say whatever they feel, regardless of how uncouth and how toxic it might be, you go down a slippery slope, and then next thing you know, where you can't say anything. But then you could say the other extreme, where you could say, well, if you have a certain people that have a certain amount of influence and they're able to come in and use the freedom of speech, then they can use it to subvert the nature and the sort of foundation of the civilization that you have, and they could take advantage of that. So it is a complicated thing, and I think that's exactly what we have happening, where we have the tricksters that have taken over our media, and they're talking out of both sides of their mouth, where they're saying diversity, and they're promoting other things, and they're saying democracy, and then they're showing other things, and they're saying racism, or anti-racism, but then they're showing racism, and it's pretty crazy. So
and they're attacking the very people who are paying their bills, like CBC.
Yeah.
They're like,
But then again, I mean, we're at the point now where we can barely say anything. I mean, if you think about it.
Yeah, exactly.
It is crazy where you can't this is where you won't get it from, Stefan Molyneux or any of these characters, that you can't talk about. Like, they're gonna tell you, you can't say this and you can't say that, but it's more of a black white, he versus she sort of thing, where the reality is you're not allowed to really question the big events that are happening. To me, this is the crazy thing that's happening. It's like, this is what I discovered when I was doing this work. This is why I do this work. The only reason I do this work, I wish to God, when I started doing this work, that there was a bunch of people that actually do the work that I'm doing right now. That these characters that you know, Alex Jones and Mark Dice and all these characters actually were doing the work, where they were actually, you know, analyzing and breaking down the bullshit of the media and exposing it. And then I realized, no, they're not. They're actually part of it, and therefore there's just not other people doing this. And that's why I started doing the work that I do. And then I realized, you know what, freedom of speech doesn't exist. It's bullshit. You either have to you have to make a deal, and you saw Jordan Peterson there. I mean, that clip of Jordan Peterson says it all, because he the reason why
he knows, he knows,
because he realizes that if I say something wrong, I'm fucked, sort of thing. So he just has to. I can't, you know, because there's no way he can counteract it. What is he going to say? How can he explain it? He can't. So he's fucked, right? Like that's checkmate. That's what it is. It's checkmate in chess. He's checkmated. That guy checkmated Jordan Peterson.
Face palm equals checkmate.
Yeah, it did. He's done. There's no response, and it's not like Jordan Peterson tried to, you know, like Jordan. You got to give him a little bit of credit. He could have fucking, you know, just dismissed them and said you're anti-Semite, but you know, he was just like trying to approach it logically, and he realized he was compromised, and it was it, and he can't. So that's why he capitulated. That's where we're at, though. The situation is bad. It's getting worse, and the situation is like, this is what they're telling us. These media and all this established media is telling us this, and we have to believe it. And we only have two choices: we choose the red or the blue, right? And as long as we choose one or the other, but even if you choose the red, there's a good chance that you're going to be targeted and you're going to be, you know, ostracized and whatever else, right? Because they're, you know, it's the blue that they really want you to pick. But, you know, either or, it doesn't matter. You're in their sphere. But we're at the point where, you know, event happens and there's only two possibilities of the event. You know, you take the leftist view or the rightist view. You cannot take the event and actually say, well, I don't think the event happened, or the event didn't happen the way that they're portraying it. You can't do that. That's
when we need to be in the radical middle.
Yeah, that's where we should be. We should be saying every event that happens, well, wait a second, let's make sure the event actually happened. It's only logical, it's only critical thinking that to say, well, wait a second, before we react emotionally to what has been presented to us, let's ensure beyond a shadow of a doubt that the event is actually happened the way that, I mean, that's the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing of all is that if you're going to react to an event, you better know for damn well fucking sure that the event happened exactly as you think it did. Because if you got the event wrong, then your reaction is going to be completely wrong. But that's not at all what we have. What we have is these events happen and nobody's allowed to question the validity of them. That's the trick. That's why the Twatsons and the Dices and all these characters have been established, because they're there to tell you there's nothing to question. You know, you pick a side and that's it. And look at how stupid the leftists are reacting to this. And this is what the situation that we're in. The situation is that freedom of speech was there for a bit, and it was a big threat. And they said, "Fuck that shit. We're gonna come and shut up." So. You know.
Yeah, well, I have no sympathies for the so-called conservatives, to be honest. I mean, they're the biggest bunch of cowards that I've ever seen. At least the so-called leftists, they know what they want, and they are working continuously toward this goal, no matter how hideous it is. But the conservatives, they're always, you know, it's like somebody comes up to them and pokes them in the chest, and they take a step back, and they keep poking them in the chest, and they retreat and retreat.
Yeah.
And now with the conservatives here in Canada are talking about providing shelter for LGBT refugees. I mean, this is
yeah, it's like they're trying to one up.
Yeah, it's just a constant.
We're offering shelter for these people. You know, it's like, you know, we're going the extra mile. You know, yeah, it's.
Totally. Yeah, I was gonna say something until I realized. I was like, oh, he's talking about Canada. And you know, it always depends on what's going on in your local, you know, culture, you know, right? Your local culture, you know, what's going on in my state, whatever, you know. It pretty much is a culture down here, actually. But it really does depend on where you're at. So yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's totally different on here. I mean, we look at conservative down here is a good thing, and I know I'm not brainwashed to think that any politician who calls himself conservative is like a upstanding, Christian. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm saying the common people who call themselves conservative. That's what I'm talking about. And those people down where I'm at actually have the right, a lot, at least. Okay, let's say they're not awake to everything, but at least they have, the fundamentals down.
Well, I'll tell you this, though. I'll tell you, if I had to, if they put a gun to my head and they said, you got to pick a side, well, obviously I'd pick the conservative. Obviously I'd pick that.
Yeah, of course.
That's only, but that's the thing, though. That's what they want, right? They want you to just pick a side.
Right?
Yeah. And they do. The master stroke that they have is they control both sides. So that's the crazy thing is that, like, a great example is Richard Spencer. Like, that guy's a clear Zio shill, right? And it's like, well, he's the leader of the alt, right?
He's actually a Duganist for sure. He's a
he's a
nutball,
acid for sure. Like he is doing exactly what they want him to do, sort of thing. So. I
don't know who he really serves. I mean, he's following the Dugin's fourth political theory book pretty much to the latter, and his former wife was a translator who was working on translating the books into English.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy is definitely not something.
They're not who they pretend to be.
He's a racist piece of shit, isn't he? Like,
but he's like character. They have their characters that they establish that are there to be the example, and the example is so that when they mention the character, everybody knows. So Alex Jones is a perfect example. Alex Jones 4 years ago, nobody knew him outside of the conspiracy movement. Nobody knew him. Nobody. Now,
we'll tell you what, though, when he went on Piers Morgan and made a fool out of himself, like, that was, in my opinion, like, catapult
of his
then
mainstream.
My dad started talking about it.
Yeah,
my dad started talking about it. So I was like, okay.
That was his mainstream. He was brought on the BBC. He was brought on, what's her name there?
But he made a fool of himself, though. On
yeah, but
Mao took the guns, Stalin took the guns, Hitler took the guns.
His role is to be the fool. He plays the fool.
Yeah,
it's his role. He's not an authentic person at all. Neither is Twatson. None of those guys. Dice is not the least bit. Mark Dice, get the fuck out of town. You think Mark Dice is legit? You got to be fucking shitting me. He's been.
I thought we called him. I thought we called him Narc Lice.
Yeah, Narc Lice, Dark Mice. Mark Schuldice, of course, who appeared on The View in 2005, folks. I mean, this guy's been in the whole time, and yeah, it's how it is, and it's low-hanging fruit for these guys. The Sargoyev Mossads, these characters. It's low-hanging fruit, like to take the idiotic feminism and the just.
Oh my gosh, Jeff! I want to know. I gotta ask you about Sargon of Mossad because you mentioned this about him, and I want to know because you mentioned it in a lot of your videos, but you never really went into explanations. So can you please tell me, like, what was the whole? Like, I know you said Sargon of Mossad. I know he's a fucking shill. But you said Sargon of Mossad was brought in to, basically help usher in the censorship, and I was just wondering, what video did he come out with, or what did he do publicly to do that? Because I never was exposed to that. For some reason. So
I didn't really follow the whole Patreon sort of way thing. But what I've seen the same pattern over and over again with all these characters who are all connected. All of them are connected. I showed this years back. All right, I showed how Sargoy is connected to Lawrence Simonson, is connected to Ezra 11th, is connected. It's Mike Cernovich. All of these characters appear together. Play the game if you want. Play the game. Okay, this is the game. Put in Sargoy Mossad, then put in these characters one after another. Jordan Peterson. They're all connected. They've all appeared together over and over again for years going back. They're all part of an operation. This is my opinion. You can disagree with me. All right. But I've shown this going back years. And I said, I called out the whole operation. I was looking at the whole rebel media and everyone.
No, I agree. I agree. And I was just like wondering
what I say about Sargoy is that what they do with these characters, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's actually as is being presented. Although I would say to folks that it almost never is. So if you want to believe that, that's cool. But I would say that the way that it works is this. This is the way, from my experience, it works. Is that they bring in these characters over and over again that you could say in a way co-opt certain become the icons of certain areas. So Sargon becomes an icon of anti-feminism, right? Twatson becomes an icon of anti-feminism, right? These are the people. When you think of the Antifa and the feminists, then you think of the anti, and then you got these characters. The alt-right is another example, right? Where they got these characters that this is what they represent. So what I would say is that they established these characters. Many of them were established through Gamergate. There's a whole bunch of them that have been Mr. Medicure, Sargoy Mossad, Milo Yiannopoulos. All these guys came through Gamergate, and Gamergate is just, I mean, it's a concocted psyop that was. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that everything is concocted. I'm saying that they take things and they create a sensation, and then it becomes a political sort of movement / controversy at the same time. And then the characters that are at the vanguard, the forefront, become celebrities, and then they become established personalities within the scene. Sargon came to me way back when he was nobody and tried to get me to do live shows with him, right? Way back when. And this was a common theme back in the it was a common theme back in the day. A lot of these characters came through my show. A lot of them. Like I'll give you an example. What's his name? Round Saturn's Eye, and people like that came through my shows where they would just come in and try to get it in the show, and then they would be on the show, and next thing you know, they're established and sort of thing. But I'm not saying that's
they always have really great video editing skills too, right, Jeff? They always seem to possess that ability. Sorry, go on.
Well, anyways, so what I would state with these characters is that what I think they do is that they position these characters, and then they create controversies around them, there's controversies. Sometimes it's a matter of taking advantage of situations. So it could be something that is organic, that as a controversy that arises that they can co-opt, or it could be something that they create themselves. And they establish these characters, and I've shown them over and over again. Like, I know the whole fucking hornet's nest of all these characters that are connected. It's quite Molyneux is another example. The Petty Boner sisters. There's so many of these characters that have been all part of this operation, and they were all connected to Pizzagate, by the way. Before this is why I clued into them, because I was like, where did all these characters come from? Like, before a certain time, they were nobodies. Nobody had ever heard of them, but they came from somewhere and they were established. So I would say what they've done is, with Alex Jones is a perfect example. So you take Alex Jones and you say, Alex Jones is put out there as this buffoon, and he's trumpeted over and over again in the media. He's put on Megyn Kelly, he's put on Fox News, he's put everywhere, so that everybody knows who he is. And he's involved in all these controversies. He's saying all these things. You know, Sandy Hook, for example, they often attach Sandy Hook to him. So what happens is, now he's a household name and everybody knows who he is, and they all laugh at him because he's always acting like a fool. Then all of a sudden the controversy happens, right? And then the problem, reaction, solution, the Hegelian dialect comes in, and it's like, we have to get this off. So Alex Jones is escorted off of all the social media platforms, And what I said back then is that is a whole psyop, that they actually built him up and they put him on all these shows in order to come in and clean him out. And this is all about taking control completely of the media.
I think they're done with him for good. I don't think they need him anymore. There might be a change in the political landscape come 2020. And we probably don't need this guy anymore. So
they don't really. They've got him like he's served his purpose. So, but he could be used again, or he could just be be a funnel for people that, or a honeypot for people that are starting to wake. It is a huge honeypot operation, by the way. InfoHorse, a giant.
They're gonna milk that motherfucker till he dies.
So think about that. Alex Jones playing an actor, playing a buffoon, who's playing a character who is there to purposely create all kinds of controversies, and then all of a sudden the censorship comes in. Whoosh, we got to clear this guy out. So what I would say, I would speculate, I could be wrong, is I would say characters like Sargoy of Mossad were purposely pushing certain controversies, and that the problem reaction solution comes in and it's like, let's clear them off of these platforms to make sure that people like this do not ever have a chance of, well, the sort of narrative that's pushed out is that if you're contrary or you're going against what we want, you're not going to make any money. We're going to clear you out, and we're going to embarrass you, sort of thing. So what I think that they're doing, my speculation is this, is that all the spying sort of apparatuses of the world got together, the NSA, 8200, CSEC, all these, and they got together and they came up with a plan. And the plan was, we're going to take control of the alternative media, and we're gonna clear out the folks that we don't want there. We're going to replace them with people that are pushing false conspiracies and silly stuff. So Shane Dawson's a perfect example, right? Pushing all these silly conspiracies. Taylor Swift is cloned and shit like that. Stuff that don't matter, right? So that's exactly what they're doing. And then they're going to say, the first thing that they would say is that we want to make sure that the people that do this type of work that are legitimate, because it's not about Mark Dice. I mean, come on, they control him. It's not about Paula Josephine Twatson. Of course they control him. It's not about Mike Cernovich. They control him, right? It's about people like me. It's like, get rid of these people, make sure they can't make any fucking money, replace them with people, and establish and take control and set the bar and make it like, this is how it's going to work. And if you say anything that is even remotely controversial, there's no chance that anybody's going to allow you to monetize. This is what YouTube is now, right? YouTube is like, you say something, like, it's not just me. I mean, it's crazy. I'm the most censored channel, but it's not just me. If you look around YouTube, there's a lot of people that are like really concerned about what's going on. They're like, what the fuck? It's like, I'm afraid I can't say anything now because their guidelines are so vague, and they're saying, well, we're looking at borderline content, we're going to censor it and shit like that. Like, there's legitimate concern amongst just people that have cooking shows and stuff like that and host video games, because they're afraid they might say something during their cooking show or their video game that's going to get their video flagged, and they're going to take down their channel and lose their monetization. So they are performing a psychological sort of indoctrination on people, where they're programming people into this, you better not fucking step out of line. At the same time, what they're doing is they're going back into social media posts going back 10 years.
Well said,
picking
sir.
up old tweets of celebrities, and they're saying, look at what these celebrities said back in 2008, 2009. This is intolerable. So they're setting the example to everybody out there that whatever you post on social media is going to come back to haunt you. So they're eradicating freedom of speech, right? And they're taking out the conspiracy movement, and they're replacing it with something completely unorganic, and they're eradicating freedom of speech. So, anyways, look, man, guys, it's 3:30 in the morning. Oh
wow,
it's unbelievable. I have. I mean, this got to be the longest show.
Yeah, it's almost 7:30. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a terrific show. I have had a terrific time hosting this. I am so happy to be back, and hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed. knock on wood sort of thing, we'll be back next week. So next Friday, Bug.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Let's pick up where we left off.
It's gonna be 5.2.
Yeah, no, it'd be 6. But I will say a huge thanks to everyone that supports my work and all the good folks that took part, all the good folks in the chat, people that are still here. We still got like 60 people watching. It's like 3:30 in the morning. So you guys are awesome. You guys are troopers. Thank you all so much for coming by. And hey, I'll give you guys each a chance to tell folks where they can find you. So I'll start with Bug Smasher. Bug.
Well, you can find me on Twitter. I have a Twitter account. It's at Real Bug Smasher, and I do post some stuff there every once in a while. If you want, you can subscribe. Yeah, that would be great. And for the next week, I'll try to prepare a presentation on the golden age of television and production code and how people were lured into this degenerate culture unknowingly, thinking that it's good for them.
Awesome.
All right.
Enough twaddle. Enough of this twatiff. Are you there, buddy?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. I just started. I posted a little bit of content to this channel. You know, I mean, I try to do what I can. It's I don't have a lot of free time, and that's not really an excuse because I should be doing more. But I've got a few good videos on there you could check out. I know it's a fucking stupid ass avatar. But,
I like it.
I can't even see it.
Can't even see it.
No, man.
Oh my gosh.
You're just a green human thing or something. I don't know. Like it's just like
ninjas,
like a
man. Ninjas. It's ninjas.
I'll go to the channel later and check it out.
I like it, man. I think it's pretty awesome. I like ninjas. So
It's fucking.
when I was
man.
a kid, when I was like 11, 12, I used to go around like at night, all dressed in black and.
No, you know what?
Yeah, so.
I love ninjas too when I was little. Yeah,
I had some kick-ass ninja pajamas when I was a kid.
Yeah, man, you gotta like the ninja. Okay, Vanonymous. Yeah, can you tell folks where they can find you?
You can find me on Steam. That's where I do most of my work, breaking down the media. You can find me on Twitter. That's at Vanonymous. And this channel right here, I've been posting some pretty good stuff. I did a video on the drag queen Lactatia.
Yeah.
Go and check that shit out.
Awesome. Lactatia. Yeah.
There's some seriously questionable things in their Instagram.
Oh boy.
His Instagram, sorry. I said her. My pronouns are getting to me.
Guys, you guys are awesome. It's a blast, absolute blast hosting this show, and I want to thank everyone that showed up tonight. And hey, man, I'm so looking forward to next Friday. So next Friday, 8 p.m. Hope you guys can all make it, and should be a wonderful conversation again. And I don't know what happened right now. I just lost every. Oh, there it is. Just hit something on my screen. Everything disappeared. Thank you all so much for showing up. It's 3:37 in the morning. I'm going to bed.
Okay.
I hope you had a good time. If you can, give us all a thumbs up. And I would say to the folks here that were in the show, you can leave a comment in the video once it's uploaded and let people know where they can find you too. That can sometimes make it easier. And thanks so much, guys.
Good night.
I wish you all the best.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a good one, guys. It was a great discussion.
You too.
Bye.